But broadcast is live. Well, we got people in there already.
Yeah.
I didn't have the comments up.
Do you see it? Because I don't see it live. There we go.
Yeah, it popped up 17 seconds, 18 seconds in.
Yep, there we go. Two people waiting. I don't know who the two are.
Carolina Roots and probably me and you.
It could be me and you.
Two people watching.
Cindy was here, and Living Life on Life's Terms was here.
Carolina Roots at 9:30 also. So
Yeah.
somebody's here. Somebody can pop in. We're going to have a good time. If not, we're still going to talk to ourselves and we're going to have a good time.
That's right.
We're going to make some fun of Mr. Homer. If Mr. Homer stops by, we'll make some fun of him to his face. We're not just going to, do it behind his back because it's fun.
Right.
He's a Magro.
I know.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I don't mind the snow either, but enough's enough. So, yeah, I hear you. It's after May, it's a little ridiculous still having snow out there. I move my screen over here so I'm not looking to the left all the time. Oh, here goes my dogs. Oh, Anchorage. Yeah, I bet it was. Yeah, plenty of snow up in Anchorage, I bet.
Okay, I'm seeing the same thing y'all were seeing last night, yourself and Mr. CB, not being able to comment back on the type in comments on the comment stream.
And see, now I have it. I can comment there.
Right, as the moderator for the live. So
yeah,
we learn every time, and it could be something that's changed. John in his last video, your team captain of it won't grow, it grows slow, it'll wilt, wilted grow, wilted slow. Oh, there's thousands, dude. You watch a few videos. Anyway, your team, it won't grow, it'll grow. Team, will it grow? Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla. I love that. He's like, yeah, nobody called me out for a grudge match and blah, blah, blah. He was talking about that in the comments or in his video. I'm like, dude, apparently you don't have the kahunas to do it either because you haven't contacted me. I've thrown nothing but shade at you since it started. And and I didn't get a response to that comment.
Right.
Hey, Mr. Brad, how's it going, brother?
Hey, Brad. I don't have snow up here in New York. No. Wherever Cindy is, she said they got snow. It's 53 here right now, but it's supposed to be rainy today. Not conducive for outdoor doing anything.
We figured after 7 hours of live stream last night, we'd jump on, see if we can knock it out the park again. But we're not having snow here either.
Cindy's in Ontario. There you go.
Okay. It felt great here this morning.
TT, how you doing?
Hey, TT.
Morning.
We just kind of easing into it this morning. We a little groggy and had a little fun last night, but
yeah.
Jeff's drinking water because he's trying to recuperate.
Well, I drink a lot of water.
Because you're old.
No. Health, man. Health. Put the Scotch bonnets outside. There you go.
Nice.
I've been starting to harden my plants off. I actually should have had them out this morning because it's so overcast. I probably could have left them out for a couple hours today. But they're up to about half hour, 45 minutes.
Man, that was my biggest issue with planting my raised beds. I thought I had it knocked out the park. I'm like, it's going to be overcast and cool for the week. So I went out and I planted out all the tomato starts and stuff I had, and it was overcast for about 6 hours, and it didn't stay cool. It got hot. And the first day I could have drug them right out and not have any issues, pull them back out. But it's like, well, they're still looking good. They ain't even wilted yet. Oh, the next afternoon. And I think that's part of the issue I'm having with my raised beds now is they took a lick at the beginning.
Yeah. 4 years sober, that's a good milestone. I mean, I'm not a big drinker. I mean, I drink a beer or two here or there, but that's about it for me.
I'm not a social drinker. I'll drink a beer or two like that, but if I go into a setting, a bar or something where people's drinking, I know if I drink, I'm drinking to get drunk. I know how I am. So I try to stay away from that. Thanks, Mr. Brad. Thank you. I'm really pumped up about them. Really excited for sure. Let me see.
Yeah, if anybody wants to come up and join in and just chat with us, I'll throw a link in there. I mean, these are nice because you can just get together, talk some gardening, answer some questions. It seems like you start out with a topic and then you just kind of go all off on everything after, and people just continue to have questions about everything. So it always ends up being very educational for everybody.
Yeah. And we started off Thursday's chat, talking about, I don't remember what it was, myself and Mr. Homer. And, it ended up changing throughout the 2.5 hours we talked. Last night we talked about pruning tomatoes, why you prune tomatoes, what variety of tomatoes you want to prune, and, the difference between determinate and indeterminate. We talked about that for a good 2 hours. Broke Farmer 76 had some great questions. The people in the chat had some great questions with it. It worked well. Yeah. And then it evolved from that to the hydroponics greenhouses and, then just laughing and talking and visiting. It was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Billy, you up, brother?
Yeah, I can't wait to get started outside, man. I'm jonesing. Well. And then I'm glad Dan, Permaculture, he reminded me, he sent me them seeds because I wanted to grow them. And, when I start my seeds, I get, okay, here's what I got to do. Here's how many I want to start. Then I do them. And I never even started any seeds.
What was that? What seeds?
It was the, oh man, now you're going to ask me that. And I just threw them in this morning too. That's why I went downstairs to water my plants and I threw a couple seeds in there. Hey, Canadian Proud, how you doing?
Brother, what's up?
Oh, I can't remember the name of them seeds now. Now it's going to bug me.
I have your secret seeds that you sent me. I need to plant. Hey, Jules, what's up, brother?
How you doing, Jules?
Yeah, I have your secret seeds I need to plant. I need to go to the store and buy a tomato and a pepper to do for that gladiator challenge.
Yeah.
And also I bought some seeds for the big peppers. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have time to be able to grow them out because of the growing season I have right now. But it is called, I'm going to send you one of these packs too. You just can't grow some Numex. It's called a Numex Big Jim pepper.
Okay. Yeah, I just started more tomato or more pepper seeds like about maybe a week ago, maybe a little less than a week ago. I got some white Thai, Kangstar white Thai peppers.
Yeah, I'm going to send you those. That way you can grow them, and when the wintertime gets here, or when your wintertime gets here, you can pull them up and send them to me. And I can put them in the ground, grow them through the wintertime. Then when the wintertime's over, I'll prune them back, send them to you for you to grow them over there, and we just keep them rolling like that.
That would be pretty cool if we could do that. Keep a pepper. How long has that pepper been growing? 12 years.
12 years, Roger. Jules, what the same type? Those 12-inch peppers? If you want to come up, Jules, Jeff did share the link. He can share it again if you want to come up and talk about it. All I know is supposed to grow 12-inch peppers. So if you know a little bit more about them, the New Mex Big Jim peppers. It's an 85-day pepper.
Dwarf corn. Brad and them dwarfs, man, they gotta be great. You can grow everything inside. Everything's a dwarf. I hear you. Room is always a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find anybody who had the seeds here. So I went to the pepper lover community. I've been a member there for a couple years now. And I found somebody in Germany who sent them to me. I traded him some seeds and he actually sent them to me.
Hey, the seeds I sent you for the Secret Seed Challenge, are they coming up for you?
Yeah.
I've always wondered what those unmarked seeds from China would do, so it'll be pretty cool following along with you.
Yeah, they're doing good. I think it's going to grow some computer chips or something.
Grow some computer chips? Small greenhouse and fill it with dwarfs.
There you
go. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, he has no clue what they are.
Exact, man. That's a great a 3-pack for $1.89 is cheap.
Yeah.
Especially started. That would be cool. A greenhouse with dwarf variety stuff in it. That would probably be something fun to do during the wintertime. You know, when it's less light and everything.
Hey, Carpenter Self-Reliance, Arkansas Woodcutter. How's it going?
What? Mr. Mark, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to growing them white ties as well.
The Wickshire project says, this will be my second Shed Wars video, 20 gardening tips. You taking notes? Say, this is what not to do, and you can clip what we're talking about in and out of your video and tell, say, this is what you don't do, show us, then you can put, this is what you do, and you tell everybody the correct way.
Right. Yeah, I don't grow too many hot peppers. I got a couple, not super hot, but I grow a lot more sweet peppers because we eat those a lot. We eat most of the peppers and stuff fresh. I do some of the milder or little spicier peppers in my sauces. But yeah, I like growing the stuff that I can just pick off the vine and eat.
Yeah, I'm not a hot pepper fanatic myself, but apparently I do eat hot peppers better than a lot of people. It's just
apparently you do, yeah.
I complain about it, but I think it was one of the Thai peppers or something Mr. CB had sent me. I don't remember what it was, but it was supposed to be super hot, and I ate 2 of them in a sitting, and it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, that's good that the big freeze didn't kill any of your garden. We've had enough of those big freezes.
Second bird, baby. Wickshire.
Jerk sauce, nice. I don't know. I'm not growing pimentos.
You saw Jujubee? Got the Peter Peppers.
Oh yeah.
Her youngest daughter picked them up.
I've grown habaneros. They're not too bad. I actually did ahi habanero, which weren't too bad. Dan Permaculture, good morning. How you doing?
Bro? You get a little bit of rest last night, Dan? We had a late night.
I just threw the link out there again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, roasting the peppers to make the sauce. Yeah, I heard that adds a lot of extra flavor. Spicy jelly.
Yep. Mulberry, boy.
Yeah.
Oh man. So
Cedar peppers. Nose picking.
come on up, y'all. We can visit. It's gonna take a little while to get in the motion and everything what we got going on. Jeff, what you got like in the next month? You know, I know a lot of people's, you know, what's your plans for the next month? You should be finished with planting out your tomatoes and all that, or you're still going to be worried about frost and everything at that point?
No, I'm actually going to, what date is it? My last frost date is supposedly the 3rd. Normally I would plant the weekend after.
Right.
But I'm going to wait one extra week. What's going on?
What's going on?
How's it going, brother?
Let's see can I get it in? I don't even think I can get it in there. Let's see. What the heck? There it is.
The chest ball.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, you're gonna lose that battle too.
Oh, yeah.
I win at that too. Mine's bigger, and I don't have to stick it out.
I love the shave work, man. Your hair looks great. Jeff is growing his hair. We sort of got the same little flip going on in the back.
Yeah.
But I love Danny's shave up. That looks really good.
Well, I had been looking to pass a razor on that beard. It was starting to get bad, and with this time of year is horrible on a beard in where I work with the humidity and the wind and everything. And I had been after my wife for a couple months almost to let me trim it off. And I hit her up one day. I'm like, hey, how about you gonna let me shave? Let me shave. Please let me shave. And she said, yeah. And I was like Forrest. I was running to the bathroom. And when she realized I was serious, she came in there, but I already had half of it gone.
Carolina roots.
Woo!
Yeah, we all got the belly going. So, I mean, that just happens, I think.
Yeah, let's see if I can set up here. There we go. I think I like the flag in the background better.
Nice. How you been, Mr. Mark? I know we've been seeing a few videos. We hadn't seen you on many lives.
Yeah, I've been busy. You know, my dad, I guess I can kind of let some of this out now. I don't want to make a video on it, so I'll drop it in a live where most people will miss it, you know, and that sort of thing. But my dad went missing on the 15th of March.
Oh, shit.
And I found out because his house burned down on the 18th of March and nobody knew where he went. We found out early this week. They did find his body. Oh, and so it's we know where he is now. You know, we know he's dead instead of just.
You have some closure, but it's still hard, brother. My God.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I've shed a lot of tears and had a lot of good memories float and a lot of bad memories float. And, you know, I've been a complete mess and wreck, and I've had good days and bad days. And, you know, I'm good. I'm okay. Life goes on. You can't lay around and wallow in stuff. Life goes on. You got to take care of the business you got to take care of, you know?
Right. But we're going to pray for you, brother. We're going to put you in our prayers. That's a tough lick. Yeah. You know, I know you got some closure with it, but there's still going to be some up and downs, man. If you need a visit, you know, give me a holler.
I appreciate that, but I'm gonna be okay. It's one day at a time.
Right.
And I'm praying for the people that did it to him, that God grants them grace and mercy and love, because I know what I want for him. But
right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's good to see you guys, man. It's good to see
you again too.
Yeah, you too.
You're not seeing as much snow on your trips now. When you're delivering, getting to that point, the last video I seen you out planting, it might not have been the last one you put out. That was onion starch you were planting.
Yeah, I've got some. I hadn't checked on those yet since I've been home. Hey, how do you say this, Jeff? You'll know this. COXSACKIE. It's south of Albany. It's a town name.
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
Yeah. Which part? which general area of New York do you live in? Not city necessarily, but are you in northern New York? Are you in western New York? Are you around the metropolitan area? Are you around New York City?
I'm 6 hours from New York City. I'm kind of in the center of the state, central New York. I'm in Rochester.
Syracuse, east of Syracuse.
I am west of Syracuse, east of Buffalo.
I just came through there last week. When I left, I was south of Albany. I came across on 90 and came down that strip that runs along the top of Pennsylvania there around the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
So I wish I'd have known.
Yeah. You were not very far. But yeah, I have no idea how to say that, whatever you spelled.
Well, I think it's Koseki is the way I think it's supposed to be pronounced. It may be French or Dutch or, New York was settled by so many immigrants, European immigrants. And there's a lot of especially Pennsylvania, a lot of the Dutch lived in Pennsylvania. And New York was always that true melting pot of America that people came over on the boats and what they got off and they established the little towns, etc., German, Yugoslavians. I had a friend I met in Hot Springs. His name was Roger, and he was a chef in this jazz band restaurant in Chicago. And somehow he ended up in Arkansas raising dairy goats. And,
wow, big change.
He was either a Croatian or Serbian. I can't remember now, but from that Yugoslavia, he taught me to make cheese out of a belly of a 3-day-old lamb, and you put it on the fence. He taught me the old way to make cheese all naturally, which it was a blessing to know Mr. Roger. And he spoke. I can't even begin to do the impression. He spoke like Count Dracula, when. And Roger was a great guy to know, but he moved into. His dad was a lawyer. And during World War II, they had a lot of pressure, and their family was able to escape Europe during World War II and come to the United States. But yeah, that's that New York area. It's a blending pot for everybody. So Koseki is, I believe, the way you pronounce that town, Koseki.
That could be.
New York, similar to New Orleans, with New Orleans being a port city with people coming in, they call it Creole in French means mixture. It's a melting pot with all the different, people and nationalities coming in with the boats from everywhere, as it just became such a, a diverse area with the difference. And, there's a lot of French influence still there, but it's all merged with all the other influences. And that's why, New Orleans is like 120 miles from me, but the culture is so much different because of the influence from everywhere else that was part of it. Similar to, to New York. It has its own flair with it. They claim to be Cajun now because Cajun is popular. Creole was popular for a while, so they were Creole. Now they're Cajun, which it is, I guess, but it's, their food's different than where they are. You could stop off in New Orleans, eat something, and you stop off over here and eat something 120 miles away. You would think it was two different states cooking it. There's that much difference in it.
Well, just like New York, if you tell somebody you're from New York, from New York City, it's like, no.
I was like that.
New York City's like this big compared to New York, and everybody, where are you from? New York? Oh yeah, the city? No.
Like, man, how you have all that room to grow in the city? You must be a millionaire or something.
Right. Exactly.
I never realized it. In some of the pictures you were showing me in the homes that y'all had looked at was like, I'd have never thought that, New York State, like you say, when you think of New York, it's always New York is the city. It's never anything else. And you start out in the woods and the beautiful areas and out there, it's like, oh my God, it's ridiculous. But it has snow, so that leaves me out.
Yeah, there's beautiful scenery here. You got Watkins Glen, you got the gorges, we got the Genesee River. The Genesee River runs right behind my house. Yeah, I could walk down the path to the river in 10 minutes.
Wow. Hey, Mr. CB, good to see you, and brother. We looking forward to seeing that pepper planting video.
Dan's Kitchen Garden Allotments. How you doing?
What's up, brother? Damn, that sounds familiar. How much longer before? I know you've been potting up a lot of seeds and stuff like that, Mr. Mark. How much longer before you're able to start planting out tomatoes and a little bit less cold hardy vegetables?
Let me see. I'll show you.
Probably already got them out.
Well, I don't. I hadn't had anything to do with it. I hadn't been home. This is first year gardening work. Let me show you first year gardening work.
Nice. Look at that. Yeah, stuff everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, we had a salad last night. My son was home and he said, "Mom, would you make that homemade spaghetti that you make?" And so we ended up cutting a salad last night from here. Some beans are up, and it's weird. These beans, and we've got another set of beans over there, but these beans didn't get hurt by the frost, but those beans burn up by the frost. I don't know if it's because of the difference of being a lima bean versus a green bean, or it's a variety difference, but some of our beans survived that last cold snap, and some of our beans didn't. We got a few cucumbers going. Started these in pots, and these are in ground. A little bit of spinach. Spinach is always difficult.
It's difficult.
To get started anyway. And then I'm really proud of, see this right here? This is a great cutting I did last year. Just threw it in this pot and see if I can repeat some of this success. I don't know what I did right, but I did something right. That one's growing.
I don't know what I did right.
As long as it's growing.
Yeah. Oh, this is what I'm most proud of about what Miss Jessica's doing. This is incredible, y'all. Get ready. I got home yesterday kind of late, and I just decided I would pop in and look at her greenhouse, and she's doing a really good job.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Lettuce starts are beautiful. Tomatoes. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, holy cow. This is a woman that doesn't even know what she's doing, right? But she has got a lot of stuff going. Lead Farmer, Lead.
Yep.
And Bull and Broke Urban, they have been pushing this citrus. And finally, when I was at the store the other day, I was thinking about them, and I got me I got this from Stark. This is a key lime. This is a lemon, and this Dan's permaculture is always growing guava and stuff, and I got me a guava now, so I can be like Dan a little bit. All the cool kids are growing citrus right now.
No, I'm not gonna be a cool kid. I'd rather grow tomatoes. I need the space for tomatoes. Me.
I can't grow it.
What happens if the grocery store quits selling groceries? You don't have any source of citrus where you're at?
No, I have some at the property. I can get on a bike ride 15 minutes on the bike to 3 miles.
Yeah.
And I have a 10-year-old orange tree. My mom and my stepdad have two 22-year-old orange trees that produce probably 15 to 20 crawfish sacks of oranges a year. It's where I'm at home. I don't have the space to do it. I don't want to give up the tomatoes for that. Right. But at the property 3 miles north of here, we have blackberries, and we're actually redoing the blackberry patch that we had. Last year I didn't spend any time over there. I'm going to try to spend more time and repopulate it. It's all after, it's not normal blackberries. We purchased all the plants and everything, and we lost more than half. So
oh wow,
we're going to be taking cuttings from them and restarting and replanting the rows. 2 years ago, we picked we had, I think it was 40 something gallons of juiced blackberries off of the plants we had. We made blackberry jam with it. We had 20 gallons in the freezer, and the freezer went out while we were away from home and lost all the blackberries. And but it's always a learning process. You're always learning. We
absolutely.
I stayed away from it for a year. not getting along with people around there. And in that year, we lost over half of the blackberry plants we had. So we're going to go back in, repopulate everything, get it going, get it back up and running. The kids love it. You can't, the kids that hang out with my kid or the families that hang out with us, the kids love the blackberries, they love tomatoes, they love cucumbers. So the little bit of work it takes, we're going to get it back up and going for sure.
Hey, Homestead Aquarius. Thanks for the reminder there to everybody. What do you guys do with your big planter pots? I water from the top outside in my planters. I don't bottom water or anything like that. What do you guys do?
I water all my stuff from the top. Once it's outside once it's out of the small stage, once it's transplanted, I water from the top unless it's I'm able to, like in the raised beds, I have a watering system. But if I'm not using the watering system, I spray it in with a nozzle. It's
that's what I do.
I would love to put in a bottle waterer. You know what I mean? Like I hate to use cut plastic in my beds. It would be better, I think, if instead of using plastic bottles, that we came up with some way to build those reservoir canals in those bigger planters, like Terry King. I'm talking about Terry King and High Plains Homestead. He put together a video about an Ola using a pot down in the dirt, the soil, right, to water and let it the roots come to that. But there's just, rather than plastic, there's got to be a better way than plastic bottles.
Have you seen the drippers like they use on an IV? People actually take a 2-liter bottle, secure it at the top, and the dripper from an IV, they'll drip every once in a while, and they just leave it out there, and it's constantly drip, however often you want it, dripping out to the plants. I've seen a couple I've never seen videos on it. I've seen pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cost of it is, but that is pretty cool. With the pictures, you see like 50 or 60 plants, tomatoes single stem, and you have a 2-liter bottle right next to it with the water.
Have you ever seen the way Israel grows tomatoes?
In the greenhouses?
Yes.
Yes, I have. It's amazing the size of the greenhouses and everything that they do with it. It's truly amazing. They actually have like the carts on train tracks that push along, for them to put all the trash and the filling up all the groceries, but the tomatoes and everything in it. It's amazing. They actually have a decontamination when you get into places. There's a decontamination. You walk into the room and it's a changing room. You take off all your clothes, everything you have, even your glasses. You walk from there into a shower station. You take a shower, decontaminate, then you walk into a third room and you get dressed and you get your other glasses and you do your work. That way there's, 99.9% chance you're not bringing anything harmful in there with you when you're going in. You can't go in with your work clothes and you can't leave. You can't go in with your street clothes and you can't leave with your work clothes. It's a completely sealed environment. It's
Somebody's
amazing.
worked at Area 61.
Do what?
Someone's worked at Area 61.
Is it? I hate these cameras that are backwards. Is it that guy? Is it you? Oh, he's not going to admit to it.
What's up, Wick?
I was about to take a sip of coffee.
Well, she wants a bacon and egg sandwich. Did you make her a bacon and egg sandwich? I could use one myself.
We went to the Waffle House this morning to get some good breakfast, get fired up for this, and I think all it did was make me sleepy.
That's what happens when they drop your food on the floor.
Okay.
Oh. Mr. Mark left.
Yeah, he left.
He might come back. How's it going, Billy?
Good. Just knocked out my shed war video. Spent about 3 hours out there doing my container planting because it was a requirement necessity of shed wars. So I got my containers planted out there. And I threw in 20 Wickershire tips for growing in containers and growing your greens.
What? I
don't know how I came up.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you.
Oh, I don't know how I came up with 20 tips. I just did. I was just rolling them off. It's all common things that it's all common. It's because it's all about what? New gardeners. We're helping out new gardeners. I'm a new gardener. I don't know everything. So I spit out 20 tips that come off the top of my head that I know while I was doing the container gardening. And I did them in Wickershire style, which means I'm probably going to get in trouble and I'll have to edit the video down and make it safe.
Never.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, you sit there and you say, okay, I'm going to do a video. I don't want to do a video on that. Everybody knows that. It's like, but not everybody might know that.
Yeah.
Not everybody knows it.
Yeah.
That's like
Wayne. What's going on? Welcome.
When you talk about planting tomatoes in like containers, like you should peel the bottom leaves down, plant them a little bit deeper, put a little more soil up on top of them. You know, people don't know. You guys know that. Most people don't know it. So if I ever transplanted tomatoes, you know, I'd be like, oh, you got to pull the bottom leaves off, and you got to plant it a little bit deeper, put the soil a little bit higher up, and this is going to keep the plant a little bit stronger.
Well,
you know,
a lot of people believe that the deeper you plant in the ground, the deeper you plant your tomato, the better off you are. Some people will take a post hole digger and dig down 2 feet, 18 inches to 2 feet, and plant it down. And it's like you're wasting your time because the soil temperature is not conducive to the root systems to being able to grow. And it gets cold. It gets cold. You'll see you have a nice patch of roots on the bottom where initially the plant was. Then you'll have a couple stringy pieces here and there. Then when you get back to the top, you'll have another set of roots. You'll still have 2 root systems. But if you take it and you lay it down in the row on the side and bury it down about 4 to 6 inches, that whole section of it will turn into roots.
Yeah, and then it stands itself up.
Correct. It starts itself up and starts growing. But you have that whole section of roots that you have there established, in no time to be able to grow. And that's something. I've gotten to arguments with people around here that, oh no, you're wrong. If you do that, the plant's going to die. It's like, no,
tomatoes are a vine. You can let them vine across the ground, and they will periodically root themselves along that vine.
They will. Yep. And they wasn't arguing that the plants laying on the side wouldn't root. They just figured that because they're going deeper with it, you have a much better chance of a bigger root system because it's vertical. But it's compacted ground. It's not ideal ground. The water's not going to be, set up right for it. So there's a lot of negatives that go into the point of digging a 2-foot hole to plant a 2-foot tomato as opposed to laying it on its side and planting it underground.
Yeah, the reason you want to prune the leaves off, you don't want your leaves coming in contact with the dirt. That's where you get all your viruses and funguses and bacteria. You always want to keep the leaves away from the dirt.
Well, if they covered the leaves in the pot completely, it's still going to be covered. But the bad thing about that is you end up with new shoots growing out because it's still going to sucker from those leaves that are under the dirt, and you'll start getting new plants that come out. It does help. Again, it'll help with the root systems because it'll grow more roots that's still attached to the main plant and everything. But it does make more suckers for you to be able to do it.
Beginner gardener, all about breast milk and Pampers.
That's early gardening.
That depends. You can start them in the ground. Normally, you want to give them a little head start. So, I start mine. You can start them like 6 weeks before your last frost, before you can put them outside to give them a head start. But that's how normally I do them. I did throw a seed outside, actually 2 or 3 weeks ago, to see if it would come up. It actually did come up. It's real slow because it's still so cold outside, but it is actually growing. I mean, it's kind of up to you.
Your growing season, if you have a short growing season, you'd never want to plant directly outside because you're never going to get to the point where you're able to, get the production off of the plant that you would be looking for to make your time worthwhile. So starting it early and having everything ready to plant is a much better situation than trying to throw it out in the dirt and taking care of it.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean, a lot of fungus and bacteria are actually in the seed.
Shoot, I have no idea, Mr. Mark.
Is Arkansas woodcutter trolling the women?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know if anybody out there knows that. I have no idea.
I'm not an herb grower. We discussed that a while back on the phone.
Oh, so on our shed war video, one of the basic tips was, it's about container gardening, but not all containers are the same size. You've got the little pint size, you've got like the liter size, you've got the half gallon, then you've got the 2, 4, 5, 6. You got the big gallon buckets. So I try to explain what you should plant in each one if it's going to be a container, which means container gardening is long term. It's the life of the plant. So in the small containers, I suggested herbs. Herbs are great because they're small, the root systems are tiny, they'll sit on top, and and then on things like squash, if you were to attempt squash, a good size, 14-inch or bigger, 12, one of those big deep containers would be more ideal to put a squash or a pumpkin plant or something in that big container. Things like turnips, in beets, they're going to go down about 6 inches. So I suggested in like a half-gallon container, you could put a couple in there. So that was kind of like the video. That's what I wanted to kind of point out to new gardeners. Like, you got to know the root system, and you got to know how big the plant is going to be up top and what you're planting. So that was my shed. Basically, that was my shed board video. What to plant in what containers, what I would think or what I might suggest. Again, I'm a new gardener, but I would never put a pumpkin plant in one of those little, pint containers. You just don't do that. It kind of makes sense.
They have guys, people do stuff on different things just to see what it would do. They have guys that actually put tomatoes in quart cups and grow pound, 2 or 3 pounds of tomatoes on a cluster of tomatoes. They do it just to show, it's a constant hydroponic solution that's pumped up, and it's it does work. There's so many things. The plants are so strong with nature's amazing, but in normal circumstances and growing and everything, following the rules is really what needs to be done, because there's a reason it's the rules. It's just like the frost protection. A lot of us planted early this year and paid for it because we hadn't had issues. There's a reason there's a last frost date. The day after the last frost date, we went to single digits for this area because of that Arctic front.
Yep.
Last frost, it didn't frost. It was froze.
Yeah, there's some from Brad.
Ooh.
And then the OCDS chick had a few earlier.
I did find a bunch of ginger. I'm not sure if it's the edible ginger or not. When I stopped and visited my aunt on the way back from Eaton this morning, she has a whole bunch of ginger that she wants to dig up and send away. She thinks it's affecting her fig tree, so I'll be digging up the roots this week probably.
So what are all those numbers? What are all those numbers with Hidden Harvest grow lights? Where are all the numbers?
I have no idea.
I don't either. So we'll see if he puts in there what they are. Yeah. So you saw the container thing Homestead Aquarius said. So it's kind of containers that people can grow in an apartment size and all that kind of stuff is like the minimum requirement. I grow a lot of stuff in containers. I grow a lot of stuff in. I have like 5 or 6 wicking buckets that I made, 5-gallon buckets that I grow in outside. I put tomatoes and I put peppers in those usually.
Yeah, I got some peppers and not peppers, potatoes in 2 buckets, and carrots in 3 buckets. Cow Lake tubs, 25-gallon Cow Lake tubs that we're growing in that to meet the expectation for growing in a pot.
I think my favorite potting substance to use for growing in pots, one of my favorite things to use is peat moss, and then add your amendments to peat moss.
Right.
It just seems to be a great medium for growing in containers. It's like very flexible.
Well, stopping and visiting with my aunt today, her neighbors found the potash that the stuff I used to fill all my other beds. They call it sugar soil. And she said she's going to get the number for me from the lady. And they're actually giving it away at the sugarcane place because it's got it piled up. So, man, if I'd have known about that 3 months ago, my God, my raised beds would look so much different right now.
Yeah, you can do the carrots in the wicking bucket. I mean, it's a 5-gallon bucket, so it's a good foot deep or more. You just need to make sure you have the right kind of soil in there to let the carrots grow and look normal if you want normal carrots. It just wicks from the bottom, so you can pretty much grow anything in them.
When Broke Farmer pulled that first carrot out in his video, he was doing his carrot review. Whoa! It's like it scared him when it come out. It was all the carrot was weird.
It looked like a mandrake root. Looked like a little person.
Yeah. And it actually looked like a butt crack in the back, the way it was split. It looked like it had a couple, the legs and twisted kind of across. Yeah, it was funny.
And that happens from what? That's compacted soil.
Mm-hmm.
It's like really hard soil.
Compacted soil.
Yeah, it can't grow down. It just kind of grows however it can.
I think it was Mr. Roberts. Somebody said last night that part of the issue also is it could be that you fertilized after the carrot was put in. So, once the carrot's established and everything, came back and fertilized on top of it, added fertilizer instead of having the fertilizer already mixed into the soil, that causes stuff like that to happen also.
It just freaks out.
Yeah. I had read that the root systems, because the fertilizer's on the top, it puts out larger roots. That instead of having small hairy roots, it'll actually put out bigger roots, and it causes a lot of deformations in the carrot. Yes, I read. I'm Cajun, but I do read. I've been saying that a lot. Oh, I've read this. Microfarm was giving me some eyes last night when I said I read. He's like, "Oh, please." Yeah, I love to read.
But you can amend most soil. I mean, I actually grew mine in what they call garden soil, which is probably not the best for carrots, but they ended up doing okay because it had enough wood chips in there where it gave the carrot enough room to push the stuff out of the way. But yeah, you can mix it with sand. You can do cocoa coir in with some compost and that kind of stuff to just make it nice and fluffy, to give the carrot room to just grow down and not run into any obstructions.
Yeah,
I'm actually doing. Go ahead.
One of my first bed amendments. Again, I keep saying it. It's going to be peat moss for any bed amendment. I stuff that stuff in there, fluff up the first 6 inches of soil, and I know I'm pretty much good to grow into it. And then just top dress it with a little bit of compost, water it in, put the seeds down, and let it go.
I do have a question. While you're talking about the peat moss again, it was brought up last night. Do you adjust the pH of your peat moss before you use it? Because the pH, similar most of the time, does start off around 7.0. And I'm not sure if you were on at that point when we were discussing all that. Do you adjust your pH of your peat moss before you put it in, or do you just go with it and haven't had any issues? I've done both.
I just go with it. Every time I've used peat moss, it's been okay for a growing medium in a garden bed or in containers. Again, I do like the soil after the second year,
Right.
you know, after everything's kind of grown together.
Right.
So when you first establish any bed in the garden system, I always wanted to explain the new garden. I'll make another video on that for my Shed Wars, and I should do that. I think I mentioned it in the video that I'm making now. I'm like, this is your first year gardening. Don't have high expectations. Always expect the worst. But if anything good happens, you know, give yourself a pat in the back. What you're doing this year with your garden bed is you're establishing the soil structure for growing for next year.
Yeah, you're building your
Next year's going to be wonderful. But this year, you're learning how to build a garden bed. You're learning how to, you know, get your soil ready. And yeah, you're gonna plant into it, and you're gonna have mixed results. But the longer that soil ages, you know, from a new bed to like the second year, third year, once you start building your amendments on there, and it just gets better and better and better. I'm also in the belief of the no-till method. Like when I say no-till, I mean I don't want to go down 2 feet. I just want to go down the first, you know, 6 to 4 inches and just top dress and mix that in, and leave the rest of it, all the what's the fungus called? Mitochondria. Yeah, leave that stuff alone. It's waiting for the roots to come down to be in a symbiotic relationship, and it wants to feed the plants. Don't bother that structure. It's like your mind. It's like a big thinking membrane. It all talks to each other. And once the plants come down, it reaches up, it grabs it, hugs the roots, and they have that symbiotic, you know, you bring the stuff down from up there and we'll send the stuff up from down here. It's just a nice little trade-off. Yeah, so the no-till method for me, I like to keep as long as I know what my soil is. Here in Virginia, we can't really have no-till. We have to till. It's just clay. You know, it's just a brick, just a hard brick of clay, and not the best thing to grow in. So that's why we did raised beds, and we did them about a foot deep. And I mixed the clay in with peat moss, and then we did perlite, blood meal, some regular garden soil over the top of that, and then I just hand mixed that in. And it took a long time, but we hand mixed it all in, and I picked all the rocks out of it, and everything's growing. It feels like potting soil. It's awesome. So yeah, I turned clay into potting soil.
I had a 4-year project, and I'm gonna let you get to the ppm in a second, Jeff. I seen you put that up, but we had basically, I was looking at a 4-year project at the property where we had clay and the blackjack gumbo mix, they call it. It's black soil that gets hard like rock when there's no water in it, but then it's a sloppy mess whenever it's wet, along with like the brown clay, you know, in the segments. So what we did, we started hauling in rice chaff, wood chips, horse manure, cow manure from different things. We try to put 6 to 10 inches in a year, and you know, we'd till everything when it was dry, then we'd go back and till in everything that we would add. And the soil was just getting to the point that, you know, even after the whole year or the whole season of growing, you know, you would walk on and it was still nice and fluffy. You know, the plants, yeah, it was great. Rice chaff's amazing, you know, to use to let it break down and compost in with garden beds, because it holds moisture, but it's pH neutral, and it doesn't have any, it's basically like an inert, just like kind of like perlite, you know, but it's it holds moisture, it holds the fertilizer, but it's natural, and it'll break down, and it takes a long period of time for it to break down.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually let you answer that one, because all I do is take my old nutrients full strength and dump them out there every once in a while. But you're feeding a lot more often, so you could probably answer the ppms, what you use when you feed.
Is it a drip system that you're using, or you fertilizing every day with it, or you know, that's part of what I'm going to be doing, and I haven't done it yet. I've been trying different setups with my raised beds. We're going to be using the Venturi siphon and try to get somewhere between 90 and 150 ppms of the hydroponic solution out into the raised beds every other day. We want the time in between the feedings of the fertilizer. We want the beds to slightly dry for basically the 48 hours until we give it back to it again. When we give it back to it again, we want the plants to uptake as much of the nutrients out there as possible. So it's kind of be, and we might change as it gets hotter because we're still cool. We might have to do it a little bit more often down the road. But yeah, I try to do it between 90 and 120 ppms every other day right now.
Yeah, so that's what he's doing. He said earlier it was kind of like a drip system, and
Yeah.
he just wants to use it to feed. Like I said, I just take my leftover stuff that I have from the basement. I mean, that's full strength, 1200, 1100 ppm, and I'll just take a bucket of it and pour it. But I don't do that daily. I may do that a couple times a month and just let that work in.
Look what Carolina Roots is showing about the chickens in the clay area.
Hey, Vineyard Chicks, how you doing this morning?
Put chickens over the area and fed them out over the season.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It really is how much the chickens do. We're not seeing that right now on the bayou where our chicken coop is. They've been there for about a year, and we're not seeing that deep of a process, but it was all clay and shell. And they've dug up at least the top 3 to 4 inches in the whole thing right now. Could easily be picked up and used somewhere else as some really good potting soil or compost amendment.
Pop that link. Farmer Q wants to come up. Again, I'm an idiot. This guy's a genius. Gonna let him up on the board.
Thank you, Freehandly Made, for sharing it out.
If you're an idiot, I'm the one following in the back with the helmet. You're way smarter than me, brother.
What? Because I can knock out a hydroelectric capacitor?
All I know about is a flux capacitor.
I'm just smart in certain areas. I'm an idiot. I'm dangerous in other areas. I shouldn't be in the garden.
I'm the same way. I'm really good at my job, and it's not because I'm overly smart about it. It's just I've put in more work than 99% of the people that's out there. I put in more time and more dedication to be able to learn, because there's nothing else around here that I could do to make decent money to support a family. So, I had to really get into it. I literally went to school, a tutor from my second time in second grade till I was a junior in high school, 3 to 5 days a week.
Q, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
good.
Hey, before everyone starts talking, I want to talk to Q for a minute. Just hear me out. Now, the reason why I love this guy, and I have high expectations for him in life, and he's going to do great and well, is that I want to hold him up, and I want to support him and tell him to go for it, because in the future I need a job.
I need a job.
I'm just doing what Cajun Hydroponics just said, putting in work. That's what it's all about. We can be as smart as we want to be, but we got to apply that.
Dude, you have a way of applying it that's very easy. Even whenever the other live stream we were talking and you went off with all the, the big words and the formulas and everything, then you stopped for a second. And I was basically looking like, well, do what? And you just came back and so easily, passed it along in common terms that was able for anyone to understand. The way you go back and forth with that is really super easy and amazing, in the same sense. You're gonna do.
He's got a great mind. He's got a really good mind.
Appreciate that, but a lot of that comes from like true empathy. Like I truly want you to know what I'm talking about, and not so much it. And that makes it sound like it's a me thing, but realistically, it's like I want to know how your mind works so that we can communicate with each other. And this is a one-on-one basis. Obviously, we talk to a whole bunch of people and stuff, but I think it starts with the person right beside you. You know what I mean? You got to be able to chop it up, relax, throw it down, have a beer. It all all this knowledge and stuff starts with because realistically, there's a lot of people who have a lot of knowledge. I mean, it's just what separates and makes people be able to share, really share, not just be able to get lost in their own sauce.
Communication is the main thing. You can know everything, and if you're trying to teach, if you can't communicate what you're teaching, you're gonna fail at it basically. And like I was saying, you have a way of communicating with everyone because you can sit there and talk with, the formulas and the big words and everything, and then you can, turn it over and communicate with myself, and it's amazing. It really is, dude. It's the ease that you communicate with people it's astounding.
Oh yeah, hey man, like I'm glad that I'm just part of the community and I can help add to the community, because we're all just trying to prop each other up in another way. So, hey, look, I'm super excited to get more into hydroponics because I've done consulting for people on a hydroponic level. Like I'll say that, but the thing about it is like I'm one of those people that if I'm not doing it actively, like I don't care how much experience I have, like I'm a beginner in the eyes of someone who's doing it actively. And obviously I'm gonna filter the information I get, but like realistically, everybody has something to teach us. You know what I mean? It's not so much a thing of, I'm on this eternal conquest of knowledge so that no one can ever tell me something else. What fun is that?
Yeah. Well, and even to the point, I follow a lot of the things Mr. CB does, and his a lot of the things they do are based on a lot of other people. He's been doing it forever. But
yeah.
My thing with the situation I have, I can't have. He has a freshwater tank. He literally goes out there every night after the last run, remixes and readjusts his ppms and his pH for his system. He mixes basically 25 gallons a night. He refills his freshwater system. I can't do that. I don't have the time. I'm not home enough, especially when I'm on my rotation for work. I'm not home enough. So my thing is I just go ahead and put the fertilizer solution in a tank, and it tops itself off as it needs, or it will be soon. We've been having to top it off manually. And
is that like a burp system where like the water goes down?
Yes.
And then like a flow of air will come up, and then it will drip fertilizer in.
You're talking about like in my system?
Yeah.
No, what I have is a tank in the ground with a pump, positive displacement pump, pond pump, and it goes 3 times a day for a half hour each time, and it sends out the water from it's called a recirculating system because it recirculates everything that goes back into the tank, and it leaves the tank with the pump, goes into the feeder lines, into the Dutch buckets where the tomatoes are. It'll fill up to a certain point, then there's an overflow that drains out from the 5-gallon buckets into the pipe, which returns the return pipe, which returns into the tank, and it just continues to repeat and recirculate with it. And as the plants use the nutrients, or you drip off a little bit of nutrients, or the things happen, evaporation, stuff like that. As you need to add more, you add more. With Mr. CB, he adds daily fresh water back to it, and then he readjusts it in the evening after the last run. I'm not able to do that, so it just re-adds hydroponic solution to it to maintain a certain level. With that, we ended up with, at my old greenhouse, we would always end up with, after about 3.5, 4 months, the leaves would start turning discolored and getting spots on them and webs in them and stuff. And we contacted the local county agent. He came over there. He told me it was tobacco mosaic virus. And, if you dip or if you smoke, you can walk in there and you could pass it even from a cigarette that was cigarette smoke. You could literally pass the mosaic virus onto your tomato plants and stuff. And, I'm not gonna say we're 100% dedicated to it. I'm the only one that still smokes around the house, and it gets less and less every month. But we're dedicated to wearing gloves whenever we're working with the tomatoes. We try not to touch it with our hands. We try not to be out in the yard working in the yard and stuff, and then going in the greenhouse. We try to grow in the greenhouse first. After redoing all this and watching the videos over the last 16, 18 months while I was building the greenhouses over here, and trying it one time with my stepdad, removing the solution like Mr. CB does. He will once a month, he'll go in and clean out his tank and start fresh with solution, because the salts and the parts of the fertilizer that's not uptaken by the plant will build up in your return tank.
Holds up.
And that's something that we're going to do. And my thing is to alleviate that is we're going to come in. Actually, tomorrow I'll be doing it. I have fresh water running through it right now in the greenhouse. We're going to run that through the buckets and everything. Tomorrow I'm going to pump it out, put it out to the raised beds, fill it one more time with fresh water, and then push it out to the raised beds. Okay. And I'm hoping that helps increase the longevity of the plant's life. We did well. It did amazing up to like 3.5 months, and then by the 4th month, all the plants were dying. We kind of put it off to heat, different issues.
So after talking to you guys, I have a less interest in doing aquaponics and more interest in doing hydroponics.
Like I said last night, it depends what you want to grow. If you want to grow leafy vegetables, your aquaponics is really good at doing it. It's something that if everything shuts down, you can go and you can feed the fish the same plants they're eating.
Well, I feel like anything you can grow with the Kratky method is really good with aquaponics.
Right. Exactly. And to your point, Jeff's had issues this year with growing tomatoes and cucumbers in the Kratky method. He has had success with it, but in aquaponics, tomatoes and cucumbers seem to not quite get enough of the nutrients and stuff they need to be able to flourish in aquaponics. But lettuces and greens do amazing.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've never had an issue with this pest in the house unless I brought in dirt. I don't know where they would be coming from.
The aphids, the aphids will come in on your clothes. If you brush against something out in the yard that has it, they will come in on your clothes, and they will migrate anywhere you have any type of plants. Sorry, Jeff,
that's okay. Hey, Stinky Puddle Ranch, welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Stinky Puddle Ranch, how you doing? It's been a while.
As far as the aphids, if you have aphids on any of your plants, even with neem oil, the only way you're going to get rid of them is to physically take them and rinse them down almost daily, every 2 days at the most. Spray them with neem oil, take them in the sink, rinse them down, rinse your sink out real well, spray it with a soapy solution, let it set for a day or two, and repeat. You got to continue to repeat that, and you wait, a little bit longer in between each time. Mr. CB actually has a couple videos on it in his pepper greenhouse where how to control the aphids, because it gets with sweet peppers, it's ridiculous how bad.
So one little thing that kind of works pretty decent because with pest control, I think of everything as like additives to a whole solution of management. Right. So like when I think of something that really kind of helps with the developmental aspects of the systemic parts of pest control of a plant, like what I mean by that is like the inner, like, so if a bug were to eat this plant, it would be deterred away from this plant, anything that's inside the system of the plant. So like when it comes to things like that, I've noticed that if you spray insect frass, and it's kind of like one of these specialty ingredients, you might be able to find it in different places, and it's a really cheap material because of what it is just bug poop. But what it kind of has in it, it has like chitin in it, and if you actually have the enzyme chitinase, which is you can get that pretty easy. I mean, it's just a regular enzyme. It's just part of the consortium of most enzyme. But if you put that chitin in there, even without enzyme in your soil, it's gonna increase the bug repellent capabilities of that. But if you're not using it for soil, for hydroponics, you can actually spray it on your leaves. And one thing that I would recommend in any kind of spray in hydroponics or soil is using a surfactant to make that thing spread on the leaf really easy.
And stick, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Surfactant,
correct.
It'll help attach itself to the leaves. Doggone it. I went blank. I had a question about that. Does it actually uptake it, the chitin that you're talking about, or does it uptake it into the plant and help it?
So As far as that goes, I'm not sure through the stomata of the plant can it uptake the chitin itself, but I know that if you were to do a soil drench and with the root drench, now this is where there's two repellent properties of insect frass. There's the chitin that's in it, then there's the fact that any organism that is of the same rank usually doesn't like to eat another organism of the same rank's poop. It really is just like a general consensus that animals, so if you have dogs that poop in a yard, like most dogs won't really mess with that poop. But if you had, say, a horse manure in a yard, a dog might actually mess with that horse manure. You don't know. Right. But it's not the same kind of class of animal, and the bacterial consortium of the poop, or the bacterial profile of the poop, it actually keeps certain things away. So you get that repellent effect. But if you can actually go into a soil drench, like if you're growing in raised beds outside, that's perfect. Because the insect frass is usually going to come in a liquid, and it usually is pretty stinky.
That's what I need over here with my neighbors. They actually like me right now and put up with the long grass and stuff while I'm building. I don't want to. I might give it a shot. But yeah, if it's overly pungent for too long, I might not be able to use it again.
And yeah, I mean, if you're spraying something like that foliar and you're using a surfactant, you're talking about for 3-4 hours, it's going to smell kind of funny. But then like after that, it just fades out, dissipates.
Yeah, that's no issues.
But I need to actually do more research on the uptake in the chitin through the plant leaves, because if there's microbes inside the solution of the insect frass, which the insect frass product that I buy is from Growing Organics. I think it's called a company called Growing Organic or something like that. But they have a bunch of products. They have like alfalfa. They have like alfalfa extract, basically like the liquid form of like what you'd have in pelletized alfalfa, and they sell the stuff for pretty cheap. But I don't really like to go for nutrients when I buy bottles per se. I do when it comes to organics. I will, because I'm a junkie about going to the hydro store and like buying something. But that's the gardener within me. But realistically, when it comes to buying a main staple product for my garden, when it comes to bottles, I like to find like additives or like little things that like are biostimulants or things that will kind of make a subtle difference that'll have an impact down the road. You know what I mean? Because those bottles are expensive per pound. I mean, you got to think about it.
After later on in the night on the live stream last night, I was explaining that to Mr. Homer about his spray. It's when you're buying something in the liquid form as opposed to the powder form, that's easier for it to be liquefied. Your cost per gallon is going to come down tremendously. With the Master Blend solution, I think the last time I figured it out, it was between 5 to 13 cents a gallon of mixture solution, depending on what the ppm you were looking for on the 3 parts of it. Yeah, so that's really hard to beat when you're looking at something like that over the course of a year. Also, he kept saying the hydroponic, the stuff he did have is hydroponic, but the only difference between the hydroponic stuff and the 1313 or the granular stuff that's fed out in the garden is it's easier to liquefy or to put into solution, and it's created to be able to hold in solution and not fall out. If you take the 1313 and you soak it for a couple of days, or you pass it with a stir it real good in a 5-gallon bucket, it'll break down. Just takes a lot longer. Also, the hydroponic solution is made more geared towards the certain plants that you're looking to grow with it. Like the Master Blend's really geared towards growing tomatoes. It grows everything, just like the stuff that you and Mr. Homer was showing. It will grow everything, but certain formulas are better for growing certain varieties of plants.
Oh, definitely.
Take it easy, living life. Thanks for stopping by.
I'm sorry.
Yes. See you later.
Gardening Done All Wrong shows 4 cents a gallon right now. It's costing him for Master Blend to grow lettuce, and that's probably about 700-800 ppm, Jeff, and that's on the high side for lettuce. Yeah. So, and with the tomatoes, with the Master Blend farm, you're looking at on the high side 1,300 ppm whenever you're when you're flowering and fruiting. So you'd 15-16 cents, at that point a gallon. That's really hard to beat. It does take a little bit more time because you have to liquefy it, put it in solution and everything. But to me, the cost is way the little bit of time it takes to do that. If you have the right tools, I bought a paint stirrer from Harbor Freight. The calcium nitrate's the hardest one to break out. I take a gallon of warm water from the sink or hot water from the sink, dump it in, dump the calcium nitrate pebbles in it, and I just let the drill sit in it for about 3 minutes. You know, turning, and it everything goes into solution. Great.
I have no idea if that your rabbit extract and alfalfa juice would work as hydro. You got to look at what MPK and everything is in there for that kind of stuff. I don't know much about all the alfalfa juice and rabbit extract.
So so about that Arkansas woodcutter, it depends on your medium a lot too. Like with can you supplement that kind of a juice into hydro? Because if you have a medium that is going to support microbial life to a degree, and then your ppms are consistently not that high in that medium, you might be able to get away with it. But when you start getting your ppms really high, trying to depend on some sort of microbial life is not really going to be to your best interest. And that's what a lot of your organic nutrients are going to be, because hydroponic nutrients are called mineral salts because they're compounds consisting of more than one element or ion or element, whatever you want to call it. So like, in that being said, your organic components, like, they're consisting of a whole bunch of, they're literally like, they're complex. So like, they have to be broken down, and they take something to eat them to be broken down. And when you allow something into your exactly. Now, when you allow a lot of microbial life into your hydroponic situation, it doesn't always work out in your best interest, because you're not talking about a situation that's naturally normal to plant life.
Right.
That was kind of deep.
There's a lot of people that's trying to, or not people, there's a lot of companies that's trying to get a natural organic fertilizer for hydroponics. MHP Gardner did some testing 4 or 5 years ago with different types, and he had some results in the cracky method with leafy lettuces and stuff, but nothing along the lines that would make you want to pay the amount of money it costed. It cost for him to get that, as opposed to the 5 cents a gallon it's costing to make it with Master Blend. It was somewhere around $1.50 a gallon in what he was using. Now, granted, at this point, it might have gone down some more. It could have gone up any higher, even higher.
I seen somebody actually take worm tea, just straight worm tea, and grow something in hydroponics. I mean, it looked like what he did worked. It grew what he was growing. I mean, I don't know how good, it tasted or any of that kind of stuff. But to me, I mean, you're lacking a lot of things, I think, by just using a basic worm tea that the plant's really going to need to thrive and be the best that it can be.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mark's asking what pH levels. Yeah, you clicked on it for growth and flowering. Basically, for hydroponics, you're going to be looking for the same pH from start to finish. It does vary slightly. There's a chart you can find on the internet for the plant that you're looking to grow. Tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff like that. It's basically 5.7 on the really low side, but 5.8 to 6.1 is, the pH you're looking for in hydroponics for most anything. Some of the stuff. Acidic. Well, and it probably has to do with the uptake for your, the nutrients, because I can't even come close to getting into that. Yeah, it's on the acidic side, but you can find 15 different charts. They'll all be slightly different, but they'll all be, 9 times out of 10, they'll all be within 1 to 2 points on the high and the low side of each other. That's high. Yeah, you at that point, 6.8 to 7.1, you're going to have nutrient lockup, and your plants won't be able to uptake it. You're going to get some. Go ahead.
Say that one more time.
Well, at the 6.8 to 7.1 pH, the pH. If your pH is at 6.8 to 7.1, you're going to end up with a nutrient lockout, and the plant will be able to uptake some nutrients, but it's going to lock out other nutrients.
So, yeah, and to your point, and I don't want to go too much into the complexities of it. But to your point, though, like in hydroponic solutions or mediums, and even getting more specific, because like different hydroponic mediums have like different different little like things that make them buffer the pH differently. So for a deep water culture hydroponic system, this is, and I'm not like, so this is what I would kind of do. My pH range would be from 5.5 to at most 6.3. Now when you start to go beyond that, you create lockout situations. But to that same point, when you go into soil, you want your pH to sit from 6.3 to 6.8 for like optimum nutrient availability. So it's like that's the difference in hydro and soil. Like something within the soil is making it be able to break down things that are less acidic than the hydro, and that's what that's still what I'm trying to learn. The fungi,
all the fungi and enzymes and bacteria that's in there.
Well, yeah, like the enzymes that are present in the medium are just going to make it be able to break down easier. But then on that same note, like I just know that in my whole history of doing soil, if I were to put something like some nutrients in soil, the pH was 6.3 to 6.8. But then in hydro, it was from 5.5 to like 6.1 to 3.
Yeah, that's why when he said the pH, I was like, that's acidic. So yeah, hydroponics is a very acidic situation.
Yeah,
because it doesn't have all the micro life in there supporting it.
Most of the hydroponic stuff I grow in the Dutch buckets is 5.8 to 6.0 is what we try to get. I've actually started going to the property and taking the water from my water well over there instead of using the town water, because it would literally cost me $35 to $40 a month to lower the pH to be able to set for the plants to be able to use. So not only would I be using the Master Blend, chemical fertilizer, but I had to use other things to be able to lower the pH. If I go to the property and pick up water, granted, I spend $1 or $2 on gas and a half hour, 45 minutes driving over there, picking up the water and then coming back. But I just add the fertilizer.
About go ahead. Chlorinated water?
Yes, a town water is chlorinated. So you also have
to about that?
Well, chlorinated water, everything you read about it, if you let it set out for 24 hours with the top off of it, 80 to 90% of the chlorine is gone, by the time you use it. Chlorinated water, if I'm not using it all the time, like I have my tank right now filled with town water because I didn't have a total of fresh water to be able to start circulating the system and lowering the pHs and scrubbing the perlite. So I have that in there right now. But as far as the little bit of water that the plants are going to take up while it's washing right now, I have no issues with that. You go swimming at a swimming pool, you're going to drink chlorinated water, a lot more than you realize. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of on the point last night with organic. We just something real quick with organic. Everybody's like, I'm organic. I only use this. But then they use cattle panels that's coated and galvanized for them to grow their plants up. When it rains, the galvanized leaks into your soil. The galvanized sitting on your plants. So, there's so many different ways that you can look at things. Whatever fits you, whatever, like Mr. Robert says, whatever situation you can to grow and you feel comfortable with growing. If you're growing your food, that's the way to go.
So about this Master Blend, it seems like it's some pretty good stuff. So do you have to have like a calcium magnesium supplement?
It's a 3-part. You buy the Master Blend portion of it, and then you can buy calcium nitrate and Epsom salt or magnesium sulfate. And each one, your calcium nitrate and your Master Blend go 1-to-1. It's half a teaspoon of Master Blend, half a teaspoon of calcium nitrate, and a quarter tablespoon of Epsom salt for a 1 gallon mix. Yeah, teaspoon. Yeah, teaspoon. I'm sorry.
But it's not an additional additive that you have to buy. It's part of that set of 3 ingredients. I do have CalMag. I bought separately to try. I didn't see any difference using the CalMag really. But yeah, it's all part of that one kit. So it's good.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna buy the portions of it, the Master Blend, You can buy the 3 parts on Amazon all together in one, or you can actually it's to me it's cheaper. I go to the local farm store and I buy 50 pounds of Epsom salt, magnesium sulfate for like $13. Then I'm able to buy a 50-pound bag of the calcium nitrate for I think $21 to $22. So by getting them local, I'm getting it cheaper because I don't have to pay for the shipping. I have to wait for it to come in at the local place, which could be anywhere from 3 days to 2 weeks. But I don't have to pay the shipping. When he gets a truck that comes in, I'm able to do that. The Master Blend, I have to order it. So on top of I think it's $48 for 50-pound or 25-pound bag. On top of that, you still have to pay the $8.50 in shipping.
How many gallons does that 25-pound bag make?
Thousands. It's
thousands.
Yeah, it's I say thousands. It's a lot. It's a lot because basically it's a half a teaspoon per gallon of water.
Yeah, my 5-pound kit makes like 600 gallons. And now when you look on Amazon for Master Blend, it's 2 parts now. They actually put the tomato formula and the Epsom salt together in the little same jug, and they do the calcium nitrate separately.
See, I wouldn't like.
That's the order you have to mix it in, anyways, right? You got to put the Master Blend, then the Epsom salt, because the Epsom salt is a buffer between the Master Blend and the calcium nitrate. So I guess they figured they just pack it together now.
But unless it's made together with, it's bonded, you just like that seasoning I sent you the other day, it was spicy. As it sits with a little bit of vibration, it could separate. So you might not be getting the right amount of Epsom salt to the Master Blend if it's just, Epsom salt and Master Blend mixed together.
I thought about that too. Like, how do you know you're getting the right amount of each of those nutrients? I don't know how you would do that.
Primal Cajun ordered a 25-pound bag of Master Blend 3 years ago, and he still has half of that bag. He runs a 25-gallon tank, and I think it's 18 buckets, and he also uses it to water out his buckets and stuff out in the yard. He grows different things in cowlick tubs. And his row crops, he'll put it out there from time to time.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Vineyard Chicks. I'm not exactly sure the cost of Hydro Grow as opposed to Master Blend. When I started doing the hydroponic systems, Master Blend was what the people I watched on YouTube and locally, Primal Cajun. So I went with that just for the ease of learning it. And it's really super simple. Jeff could tell you the same thing. You go in there and you grab a half teaspoon, dump it in your water, mix it, and you're basically done with it. You can almost guarantee that your ppms are going to be, in the, I think that half tablespoon or half teaspoon should bring you up to the 700 to 800 ppm range, right?
Yeah.
That half teaspoon is your leafing portion. It's not your portion.
Yeah.
So is Hydro Grow a powder nutrient as well?
I'm not sure. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I haven't either. I was actually just kind of looking it up to see the cost, but I don't see it as a nutrient. I see they have Hydro Grow systems, but I don't see it as a separate nutrient.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna ask. I was gonna ask Jeff real quick. So have you used Dyna-Gro products before? I think I've seen something of that nature in one. No, I actually saw it in Guten Gardening's videos. But have you ever used Dyna-Gro? And I'm trying to figure out because I'm trying to save myself some brain ache right now because I started like typing in a whole bunch of numbers because I'm really I really want to know where Master Blend sits in comparison to everything else as far as a cost-based analysis.
Gardening Done Wrong posted, and I just ordered it. Morgan County Seeds, a 25-pound bag of Master Blend is $39.
Okay.
And with that $39, you have to add the cost of flat rate shipping, which is $9, $8, and whatever. So it's somewhere around $15 $50 by the time you pay your taxes and everything on it for 25 pounds.
Okay.
Hydroponic question.
Yeah.
So I understand what a pH digital test meter does. I understand what the pH is. It's alkalinity and acidity. What is a TDS tester?
No idea.
So it tests your parts per
pH,
million.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Oh, you go ahead. He asked you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. No matter who answers. It's the ppm or EC meter. So it reads how many parts per million of everything that you have.
Oh, that's the name brand of a ppm meter.
Well, no,
it's a TDS.
Yeah,
that's the meter itself. H&M makes a TDS meter. You can buy a cheap TDS meter. It's just what the meter itself, what it does.
I'll grab mine real quick.
Yeah.
I have a Trunnion meter. And
Oh?
it's a Trunnion. It's called a Trunnion stick for the ppm and stuff. And it has little lights that go up. You know, when you stick it in, it sends that electrical current through, and that's how it reads the ppm and the
Yeah,
EC.
but it stands for total dissolved solids, like Homestead Aquarius was saying. But this is it right here.
Okay,
Nice.
total dissolved. Right. Is it one of those situations you get what you pay for?
I would say maybe. You can elaborate on that, Jeff.
Longevity, right? So,
Okay.
so I bought the $10 meters from Amazon. You have to calibrate them more frequently, and they don't they don't last as long. I bought a $30 meter. You still have to check calibration, but I might have to calibrate that once every few months as opposed to probably weekly if I really want to make sure I'm getting the right readings with the cheap ones.
If you know your water's consistent, you know, we, at the property, the water we get over there, we've been having the same water, growing with it and testing it every time we made a solution for 3 years. So we know every time we get out of it, the ppms in it's going to be anywhere from 50 to 75. There's
pretty
nothing.
good. It's pretty good coming out whatever source. That's really good.
Well, it's 100. The aquifer is 175 feet in the ground,
Okay.
and there's the only thing we find in it is iron. That's the only, you know, if you let it sit in a 5-gallon bucket overnight, you'll see a little bit of iron build up on the bottom of the bucket.
That's only going to help with photosynthesis right there.
And by the pH on it, by the time we add in the amount of master blend or the fertilizer solution, it actually brings it up right at 5.9 to 6.0.
You're so lucky.
Yeah, it's,
you know what? Water out our tap comes out 280, 290, boy.
but
And let me
you're in
yeah,
town.
and it's a municipality, so yeah, to your point. And I mean, but I know what's in that water because I looked at the test, and it's a lot of calcium and a lot of nitrogen and not a lot of nitrogen, nitrates, but some magnesium and calcium just sitting up in that water heavy.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. That's why I choose to drive, you know, to the country and top off a water tote and bring it back over here and use it, just by the ease of I know what I'm getting out of my tank over there. You know, you could take water today from the town, and like you said, you'll have 180, 200 ppm just straight out the tap. Your pH might be 7.2. Then a couple of days down the road, they do something at the plant, and it's 7.5, 7.6. You know, your pH are ridiculous. So, you know, it's when you know what you're getting on a consistent basis, after a period of time, your ppm meter and your pH meter isn't as needed. You know, if you can get consistently the same amount of water and you consistently put in the same amount of fertilizer solution, your ppms and everything will consistently be the same or your EC, it'll all consistently be the same. That's why I try to use the same water. Go ahead.
Question then, is an EC also a TDS meter, or is it two separate things?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's two different measurements.
Yeah, just a different measurement. A lot of people like to use the EC instead of ppm.
So, and then to kind of link them both together, your total dissolved solids is the amount of total dissolved solids, which is your TDS, inside of your solution determines how electronically conductive your solution is. So the more ppms you have in your solution, the more electric flow can go through that, electric current can go through that.
An electrolyte,
But,
yeah, like an
exactly.
electrolyte.
Yes, I use MaxiGrow, General Hydroponics MaxiGrow for all my leafy greens now, and I use the Master Blend for my fruiting vegetables. The cost, I mean, I did a cost breakdown. I was actually trying to find it. It was like within 3 cents per gallon for each of those.
What's the difference in your production you see between them, as far as let's say with the tomatoes? Because I think you've grown them with the tomatoes.
Not just the MaxiGrow, because it's only for leafy greens. It's okay. Not for fruiting vegetables.
Okay.
And you know, I mean, a lot of people say about the chlorine in the water. You know, I generally, when I'm growing, I'll fill my totes, you know, a day or two ahead of time and let some of that dissipate. Mm-hmm. But my kohlrabi that I'm growing right now in the basement, they're drinking so much. I just go down there and fill a jug right out of the tap, mix my solution, and pour it in there. They don't seem to mind it at all.
My raised beds last year didn't mind it at all. Straight out the hose into the raised beds, into the rows that we had planted. That's all we used last year. We didn't have the greenhouse set up, and the plants did well. We didn't have any issues with it. But that could be to the point of what Q was saying, or Billy, that the pH that likes to be higher in soil base as opposed to the hydroponics.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could see on my channel that I never try to say that I do things correctly, but I won't ever say that I do things wrong. I mean, it's, you know, I have the meters. I've used the meters. I know what my water generally is. So I know when I add my nutrients where it generally puts me. And to me, that generally is close enough to where I could say, I really don't have to check it. If I add this, it gets me really close to where I need to be. And I mean, you could tell, like when Danny, we were talking about on the live the other night, the love that you give your plants is what you're going to get out of them. So the taste and the flavor and stuff like that. Mine may be a little bit different. They may taste a little different, but for ease of growing and all that kind of stuff, that's kind of why I show a lot of this stuff the way I do. I don't want to have to show people you need to go out and buy all this stuff and do all this stuff. Like my kohlrabi plants I'm growing, if you looked at my last update, those things are taking over. The 2 plants are taking over the corner of my whole my grow area. I have not checked pH. I have not checked ppm. I put 1 scoop of MaxiGrow into a milk jug. I put water in it right out of the tap. I swish it up, and I put half a gallon in each one twice a week.
Well, shoot, yeah. If you know where your water's coming from, to Cajun Hydroponics point, I mean, and your water's consistent, and you've been doing it for years. I mean, these meters, all these meters and stuff, this is just at this point. Okay, so I'll tell y'all, because I don't trust my water at all. I literally use reverse osmosis water. I set up a RO system inside of my bathroom, in my guest bathroom, and that's what I use for all watering that is not out. So my garden outside, I do not use that for that, because I am not about to go. I'll get so expensive doing that. But yeah, as far as if I have to go, if I have to mix up 4 gallons, 5 gallons, my RO machine puts that thing down to 8 ppms to start out with, and I control exactly what goes into my solution, and that's why I use this meter and I use my pH meter, because I'm spoon feeding. I literally am this, and this to make, because the way I see it, okay, I want to hit, so say I have a ppm that I want to hit. I want to hit 800 ppm, say, right? I will compose my mixture of whatever it is to get to 800 ppms if I am making a mixture. But if I want to use a 1-part solution, I'm going to use my Dynagrow, because it's easy and you can get through a whole cycle and have great results with it. But if I want to be mad scientist Farmer Q over here, I might have 5 or 6 bottles over here to get to 800 ppms, but I might be growing showcase orchids. I might be growing showcase whatever that is, but this is showcase level stuff. And when I'm growing fruits and vegetables for myself and my consumption, I'm about to get that Dynagrow, throw my 5 milliliters in that gallon, and be going my business.
while you're talking about that, Valerie Rotten, I'm sorry if that's not how you pronounce your name. She said she's convinced it's not for her. You know, don't take what we're saying as it being hard. It's actually very simple. You know, even to the point with the master blend, you know, the fertilizer solution Q was just talking about is super easy. You know, you measure it out with your tablespoon, you put it in your water, you mix it up, and you put it to your plants in your hydroponics. The master blend, you know, you take it out with your tablespoon, same thing as a liquid, but it's in a powder form. You take it out, you mix it up to where, you know, your powdered solution is broke down, and you put it in. It's really not rocket science. You know, it could be super easy. Your plant's not going to see a much difference with 750 ppm as it will at 820 ppm. If you're trying to hit 800, you know, there is some leniency in it. And it all starts with learning, you know, what you can do. It is super simple. It really is. And then you take the next step. You know, you try to get it, dial it in a little bit more. Dial it in a little bit more. Mr. CB can look to see how many inches he has in his tank, top it off with water, and he's almost dead to the point of, I know I need to put this many, you know, half tablespoons to get it to here. It's amazing. He looks at it like, he just puts the water in, okay, I need this. And it's like 9 times out of 10, he's dead on where he needs it. Same thing with ppm.
Yes.
You know how many drops he needs to put to lower his ppm because he's been doing it a while. But the easiest thing with hydroponics is not to overthink. You know,
if you can bake a cake, you can grow hydroponically.
Hydroponics is easier than baking a cake.
It
really is. People, and my thing was the same thing until I met Rob. You know, you get overwhelmed with all the formulas and all the talk of the numbers and all of this and that. You know, when somebody tells you,
yes,
you know, this tablespoon right here, this teaspoon right here, make it flat across the top, dump it in, you know, this
gallon of water,
master blend, you know, calcium nitrate, dump that in your gallon of water, Epsom salt, half of that, dump that in the water, stir it up. You got your formula made. Done.
Bro, you want to know something though? Having coming up, my roots being in complete organics and being taught by somebody who was like, if you use hydro, I'm gonna beat you up type deal. Not literally, but
yeah.
Like that's where I come from. I come from that that paradigm, and you know that paradigm because as a hydro grower, you know that there are people out there who literally make you look like you're the devil or something like that. So like but that being said, I came from the organic side, like the no-till side. Okay, like let's do this. Like we're not going to put any synthetics into this, and we're not going to even ask questions what the synthetic's going to do with our product because we're not using that thing. So I came from that side. Now that being said, coming from that side, I'm going to tell y'all, organics is more forgiving, but it is by no means easier than hydro. Hydro is way easier than organics, and you understanding what's going on in organics. I'm going to tell you something. Organics. Try to think of it like this. Organics, you understanding the elaborate complexities of organics is like you taking organic chemistry and mastering that mug. I'm telling you, because that's what organic chemistry is. It is organics. Like, I mean, and people like to, because organic, like you can throw some manure and throw some compost and throw some perlite in a mix and put a plant in there. And if you water it twice a week, it's going to produce. Like that's what organics will do for you. But on that same note, hydro is way easier than that. I'm telling you, like if you start out with a simplistic form of it.
The easiest way, and I tell people around the house, the easiest way to tell you to mix hydroponics, it is just like making chocolate milk. You take a spoonful of chocolate powder out of your milk or your chocolate liquid, you put it in your milk and you stir it and you have your solution. You know, that's what it is with hydroponics. You know, you don't really have to look into, you know, it again, if you know your pH, it works, it helps better. You know, if you know your ppms, it's better. But by taking the recommended percentages, the recommended spoonfuls, basically, you know, by taking that and dumping it into a gallon of water, you're going to be close to what you need. You know?
Oh yeah.
So Cajun hydroponics just simplified it. Think of the layman terms of that, how easy that is. It's like you just said, you know how to make chocolate milk.
Exactly.
You take a heap of chocolate from the Nestle Quick, and you put it into a cup of milk and stir it. You know what that tastes like. Okay, so for your plants, they know what that tastes like. So when you just measure out the basics, drop it in that gallon of water solution, pour it in, the plants know what that chocolate milk tastes like. It's a simple analogy. And you were correct on this.
That's
That
a good analogy too.
now that you've started hydroponics, you know how to mix it. The next step is to maybe I should learn what my ppm is.
You know, and
Maybe
Don,
next week, maybe
yeah.
I should learn what my pH is.
Yeah.
Maybe I should learn in a month from now what the EC of the solution is, the electrical conductivity.
You
Just
really
step
want to know.
by step
You
by
really
step.
want to know what your ppm. I'm sorry, your pH. You really want to know where a starting point, at least an idea of where your pH is. You're starting, because it's very easy to get nutrient lockout, and your plant will still grow, but you're not going to achieve. You know, if it's
So
out of whack. So
if you're sitting at 7 pH, I learned, you know, if you start getting up that high, you got nutrient lockout.
you're going to
And
have
I've learned that between 5.8 and 6.3 is probably okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't see any issues with that. Look, we got the redneck Yankabilly has joined.
Will it grows in the house.
Oh yeah.
What's going on, John?
But I'm freaking will it grows in?
So
Yep.
let me add something real quick about the oh my gosh. But yeah, so you know, when you're talking about these ppm meters and these pH meters and stuff like that, one cool thing about like when you start to use these meters and you start to understand what these numbers mean and stuff like that, you'll come to realize, and this is one thing that I got to learn in a cool way. You know, when you have runoff in whatever medium that you have, if you're not using a closed loop system, because a lot of people who do hydro are going to have some kind of runoff because they're not going to start off with a deep water culture. Most likely they might, but sometimes they might start off with like perlite buckets where they just water it by hand, which is fine too. But your runoff, what you'll notice on the bottom of the buckets when you measure the ppms before you put it in, and you see that you have, say, 750, 800 ppms in your nutrient mixture, and then you measure your runoff, you're going to notice that runoff is going to be less than what you put in. So it might be like 600, it might be 550, and it's going to be different between your plants. And that's going to kind of give you an idea. Okay, this plant eats more of the solution I'm giving. This plant eats less of the solution I'm giving. And then obviously at that point, if you were to monocrop and do like a singular type of plant through the whole grow, you can literally dial your nutrients down to where you're getting like, you're literally getting maybe like a little bit of like ppms on your runoff, and then you can actually just use less nutrients. It's all about getting that's the cool thing about hydro. Like over time, you're getting more efficient. You're getting super efficient over time.
And what you're explaining is a drain to waste system. You know, that's you want to find out how much your plants are uptaking, and how much ppm you end up with after the plants. You know, once you fill it up, when the water starts coming out, you know, you can dial it in. There's machines and there's all kind of testers, and you could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for a drain to waste system. And as it pumps out in the water, it automatically injects the fertilizer. You know,
oh man, those are so cool.
You can make it as broad as you want with the technology we have nowadays, or you can make it as simple as, you know, you get a half a teaspoon, knock the top off of it, and you're rolling with it. I do want to take a break 1 second, since we have both John and Mr. Robert in here. I have an idea for a challenge. It's not so much a growing, but with Shed Wars, there's a lot of, you know, fun and you know, try to have some fun with it. How about we do some type of similar to what the Vineyard Chicks originally got docked pounds for? They made that parody song. How about you guys do some type of challenge, gladiator challenge, with offering people something for poundage or whatever to do a parody song?
Man, you just talking my language now. I'm about to. You put that challenge out, because I haven't done a gladiator challenge yet. I'm just focusing on growing and harvesting and getting my pounds in. But you talking my language now. I
didn't know you were in Shed Wars. Really?
Yeah, he's on Will It Grow.
Oh wait, he needs to go, Jeff. We can only have one at a time. Only one Will It Grow at a time. I'm just picking. It's something. It's a challenge. You know, I think it would be fun. You know, along with the smack talk and everything that goes across. There's a lot of people that have a lot of great ideas. And like I said, similar to what the Vineyard Chicks did with their little song about John right before Shed Wars started. You know,
15 pounds. On that 15 pounds, John said, I believe it was John said, he's like, you know, because of the girls and their age, we got to protect them. And then there he goes, and he's like You get 5 pounds, Doc. You get 5 pounds, Doc.
It was like 60 pounds when he was done.
You get 5 pounds, Doc. 50.
That's when I started calling him the angry little man, because he just kept getting more and more angry, and the poundage just kept going up and up and up.
But we're supposed to protect. We're supposed to protect these girls. They should have a redeeming video.
He did. You know? He knocked it off, but then he comes in this video and does the same thing. 50 pounds because she was counting slow or something like that. He's like, you need to get with your team and have them. So we have like 31 pounds in eggs since we started. So I donated the 31 pounds we have to them. And a couple other people.
Who got the 50 pounds deducted?
Vineyard Chicks again.
Vineyard Chicks, yeah.
Negative 50?
Yeah. The Yankabilly, the redneck Yankabilly was mad. Mr. Robert, what's your idea for
it? Vineyard Chicks, just know you're loved, okay? He's gonna be picking on you for a damn reason.
My parody song, you know, the idea was for take a song, make a parody out of it for growing something, or gardening, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm pretty much we're on the same idea. But you had a great idea, and I really hope it works out, and we're able to put that out as a gladiator challenge.
What's that song that came out with the two girls, their sisters? One's got frosty fingers, the other she animates a snowman.
Do you want to build a snowman from Frozen?
Yeah. Frozen, yeah. You know, that could be that would definitely fit a growing parody. It's got a really ringy tone to it.
Let it go.
Let it go is called. Hey, there's a song. Let it grow. Let it grow.
Right, exactly. You did it in 2 seconds. I knew you'd do it.
I've already got an idea for a song.
So let me get this straight.
Oh yeah, like I just had a. Oh, you go ahead.
Negative 50 pounds. And negative 15 pounds, docking at what? They're docking 65 pounds.
No, the slate was erased after he did all that. Whenever the Shed War started, he actually erased the slate and started from scratch. So they're just at 50 pounds because he was at 60 pounds for him. The more mad he got because they were making fun of him, the more the weight just got. I'm going to start with 5 pounds and there's 3. And then it's like, that's 15 pounds. No, 15 pounds each. That's 60 pounds. It's like, no, that's 45, but yeah, 60. So, whatever.
So you made me, like earlier I was thinking about the fact too, you could, so that runoff on a drain to waste so you don't have to, because that waste part is what kind of deters some people away from it too. You can even take that the water that you got from your runoff and I would maybe dilute it in half by a third or something like that and use it for your landscape plants or something like that. I mean, a lot of times if you dilute that stuff down really good and you're not using it very often, like Grow Something, what Jeff said earlier, he only uses it like a few times a month or whatnot. But like if you use that stuff, don't let that stuff go to waste because it's nutrients. I mean, like,
well, that's also the thing about the drain to waste is you just want you want to be able to time it to where you fill it up just enough, the bag or whatever it's in, to where you're only putting out really, you don't want to waste the fertilizer. So you shouldn't be putting out more than a few drops out of each.
I call it 10% runoff. I call it 10% runoff.
Right. And the bigger places try to get even less than that. They try to be right at 1%. Quit it.
The way you can get to that though, really easy if you're not like a big place and stuff like that, is by using drip irrigation. And once you time that drip irrigation just right, you can get that thing down to like you're saying 1%. Literally, it just kind of. So now that I know more about hydroponics and I have a better idea, as long as you keep that medium moist, like whatever it is, like whether it be pure water, it's easy to keep moist, or you're using coconut coir or you're using perlite. If you keep that thing moist, you're not going to have so much of an issue with the salts drawing nutrients from not nutrients, but drawing water from your plants. Now, like cocoa is another story because the cocoa can draw nutrients from your plants as well as the water itself as well. But the cocoa is not drawing the water; it's the salts. So if you let the salt solution get too built up in your succulent, I mean, it's not necessarily like killing the plant by virtue of like toxicity. Maybe some of that's going on, but usually your plant can't drink. Your plant just literally just like
it can't.
So, yeah.
Now, one thing with the drain the waste, you really have to pay attention to your plants and what's going on with them, because you know in the early stages you're only going to put so much solution to them at the beginning. Then it's going to have to increase. In the hotter parts, when the summertime starts to get here, you know, you might have to put fertilizer solution in the morning. And some of the larger places in Alaska that I've followed on different forums, they actually go in the afternoon and they just put fresh water in to where the water.
That's because, a brilliant idea.
You know, they already have the amount of nutrients in the block that they need. Yeah. So in the afternoons when they go in, if it's starting to wilt, the team will it wilt. It actually has, you know, they put fresh water into it to where the plants can uptake the water and not oversaturate the nutrients in the.
Yeah, and then they uptake the residual nutrients that the water's flushing through the system as well. So like Correct. You end up with this like buffering effect in between with that water.
Correct. Exactly.
That's awesome. And that's what I mean. Like, you know, you're never at a level to where you can't learn. I'm telling you, like if I was writing papers for some scholarly journal or whatever, I would still be like trying to learn as much as I can from just about anybody, because it's like, man, like I really feel like it, and there's a term for this too, but it's like doctors go through this a whole lot, and that's why I'm not going to say the K word, but that's why they K a lot of people in hospitals, because you know they'll learn their literature and they'll go through their residency and all this stuff, and they will be at the peak and the prime of their knowledge, and they'll be like, I want to help people, I want to go and do this, but then they hit this point where it's like, I learned enough.
They get
like yeah, exactly. And then like new literature will come out and different things will come out, and they'll be like, and then not only will they not accept that new literature, they will shun the newbies that come up with the new literature because it protects their ego.
Yeah.
John said something about he makes reaction videos and they're useless if people don't get it. I don't understand what he means by that. Mr. Robert called it Team Y, it won't grow. Why won't it grow? Go ahead.
You're muted.
You're muted. You're muted. Can't hear you. Stop. Can't hear you. Stop.
He's doing it on purpose.
Oh, you're an asshole. You're doing that on purpose. You're an ass.
He's playing charades right now. We got to guess what he's saying.
Tell him he's muted. Type that in, Jeff. I can't type it in.
Maybe. Well.
Can you hear us? You're muted.
He might be on a delay or something. But usually it'll lag. No, we can't hear you. I saw you say that. We can't hear you. I saw what your lips were reading.
Yep. Mr. Mark in Arkansas Woodcutter says Linecrest outdoor gardening is pure research for their fields. And that's right. You know, no matter what you have, every year is a new experience and a new learning possibility.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you're delayed, Wickershire. It just you're muted when you're talking. You're not saying we don't hear anything.
Oh my God.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and pack it up because I'm taking the little brother and sister out on a birthday, because it was both their birthdays were in April this month, and we're taking them out for like ice cream and tea and stuff like that. So we're gonna go kick it up. Hey, you know what? We can be by us. So yeah, if we went over to that Shreveport line and we hopped over to the I'm just messing.
Shreveport. Oh man, that's 7 hours away, brother.
Oh man, we got. It's gonna be a 2-day trip. Let's just put it like that. But
2 days. It's gonna be a 2-day trip, but it's not gonna be 2 day.
Hey. Thanks for coming up, Farmer Q.
All right, fam.
Hey, brother, have a good day, man. Enjoy your time with the family.
Y'all too. See you later.
All right, take it easy.
So yeah.
Grateful lifestyle. How's it going?
We're talking about anything. It kind of pushed over the hydroponics because there were some questions about hydroponics. You know, but anything gardening we're talking about. We're kind of talking a little bit about shed wars, trying to push them into doing a couple new gladiator challenges for it. So anything you want to talk about, we visited, we're having some fun. Share that link, Jeff. Share that link.
I'm just about to put it in there.
Anybody? We'll see if the angry little man, the redneck Yankabilly, will have the kahunas to come up and visit with us. We gotta get it back to 2-2.
2-2.
Yeah.
That's even.
Team Woodcutter and Team It Grows Slow. I mean, it won't grow. Oh shoot, it may will, or it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I was wondering why hasn't John come up with something to come up with a Team Woodcutter nickname like Team Woodchip or.
Dude, the best he could come up with was the Cajun Muskrat.
I'm talking about team.
Well, I mean,
not just individuals.
If that's all he can come up with for me, what's he going to do for a whole team?
Well,
I think he's just pulling at straws.
He could put a video out and have all the members try to come up with a nice name. You never know.
No.
So yeah, for I just wanted to say earlier though, for ease of hydroponics, if anybody wants to try to start hydroponics, Cracky is the easiest way to do it.
With
and
leafy
and I'll tell you, I mean, I have a video out there, right? That I put out a little bit ago. I took a milk jug, I cut the top of it off. I used a K cup. Everybody has Keurigs. I used a K cup, put some holes in it. I filled it with coco coir. I put water in there. I put nutrients in there. I put the seed in there, full strength everything, and let it grow.
Yep.
And I got a head of lettuce. It's really that easy.
Yeah. John's calling us the wood cukes. You're going to get your nails done? No. Oh. The wood cukes. What? Apparently, Arkansas Pilgrim was correct. He doesn't know how to use apostrophes or spell correctly. Have you seen that video yet? Arkansas Pilgrim put out? It got into the marshal's office. It was hilarious.
Well, welcome.
Welcome.
Hopefully you'll see a bunch more of us.
Hit the like and subscribe. Jeff has a lot of things going on. A lot of great people also in the chat. Dan, Arkansas Woodcutter, Homestead Aquarius, Will It Grow? No, Will It Grow? He's it's a lot of great people. Canadian Proud Get Outdoors was in here earlier. Hidden Harvest Grill Lights. There's every portion, Stinky Puddle Ranch, every portion of every person that's in the chat right now has some really great and different, channels all associated with growing.
Yep. Best Yet Journey. Good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, Best Yet Journey. You hide. Oh man, that was some great discussion. Every time Lions Crest comes on, on any live stream, whether it's his or anyone else's, there's great discussion.
Oh, yeah.
He has great questions, and a lot of the times he has his answers, and it's fun. It makes you think. People that's just starting to get into hydroponics get scared off whenever we start talking about stuff like that. But, the ease of it, like was said earlier, dude, when you're mixing hydroponic solution, it's just like mixing chocolate milk. You
Yep.
find what you like and you move on with it. Stir it in.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
See, I was prepared with my shirt on and everything for other people to come up. You saw my shirt, right?
Surrounded by nuts.
I purposely put that on for today.
It's John's nemesis right here. He can't handle this. He can't stop it. He can only hope to contain it, and that's not working right now either. I would look at. Yeah, and it told me to report to the marshal's office, and I told him I'm not gonna do it. And if you try anything, I'll be your huckleberry. So bring it on.
Well, I'm curious to see what the violation was because I watched the video and it didn't seem like there was any violation to me, but
I can tell
I
you,
don't know.
the violation comes from the hurt feelings report that John had to fill out. The main thing was, where was the hurtfulness spoken? Was it in the right ear or the left ear? You know, did it bring tears to your eyes when it happened? And he checked yes. I've got a copy of the hurt feelings report. So, you know, because I hurt his feelings. They sent me a copy of the hurt feelings report. I have to go to the Shed Wars HR department because I hurt John's feelings.
Yeah. You never know.
Come visit with us, brother. You got time to play in the chat. You got time to talk face to face.
Got it all figured out? No. Can't hear you. Easy, we can see you.
How to grow humans. What the hell? That came through Wicked Shower Project.
Did you hear me?
No, yep.
Yeah. Sounded like you broke wind right before you talked.
Yep.
Nope.
Did I block the microphone? The hell's the mic on this damn thing? Oh.
Grateful lifestyle. I don't like hearing the dogs. When one of them goes outside, the other one gets jealous and they stand at the door and bark till the other one comes in. Then the one that was inside got to go outside because the other one had went. It's a horrible circle.
I'm gonna block the mic with my finger. Tell me if it stops. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me? Is it blocked?
Still hear you.
Hear you.
All right, that's not the microphone. Huh. Okay, that's weird.
Not too much. That's gonna itch after a while, huh, Mr. Robert? That's gonna itch. Pew.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
You fine, brother.
I haven't done anything.
What,
Did you
Jeff,
reboot your computer?
No, this is my phone. All I did is I restarted the phone over, and then I went into settings and I toggled the microphone on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. And then I stopped. Then I came into live, and then you guys are like, there you are. And you heard the sound, whatever the hell that was.
Right.
Mr. Brad at Hidden Harvest said, not quite a short.
Right.
But I got muted as soon as I was defending Will It Grow in his videos.
Why?
So something up there.
Gods. The Shed Wars gods.
Yeah, something up there just said nope.
Yeah, because
right?
I even looked like, did I accidentally click on something? But I saw the mic was not muted.
Yeah, I was saying about his videos, the reason why he gets in trouble is he probably needs a 1 minute explanation of like, I'm just joking around.
He puts it at the end of the videos. He has started putting that at the end of the videos. But if you're not used to the videos, or if you're not going to sit and watch the whole video, you know, it's harsh. Yeah, and it's really funny.
You can't send one on YouTube. You'd have to do an email. If you check out my page, my YouTube page, and my About page, my email is there. Danny has his email and his About page. If you want to throw off an email, we can look and see if we can help you.
As far as shrubs, I'm not. If it's not a fruiting vegetable, I really don't have much. I kill everything else. The grass gets to it.
Were you just trying to figure out what it was? Is that what I remember reading? I have a plant. Yeah, so you have a plant you don't know the name of. So actually, there is an app.
There's an app for that.
There's an app for that. There sure is.
Google Lens. Google Lens.
There's Google Lens and there's Plant Snap.
Oh.
The Plant Snap, I actually used that before too. You take a picture, a nice picture, fill the screen with your plant, and it's pretty good most of the time.
It's way better than WebMD.
Yeah.
WebMD's horrible.
I typed the name in the chat. It's Plant Snap. And then if you have Google Lens is pretty good as well. But yeah, if you want to send a picture too, I mean, I could look it up and try to figure out what it is as well. Castor beans. What's a castor bean? Does that make castor oil? If it is, I'm not interested.
I've heard of them. I've never tried them.
I would assume you probably could make castor oil out of a castor bean.
Come on, John, come up.
Oh, we'll call you chicken.
Picture this.
Yeah,
Come on up.
I will make sure to download this whole 4, 6, whatever this video turns out to be, just to get to the point where we called you out like 9 or 10 times to come up and visit with us, and you whacka chickened out. And I will use that right before you bring me to the Shed Wars Marshall. Come on, John.
I'll throw the link out there again just to make sure everybody saw it.
That's right. You chicken. You chick. I thought you're the marshal. I'm the sheriff's marshal. You Cation. What the hell's a Cation?
Come on, yeah, John, you should come up. It does get quite entertaining when you and Danny are up together usually.
What? How he said that when he was talking about me? The Cation?
Cajun,
yeah. Not Cajun.
The Cajuns to grow to Okrie.
The Okrie. The Cajuns. Dude, when you put the what you call that? The words, closed caption when he talks, oh my God, you should read the closed captioning under his videos when he's doing it. It's amazing. It's amazing. They don't even spell it Cajun when he says it. It's CAJIOUNSH or something. Every time the way he says it, every time it comes to the oh my God.
I wanted it to be a surprise, so I figured I'd just throw you in quick.
What were you saying, you muskrat? You got something to say?
Yeah, I was saying whenever I watch you, I hit your videos one time. I hit the closed caption when I was watching the video, and to watch to watch your video, to read the closed captioning when you're doing the video, it's amazingly hilarious with with what it reads. It does the same thing to me. You know, don't get me wrong. I
could imagine.
I wasn't going to say that until you came up. And like in my video when I was saying Chicken Johnny, it wasn't typing out Chicken Johnny. It was saying something else. I don't want to repeat it.
Why is there something wrong when I say Cajun? What am I saying wrong?
I'm not a Cajun. I'm not an occasion. I'm a Cajun. Jun.
Oh, I'm sorry. Cajun.
There you go. Now let's practice with Okrie. It's
Okrie.
Not Okrie. It's okra.
It's Okrie.
There's an A on the end. There's not an E. It's like, you know, we're going to give you an English test, just like.
Explain it to the old southern fellas. Explain it to them why the old southern fellas are all wrong and you're correct, you Cajun muskrat.
It's not just me. It's everybody south of I-10 that's right. Everybody.
Who the hell cares about a highway? Why is it the old Alabama gardener calls it Okrie and he's wrong and you're right?
Because he's north of I-10.
Okay, so that means he's wrong because he's north of I-10?
Yeah, it makes him a Yankee.
Oh, is that what it is? So a stupid highway is what defines what a Yankee and a hillbilly and a redneck and a Cajun muskrat is?
It's a very, jokingly around here, every state in the South, basically, you know, when you're south of I-10, you're one thing, and when you're north of I-10, we laugh about it and say it's something. Basically, everybody south of I-10 says everybody north of I-10 is a Yankee. And
Well, I am so happy to be north of I-10. How's that sound?
I mean, you're so far north of I-10, you're almost
I'm almost in Canada. I'm almost in Canada. That's
you're
right.
almost Canadian.
That's right.
What
I love it.
What you think about the challenge that Mr. Robert had that idea on of doing a parody song towards gardening for Shed Wars? I know you like to do karaoke also.
If you guys want to do it, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. If, if it's fun, entertaining, sure. If you guys want to do it,
it's kind of a break away from the actual Shed Wars. As my looking at it, it's a break and it's fun. It's a step in a, it's still, it needs to be about gardening.
It should be about gardening.
Right. Well, if it's not about gardening, then it shouldn't be. The parody portion of it, you can pick any song you want, but make it into a garden, like Billy was saying, the let it, then this would be perfect for you. You could, from the Frozen song, will it grow? Will it grow?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. If that's something you guys are interested in doing, we could certainly introduce it and let you guys have fun. I mean, Shed Wars is not just about, it's mainly just about, gardening and growing food. But if we have fun and stuff.
There's a lot of talented people that I think, like the Vineyard Chicks with the Who Shot the Sheriff parody, stuff like that. There's a lot of talented people that I think could, really have some good times, and it might actually bring other people into Shed Wars that's not so much looking for gardening, but might pick up on the gardening, parody.
But the only thing, the Vineyard Chicks just did one for Laurie's World, which is fantastic. It was pretty cool. The thing is, though, that you have to understand, Danny, is if I give you an inch, people will take that little inch and they will make 10 feet out of it. Before you know it, it's out of control. That's the problem. No, right, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, the gardening is out the window.
Yeah,
and everybody's just takes that one little inch, and you know how people are.
Yeah,
they'll take that one little inch, and boom, before you know it, every video is, I can do a parody. Then I can do this. Then I can do that. Then I can do this. And before you know it, it's out of control. And
I wasn't saying, I was just bringing it up. I think it might be a good idea. Make it a point. If you make more than one, you'll be penalized. And you have one, you put it out.
But it gets to a point where penalties. People will actually be doing it just to be penalized. I can't make enough videos and call enough people to the chamber every single day.
Yeah.
My position is, give them an inch and they'll take 10 feet.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, it's like, I'm going to penalize you. People are going to be doing it purposely just to get penalized. And then I'm consuming all of my time strictly on penalizing people and not, giving back to the community what I'm supposed to do, which is actually gardening. And that's what I'm supposed to be doing. The little chambers and the penalties and all that stuff, that's extra bonus to give people a shout out.
Yes. And I just wanted to bring it up while you guys were in here. You'll talk about it, see if it's something y'all would want to do. I understand everything about it. I knew it wouldn't be it always sounds like a good idea until you talk to John, because it wasn't his. He brings up all kind of stuff. Then a month down the road, John's gonna be like, I've had a great idea. Puts on his glasses and we're gonna have a Shed Wars parody. Because
No.
I'm messing, John.
No. I always, me and Robert do talk about it quite often. We listen to what people say. Like the grudge challenge there. That Crazy Ed there. Eddie Nuts. that he wanted
Nutty
to
Eddie.
challenge somebody to a grudge match, which was Carla living a rogue life. And we talked about it, and we're like, why not let the people go against one another personally if they want to?
Right. And it's like picking and joking with people.
Right. It's picking and joking privately, privately picking and joking with people. That's the same thing with the secret seed that Mark came up with that idea. It's like, hey, let's match people with a secret seed and see if they don't know what it is until it comes to fruition. That was Mark's original idea. And it was a fantastic idea. And we decided that that's going to be one of the first challenges we throw out there, is that one, to give people a chance to grow. And then I came out with the let's see who can grow the biggest pepper in Shed Wars, and I got feedback. I got negative feedback from people about
with the
that.
Pepper?
With the pepper.
Well, and I didn't want to be one to complain about it. My pepper season it's over, but but that's what Shed Wars is about also. I'd have had to start my pepper seeds out in December, January portion of it. And, not having an idea that this was coming, I'm not going to sit there and cry about it. We can't participate in every challenge. Nobody.
No, you can't
participate in every.
No,
challenge.
but the negative feedback I got a lot of is people were complaining like, wow, you're throwing one challenge out after the other, like bang, 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 bang. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, well, if people want to grow a big pepper, since it's the beginning of the spring, don't you have to plant your peppers now?
Yeah,
in order to have a chance.
Yeah, you see, my seeds, like I said, my seeds should have been planted out in the end of December, beginning of January. I did get some seeds for some big peppers, and I'm going to be starting them this week. If they make it, they make it. If not, it doesn't really matter.
But it's not too late. You can try.
Well,
give it a
that's
shot.
what I'm going to try, and I'm hoping that.
Not that you're going to grow anything big anyway, but.
Well, it's going to be bigger than yours. I mean, that's easy.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm actually hoping that, I'll be able to participate with the Southern Hemisphere. I know that you guys took some of the guys from the Northern Hemisphere and let them play along with the Southern Hemisphere, because I'll be growing whenever they'll be kicking off, I'll be actually starting out all my fall plants. I won't be able to participate so much with the whole season, but the greenhouse will be planted out about the time that they're going to be starting again for the fall. And, my broccoli and my cabbages and stuff like that will also be ready for the fall. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to participate with that, because our growing seasons are so weird. We can't. If I plant, no worries. If I plant my broccoli out in the fall, like in January, February, we don't get anything off of it. There's not enough light, the cold temperatures and everything, it doesn't grow. If you wait till February, March to plant everything, the temperatures are so up and down that, they grow a little bit. As soon as they start putting their head out, they go to flower. So, it's weird yes, we can grow year round, but there's challenges to growing the year round. Everybody's like, oh, you guys in the South can grow year round. But there's challenges with it. It's not just the seeds in the ground and roll with it.
Yes, actually, I was rude. I apologize. But Yankee Trader Billy, hello, how are you?
Billy.
Doing good, sir. Not really.
Jeff,
my back.
how are you, Jeff? Nice
I'm
to
good.
see you. I'm sorry, I jumped on your live and he was focusing on him there, I didn't even get to see him.
I'm in his head. He
That's
thinks
all right.
about me 99% of the time when he's thinking about Shed Wars. I'm in his head.
This guy right here, Yankee Trader Billy.
What's Jeff's name?
Jeff has not pissed me off yet.
Paul, if you hear what he says about you when we talk, he would have.
Why do I know
how
you're
did I
lying?
piss John off? How did I get Yankee Trader? How did I piss John off? How did I get named?
You pissed
I
me
mean,
off
one
by
introductory
leaving
video.
by leaving the North and joining all those rednecks and hillbillies down there.
I'm almost to the point of eating snapper turtle or trying it.
It's amazing. Snapper turtle is amazing.
And the minute that you bite into one of those critters, you're official. You're stamped. Yankee Trader.
You eat oysters, John.
Yeah, so do you.
Yeah, good ones, not the crap you grow. But
my oysters are number one in the country for a reason. They actually come from clean water.
No, it doesn't. We've had this discussion before.
They come from clean water.
They come from blue water. We're not going to say clean water. I'll agree.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they don't come from water. You can't see the bottom, like down where you guys are. Yes, I know down there where you are, you can only see not even an inch below the surface.
Nope.
I can actually see 12 feet down and look at the oysters 12 feet down in the bottom, sitting there.
Yeah, and they make a white foam when you eat them. We've seen that.
Oh.
It was the white substance was rolling down your chin.
Yeah.
You were eating the oyster.
You try to swallow something that big.
I'm not. I'm a man.
You son of a.
Oh, he stepped right into that one.
You cocked.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jeff. I'm so sorry. I couldn't pass that one up.
I hope the Vineyard Chicks aren't still in here.
I didn't. All I did was make a reference. I didn't specifically say. Oh.
I would have marked this R-rated if I would.
It's marked not for children. Hey, absurd nerd. I hadn't noticed you when you had come in. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I say hi to most people in the chat when everybody's talking, so I don't have to interrupt. I don't want to break the flow.
It was funny watching Billy when I started laughing. It's like it started to dawn on him. Come on,
I just want you to know that if this chat goes sour, it's because of you, not me. There's something wrong with you, Danny.
I quit. I'm not gonna play with that no more. Hey, you heard Microfarmer? He's calling himself the Dirt Keeper now.
The Dirt Keeper.
Oh, I don't know. I thought his boots were dirty. Then he's micro farming. Now he's keeping dirt. I don't know.
Well, he's
I give up.
He's still micro farmer, but he's going to lead the Dirt Keepers because of all the people doing hydroponics. And he brought it up last night. He's like, "Yeah, I'm the Dirt Keeper." I'm like, "That's because you kill everything. That's all you have is dirt. You can be keeping all that dirt nice and perfect." And he just like, he last night we had so much fun. He just kept putting his messy boots. He just kept putting his foot in his mouth. He's like,
his boots in his mouth. He kept putting his boots in his mouth.
He'd be like, Jeff was telling him, you need to start. He was showing us some seeds. He's like, look, I got these seeds. And Jeff's like, well, you need to start them right now. He's like, no, these are maize seeds. I'm like, yeah, they may grow, they may not, probably won't. Oh, start your seeds now, man.
Yeah, Michael Farmer, he's a good guy.
Yeah, dude, we had so much fun. We did a live stream Thursday, and he came on it with me. He had some questions, and it ended up being a great live stream. Then last night I had Broke Farmer, and we talked about different types of tomatoes and stuff. And then Mr. CB came on, and
I saw the one. I was at that live where you guys were talking about the chloride in the seeds, the okra seeds, seeds in the chloride, whatever.
Yeah, the okra.
I said okra.
Well, you're wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to hurt your feelings no more. I already have to go to Shed Wars HR. So apparently I hurt your feelings.
The email is there. I haven't read it yet, but apparently you did something.
Well, I know what it is. I called you a redneck Yankabilly.
Oh, is that what it is? A Yankabilly?
Redneck Yankabilly.
Yankabilly. I believe, a matter of fact, I saw that on the shedwars.com this morning. Yankabilly.
Yankabilly.
Yeah, I saw that on the shedwars.com. There's a poll going on shedwars.com.
I'm gonna lay in the back.
Love you. You know that's funny. I can see it in your face. You want to laugh. That wash that gray right out of your beard it's not hiding that smile too much right now.
I didn't see that video. I'll have to go in and look at it.
Okay, but
I didn't see it.
I did have approval because I had missed the cutoff date, and I did get approval from Mr. Robert, and that's why I hurried up and did it.
I'm sure Robert gave you approval to go and give me some kind of nickname, and you chose Yankabilly, huh?
Redneck Yankabilly.
Redneck Yankabilly.
I've only said it 5 times. Yeah, Redneck Yankabilly.
I'll have to go and watch and see as to why I got a report on you. Maybe, I'll see.
It's a hurt feelings report, I'm sure. You filled it out.
Well, be prepared if it's something that, I'll see what happens. It might come back to haunt you.
I'm sure it will.
Since you have so much weight that you're volunteering to the Vineyard Chicks, maybe weight for you is not an issue other than on your body. So
it's not an issue on my body either. I love it.
You do look sharp once you trim down that beard, I must say.
What you said, Billy?
The phone's dying. I got 1% on it. I'm still on the computer though. I got to jump off and let this thing charge up.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks
Billy.
for coming up.
I'm still here. I'm just in chat. I'm going to start working on my second. Well, it's my third Shed War video, but it's going to be my official second growing video, and it's all about the containers. And I put 20 gardening tips in it that should be known and typically are known and spoken about. 20 tips in one video.
That's awesome, Yankee Trader. Awesome.
Too many. Should have just did like 5 tips, but I did 20. It's funny though. I'll get to work on it. You guys will see it. All right. Jumping off. Later.
Thanks,
See ya.
brother.
Bye, Billy.
Bye.
Mr. Mark put the grower of grass. That's funny because my original YouTube channel was growing grass because I couldn't grow anything. I was still learning. So Muskrat, why did you trim your beard? Was it so you could actually show some black and then some white? No,
to like copy me?
No.
Because before everything was just gray. Now you can actually see a little hint of black.
It's brown, but this time of year is rough with my work, with the wind and the rain and the humidity and the cold front. And it had been 14 months I had been growing it. I had been after my wife about 2 months to let me shave it.
She actually liked that big thing?
Yeah, she's the one that wanted it like that. She likes a lot of big things. Like you said, she liked that.
I'll drop the link again if anybody wants to come up and take the 4th seat there.
Come on up. Anybody want to come up and ask some questions? So I quit putting my foot in my mouth and down with the thickness. Oh my God. This is noontime, not midnight. I really need to control myself. Boy, George, do you really? I'm going to stop, Jeff. I'm going to stop. No, yeah, my wife actually, she liked it, but whenever she had been after for a while, my little boy was after her to let me shave it. And when she agreed to shave it, I was like Forrest. I was running. I ran to the bathroom. By the time she realized I was being serious about it, I had about half of it clipped off with the clippers.
No, you look sharp. You look sharp.
I'm not a fan of shaving. I don't like to be clean shaven. The 3 years I was in Ohio, I had to be clean shaven because of my job. And I doubt unless it's, required for my job, that won't happen again. I do.
Yeah, like I'm dying to shave, and my wife is dying, but I keep this in the wintertime. Is it
makes a
holds
difference.
off some of that cold wind.
Yeah.
That like if it literally burns my skin with the cold, the wind. So this actually protects it a little bit, but I'm dying to shave this thing off.
Yeah. OCD-ish chick says, I like them chunky. I used to go skinny dipping, now I go chunky dunking. That's my motto now. That's what when I go swimming.
Grateful lifestyle. I asked about let me see. Is this the one? Let me see. I planted peppers due to the high and low temperatures here in the east. Many of my plants are turning yellow. Did you plant them outside? If they're outside, that the low temperatures will definitely hurt the peppers.
Yep. The low temperatures on the plants plus the ground temperatures.
Yep.
Overwatering if you had snow or a lot of rain, cold rain.
Not enough nitrogen, all kinds of things.
Yeah, there's a lot, but yeah, I outside right now. Peppers in the east, up here in northeast. You can't put them out yet.
No,
it's too cold for that.
Rich.
Peppers do not like anything, under 50 degrees, even at night. They don't like it.
Nope.
Hey, Robert, how are you?
Oh, you saw that one.
Hey, give me just a minute.
Give you a minute to do what?
Probably the same thing Billy did.
Maybe he's got to check the plumbing.
Oh, he's had all this time to check the plumbing in the bathroom, and he's going to go do it now?
Well, things happen when they happen.
Yeah.
New gardener, great.
Yeah, it's great to see new gardeners, Grateful Lifestyle.
You're welcome.
There's a lot of people in Shed Wars that are possibly growing in the very near vicinity of where you're growing.
I'm in Massachusetts. Where is she from?
She hasn't said. She just said she's on the east.
Oh.
So,
I'm in Massachusetts, so if I can be of any help, please let me know. I will help us, especially peppers. I am pretty successful with peppers.
If you like small peppers, John's the place to go. He makes a lot, but they're small.
Whatever size they may be, I'm the one that decided to throw out the pepper challenge to grow the biggest pepper. I can't foresee anybody growing a bigger pepper than me.
Are you going to share what you're growing, the variety?
Yeah.
You want to do that now?
No.
Oh, only after you harvest?
No, actually, the pepper challenge is not one variety. You can plant any variety of pepper you want, and just at the end of the year, measure your longest, biggest pepper.
Yeah.
And I have a variety that I've been growing for a long, long time that happens to be one of my favorites, which is called the Hot Portugal. And I can get that pepper to be about a foot long. So
okay. Grateful Life's in New York. Where in New York? I don't know how I missed that.
She's in
I'm in New York.
Jeff, there you go. That's right up your alley, New York.
Yeah.
Is the Portugal hot?
It's not super spicy like, let's say, like a habanero.
Yeah, but my question is, if you were giving out seeds, would you label it the Portugal hot?
Portugal hot, yes. Portugal hot pepper that's the actual name of it. There you go. Yeah.
I got some of John's seeds.
Yeah. Those seeds, I've had them for a long time. They came from the Azores originally.
I think you've talked about them before.
Yeah.
Mr. Mark sent me a bag of seeds.
Yeah.
And it was already at the end of my growing season, so I hadn't really started any of them. I'm going to look. The pepper plants I'm going to try to grow with having the third greenhouse. I'm going to try to start them and keep them in about 1 gallon pots through the wintertime. I don't want to use all my seeds because we do have a tendency to have a lot of aphids in the wintertime, especially in the greenhouse. So, but I do want to try a couple plants. That way I could possibly have plants, 18 to 20 inches tall, ready to plant out in the bed.
I mean, the hot Portugal seeds, I have thousands and thousands of those seeds that I save every single year. And if you ever need hot Portugal seeds, I will send them to you.
Well, honestly, I'm not a fan of super hot.
They're not super hot. They are.
If it's more than a jalapeno pepper, I'm not a fan of them.
It's less than a jalapeno.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Jeff, that might be something you'd look into to plant for your sauces that you make. That might be a good addition for your sauces.
Yeah.
I use my hot Portugal peppers to make is not only hot sauce, well, mild sauce. I use it as to make a pepper mash. And it's fantastic. You can marinate food. You can throw it in any type of food. It adds an amazing. Like I ferment it for like a year. And
a year.
A year, yeah. That's amazing.
That's what I was going to ask about your pepper mash. Is it a wet mash or a dry mash?
It's a wet.
It's a wet mash.
I ferment it for like a year.
Really?
Yes.
You have a bourbon lid on it, or you do it like a what you call that?
I have the little bib, just like Jeff has the little bib burpers that they self burp themselves.
Right.
I mean, it's basically I just take salt into a blender and I blend up the peppers. Like if I'm gonna do like a 16-ounce the mason jar, what's that called? Right. I'll just put 2 tablespoons of salt, sea salt in it, and then I just mesh it and I fill it up and I put the burpee lid on it and I just put it down the basement in a dark closet that I have and I just leave it sit there.
Oh, you don't add any other ingredients in it?
Nope.
Just the peppers?
Just the peppers and garlic. I blend garlic with it and the salt, 2 tablespoons of salt per what do you call it? Not a pint. It's a quart. Per quart. 2 tablespoons per quart. And that's it. And I let it ferment. And when you open that thing up after 9 months, a year, the smell and taste is unbelievable.
Now, you do the seeds and all, or you remove the seeds from it before?
No. Some of them I remove the seeds, and some of it I just leave the seeds in because it actually keeps a little bit of the heat in.
Yeah, right. That's like I said, I'm not a big fan of peppers or pepper sauces or hot stuff. I do like to cook with jalapeno peppers and different things, which is a step away from a lot of the Cajun recipes and stuff you see. A lot of Cajuns will go with celery, onions, and they call it the Trinity: celery, onions, and bell peppers. I like to go more along the lines of mushrooms, onions, and I like about a tablespoon of finely minced jalapenos, and I really like the flavor it gives. So,
yeah,
John's
got a like a Yankee McElhaney Tabasco kind of thing going up there,
right?
And that sounds pretty awesome there.
Yeah,
McElhaney is actually about 15-20 minutes from my house where they make all the Tabasco and everything.
15 to 20 minutes, brother. I know exactly where you are then, because there ain't nothing but sawgrass. There ain't nothing but sawgrass down there south of you. You on that? You close to the causeway, headed down to the island. Then
I'm on the other side. I'm on the west side of it. I'm south of Lafayette, Louisiana.
Yeah, I've been down there, and went to the Tabasco plant they got down there. That's amazing. And to see them folks in there working and bottling all that stuff, I'm like, good Lord, how long did it take y'all to get used to that smell?
Yep, the smells pungent, to say the least. Pungent.
Yeah.
Well, they're fermenting that stuff for 3-4 years.
It's a long time. I think it might be 10 years if I'm remembering. It's a long time they ferment it. They put they put it in the old whiskey barrels.
Yeah.
Then cover the lids with so many inches of salt. And you can see the different sections as you're walking through the amount of years it's been there. The salt on the top of it's horrible. It just doesn't look appealing to eat after, after watching it right there. And granted, that's not the last step in it. They don't just dump it out the barrel and put it in the jugs. There's a little bit more cleaning that goes to it.
It's like a country ham. When you see a country ham hanging, or any kind of cured meat like that hanging in the smokehouse, you look at it first and it's covered in all that green and fuzz and mold, and you're like, I'm not eating that. I'm not eating it.
Yeah, but once it's cleaned up, it's
right.
really good stuff. It's good stuff.
That's right. Tabasco, that Tabasco plan was like a bucket list item for me. That's like Mecca for me. I love Tabasco sauce. And I was on my way out to Texas one year, and I made the side trip down there to Avery Island. And that's a real neat place.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, the Avery Island's a little bit, I mean, it's all in the same area, but it's slightly different. You know, it's a different tour that you would go on than the McElhaney plant itself. Avery Island's beautiful. It's a marshland, and they have different things set up that you can walk. You can see the birds at certain times of the year, the alligators. It's a really beautiful area to visit and walk. You don't want to do it during the summertime. The mosquitoes will carry you away. They're big like turkeys. And it's hot. You know, it's hot. You're right on the water. You know, at that point, you're right on the water. So going at the right time of the year, it's important. If you can plan, you want to go in the fall or the spring when it's still cool out. You don't want to go when it's, July or August around here.
Well, that'd be a miserable place.
Yeah.
You're driving through that causeway, and there ain't nothing but sawgrass on the left and right of you, and ain't nothing but heat and swamp and nasty. If you had to go through that on foot like in the old days or something, or try to get through it in a little canoe or something, you'd be shedding some skin along the way.
Yeah, it's bad.
But it's a good place to visit. Just seeing that old brick building right there, I can still see it. And I bought a T-shirt there from Tabasco there. I bought a T-shirt, and I don't know where that T-shirt is anymore. It was years ago. But that little tour in that place is it's like a part of America. Even Baton Rouge is, named after the Tabasco and the McElhaney family and the pepper industry down there. Baton Rouge.
Yep.
La Petite Baton Rouge, the little red stick.
The red, red stick. Yep.
Yep.
There's not my wife's family. A lot of people know my wife's from Ohio. They come down here to visit, and they're like, well, what we got to do? Absolutely nothing. After you see the McElhaney plant, the area is just not deep. It's deep in Cajun culture, but it's not a tourist attraction by any stretch of the imagination. We can go ride in a boat for 20 minutes to an hour. You get tired of that. An out-of-state fishing license is relatively expensive to go fishing for a few hours or a day.
Yeah, so that explains why you got nothing to do down there, and you open your mouth with this stupid thing you're talking about, Roundup, and look what you've caused around the whole community. People are freaking Roundup.
Roundup Johnny.
Yeah,
John
that explains.
Killed half his garden.
Yeah, Roundup.
John, that was too epic. The SmackDown video and that live stream was back-to-back epic verbal assaults on John.
Yeah, Roundup. Now everybody jellyfish Roundup and all this crap that's going on.
Yeah. That'll be Willie. Yeah, that's right. The jellyfish Roundup.
Yeah. And Robert, we had this discussion this morning on a live. Just for your information, a man of war is not a jellyfish.
That's right. It's a siphonophore.
That's right.
It's made out of multiple parts, and that's what gives it its strength or whatever.
That's right.
But it's still
and I got many personalities. I am a Gemini. I'm a man of war. You name it.
Yeah,
I can believe that, John. I can believe you got them multiple personalities. There's something going on in your head. It ain't on one track at all the time. I get that. But a jellyfish still ain't got a spine, and it's worthless in the dirt. It's got to be in the water where it can sting little children.
I can't imagine many marine animals being much use on dirt.
That's right. It's fish out of
Alligators
water.
are pretty cool on dirt.
How long are they cool for before they have to go back into the water?
They can stay out of water for as long as they want. They
Now,
stay
what's
in
that?
water because that's where they feed. But they'll actually come up on land and eat dogs and small birds and stuff like that. An alligator doesn't need to live in water.
And eat children and probably bigger human beings.
Yep.
Now, see, swamp rats. Swamp rats are at home in the water, and they're at home on land.
And muskrats too, yeah. Like Louisiana.
Yeah.
Louisiana is flooded with muskrats. Did you
That's
know
right.
that, Robert?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Apparently, some residents of Louisiana don't even know muskrats exist in Louisiana.
They all over the place.
Yeah,
Muskrats are very,
yeah,
they're survivors.
yes,
See,
yeah.
and-
Unlike swamp rats. That's right. I forgot about the swamp rat.
Those swamp rats are survivors. You know, now they can move around and do what they need to do. See, they can adapt to different situations. These jellyfish and these siphonophores, they have to go with the current and drift with the wind and the currents. They don't really get to pick a direction. They just at the mercy of the weather. And if they get washed up on the land, how they gonna grow anything? You know?
Unless there maybe there's some man of wars that are more advanced and they just go with the flow and change direction as needed.
Or they take poundage away from the other team so that he can, level the playing field out.
That's right.
Okay. So let me defend it. There is a trend going on in Shed Wars that many people probably aren't understanding or are not keeping a close eye on, but I am. If you look at Team Will It Grow, the members are sophisticated. They are well behaved. They do what they're supposed to do. You take the woodchucks, and they're all over the place. They're yelling at one another. They're yelling at me. They're yelling at this one, yelling at that one. So what do you expect to happen? That's why the woodchucks, you keep getting penalized. You don't see any member of Will It Grow being called to the chamber because they are well-mannered and behaved.
No, because they tried to poke fun at me and I got them back into SmackDown and they don't want to play no more.
They are under my management. That is why. You guys are loose cannons. All of you guys are loose cannons. I mean, look at Jeff here. Jeff is well-behaved because he knows better. You are mismanaged by this frog over here. He can't control you.
No,
And that's why it leaves me no choice but to penalize you.
you still haven't penalized me.
I like I said, I got to read my emails a little bit later, and I did get a notification of an email about you, and I have to go in and see and investigate the cause, and we'll see. We'll find out about that.
I'm looking forward to it, brother.
Yeah. See, that's the difference that the Shed Wars community is not seeing, is that, he's picking on this one. But there's a trend there. If you really pay close attention, none of them are Portuguese man of wars. They are all woodchucks.
They all sit there with their tail in between their legs.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to do something about that and throw out some penalizing of some.
Robert, listen, Frogman. Listen, Frogman. I will penalize you.
You don't know.
If you don't get your team straight, I will be penalizing you.
I'm gonna try to keep my kids out the road. See, woodchucks are good anywhere except on the road. We got to.
Yeah, they're good. They're good at flapping their mouth and talking smack and talking crap. Well, let them keep talking, and I will just keep taking the weight off. That's all.
Hey, let me tell you something. Tadpoles and frogs. Now, there's something else. Just like the swamp rats, they're good on the water, and they're good on the land.
Yeah.
Now, see, they're adaptable. They change. They like muskrats and frogs. They're like the seals. The Navy SEALs. You know about them. Them SEALs give you trouble up there, right?
That's right.
That's why you always try to club them baby seals before they can grow up and cause you any harm.
That's right.
The same thing, same tactics there.
I have a woodchuck underneath my shed, and he's not very nice.
No, you just as soon as you see his head, chop it off.
I'll be trying.
He's useless.
Woodchucks know something about gardening and raiding gardens. They can go out and eat wild food, and it's all about stuff on land. Ain't none of it out there in the water. Now manatees are in the water too. Now a lot of
Manatees are a pretty powerful beast.
they are, but they're only good in the water too.
Maybe one day you might find yourself in the water and a manatee might just sneak up on you.
I hope not, because it's probably going to try to penalize me.
Robert, keep it up, Robert. Keep it up.
Well,
Keep it up. Hell, I'd have to run double speed to catch up to where y'all been this morning. I wanted to jump up because I was missing this wave.
Yeah.
Lord.
You don't keep these woodchucks under control here. You guys are going to be so much weight behind. It's unbelievable.
Oh, we have to do something now. See, Danny now he's. I think I'm gonna make Danny my man at arms right there. And he's got the look. He's got the beard for it. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that right there. Look at that. Man at arms right there. That's gonna be my spokesperson right there. Since I don't get up out there. I don't get on the screen. So we got to have somebody to deliver that smack in that special way. That's right.
At the end of the day, Robert, I hand out the weights and the penalties.
Well, John, honestly, you can penalize me all you want. Like I told you from the beginning, my main goal with Shed Wars was to show people what I could grow on a half acre. Knowing this year that I wasn't going to have the beds and everything correct, but I still wanted to show, from the start, which I didn't have time to edit the video this morning, but I finally did do an update video on it.
You're doing a fantastic job.
But honestly, the fun part about Shed Wars is the fun part, but the teaching part, I'm really interested in it. It pushes me more towards, having to put a video out with a tip in it. It helps me to be able to add a tip instead of a lot of my older videos. I go out there, this is what I did, blah, blah, blah. Nothing real specific. This is what it looks like today, a minute or two. And then we'd have conversation in the sides. The Shed Wars, the seeds, I'm not after seeds. I'm kind of particular about what I grow because I've been growing long enough to have, know what I like when I'm growing seeds. I do like to try new things. But my main thing with Shed Wars is to make your life hell and to teach people to grow. So I've been doing that. So you can penalize me all the food you want, honestly. Mr. Robert had to turn his mic off. He's coughing.
Penalizing you is basically penalizing your whole team. That's all. I don't have an issue with penalizing all the woodchucks. Like the vineyard chicks. They want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pounds, 50 pounds.
You're taking what I do to you. You're taking it out on my team now.
That's right. Because your total matters at the end. So everybody's total matters at the end. So, if you can only grow 200 pounds and I'm penalizing you 100, you only have 100.
Well, and, that doesn't bother me. You can penalize me all you want. I don't care if I come up at the end of the season. I don't care if I have 0 pounds because I've given my weight out to other people. I like the camaraderie of Team Woodchuck. Team Woodcutter, however you want to call it. I like the camaraderie. I like the communication. I like being able to play, talk with Jeff, the Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla. A lot of the guys on your team. That's what makes Shed Wars what it is.
The Gypsy, talking about Jeff, the Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla.
Correct.
I did see, did he actually donate some weight to the Vineyard Chicks?
I'm not sure. I hadn't gone back after I wrote.
By Lordy, if I catch any Portuguese man of war donating to the cause of the Vineyard Chicks,
hey, we will welcome him to our team. More than welcome.
If any Team Willow Grow member donates as much as 1 ounce towards the Vineyard Chicks penalty, not good, not good. I will not tolerate that.
I will put that out there right now as the man of arms for Team Woodcutter. They are welcome to come aboard. We will take them. I like Shrek.
I will not kick them out of my team, but I will certainly address them. I will certainly address them.
They might defect, right? They might just swap sides.
Ain't no member of Team Willow Grow shall donate 1 ounce to the Vineyard Chicks for their penalty.
Well, I'm pretty
That's
sure
all on the Woodchucks. You Woodchucks, you want to help them out. There's 1 week to go. You want to help them out and divert the weight to get it off of them. That's fine and dandy. But no Team Willow Grow member shall divert a single ounce of their weight to help out a woodchuck. Not happening.
they donated their first 7 pounds.
Who did?
The Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla. I'm looking at it right now.
He better not.
7 pounds. Maybe his wife did it.
She's a part of it.
What?
Bobby's a part of it. Booby.
7 pounds. Can you believe that? I think they're defecting.
You certainly better be joking, because where did you see that evidence? Where did you see that?
In the comments.
In the comments. Where is he? Is he in here?
No, I went back on my phone and I looked in the stream of where you did it under the Vineyard Chicks, where I donated the 31 pounds and a couple other people donated the 5 pounds and whatever they had. There's a Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla.
Oh, he did it. He did it on the comment section. Oh, I need to see that as on a video. Him actually saying that,
7 pounds.
like, so I can have solid evidence of him actually saying I'm taking. Because if Jeff was to dare to give team weight away from Team Will It Grow to the Vineyard Chicks, the Woodchucks, that's a no-no. That is a big no-no.
Hey, hold on a second. Look like Mark is putting a peace sign up there. I don't know if that means he's leaving or not, but Mark, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're getting some closure on the thing with your dad, and hang in there, man. If you're about to leave.
Yeah, but good to see you, Mark.
I heard about that. Brother. I heard about that this morning. That is sad, Mark. My condolences. It's sad to hear that.
Yeah, it was great talking with you earlier, Mr. Mark. Please, anytime you're on it, we got a live stream or we enjoy talking with you. Your excitement and your happiness with talking about gardening and growing stuff is infectious. You know, we really appreciate it.
It wouldn't be Shed Wars without Mark.
That's right.
Without Mark and John, them two mouthing at each other and having good spirits and being two awesome guys. Wouldn't be Shed Wars. Not at all.
And without Robert, of course. And without the whole community. Everybody participates. Everybody.
That's exactly right.
It wasn't just the three of us. It was everybody, and to this day, it's everybody. It's,
the community.
Yeah.
It's
the
community.
Amazing.
Community makes it. There's people that go ahead, Mr. Robert. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm no good at these live things, but the community and everybody knowing one another, interacting with each other, it's become a big family.
Yep.
And that has been so amazing. And really, that's one of the things that I think that Shed Wars has done the most, because we wanted to teach people how to grow food, right? Well, when you're trying to make funny videos and at the same time actually teach people, it can work. But what Shed Wars is really doing, I think, and I hope, is making it to where gardening is fun.
Yep.
And it's not such a stiff thing. There's certainly a place for, the professional, gardening videos that we all want to make. But that allows us to You get in here, let her hair down, have a little fun, and it can draw someone to see your other content.
You hit a good point, with talking about the joking and the funniness that goes along with some of the videos or a lot of the videos. I tend to watch more videos that's fun. It's interesting. I don't do well, watching videos that's scientifically explained. So, with Shed Wars, it's common people, putting it in common words. With the translator, good thing we have the translator of the closed caption. I'm able to understand what John's saying for all his video. So it moves, stuff like that.
My English isn't that bad. I mean, come on.
Dude, my English is worse than yours. I just know that, talking about your English pokes you right there in the neck and makes that heartbeat.
I am very proud.
Your English is much better than mine. Your English, I'm not talking about your spelling or stuff like that, but your English is much better than mine. I will say that. But in the same token, when anyone talks about your English, you can see that vein in that neck right there start.
Because I'm very, being an immigrant to this country, stepping foot in Boston, Massachusetts when I was 10 years old and learning the language. And then actually I can speak the language better than most people that were actually born here.
You're right. And it's because you were taught correctly and you learned it correctly from the start. You didn't have the bad habits sent down from parent to kid to parent to kid.
Right, exactly. I learned it was basically the way I learned it. And it's so when, do I spell correctly? Do I miss the apostrophe here? I do that purposely. I don't have the time to be, okay, apostrophe this, apostrophe that. You know what the hell I'm writing.
I know exactly what you're doing.
If I say DONT and I didn't put the apostrophe there, it still spells don't. Okay?
Still, you're right.
Will you shut up?
Yep. He's making my dog bark. My dog heard it. Cajun got up. Look, he went to the door. He's at the door looking here at the door. No, it's all in fun, dude. You honestly, I guarantee you, your English and your literature part of your writing and everything is way better than mine. Because literally, a generation ago, my mama went to school speaking, 99% French because her mother didn't speak any English and her grandmother spoke zero English, couldn't even understand it. And
right.
With the Cajun language and everything and the back and forth, I understand exactly what you're saying. But, to throw that little shot in every once in a while and watch that vein in that neck bounce.
Like Mark says, it's my Portuguese dialect. You have to what? It's, it's my dialect, but
that's
the word,
you.
The words are still there, you understand everything I'm saying. And if you don't understand, then
it's 100%, but that's what makes you. Along with your finger pointing, along with, your black and white with your glasses. That's what makes you on YouTube. My Cajun accent, I play into that a lot, especially when I'm talking. At the beginning, I played into it a lot because I wasn't doing live streams. It was easy to slow down my speech and play into the Cajun, the thick.
But Cajun. I understand you perfectly.
Well, I mean, because we both talk funny. Jeff might have issues understanding us. Mr. Robert might have issues.
That's what's funny to me is hearing all y'all that's got these accents, all y'all's crazy accents. And then we got the ones coming in from Australia with their accents, and we got Cajuns, we got Yankees, we got all kinds of people. And there's somebody probably out there in the Midwest that has zero accent, like I do, And
yeah, you don't have an accent.
No, I don't. Y'all got the accent.
You have like anybody in the world could say, "Yep, that's a freaking redneck. He's from either Mississippi or Alabama or somewhere down there."
That's like broke Farmer last night before we started the live. We were talking and it actually carried over into into the live stream, he was saying, you know, his accent. Till he started doing videos, he didn't realize he had an accent. He's like, I didn't realize that. You know, people would tell me I sounded country. He said I didn't realize it until I heard myself on my first video. He's like, man, I sound country.
Yeah, but see, I can't hear my accent. Like I don't see. I have an accent.
It's because it's so common around the area where you at. Everybody talks similar to where you don't hear the accent until you start listening to other people. You know, in Ohio, I didn't find anyone had an accent. You'd go 2 miles across the border into West Virginia, and the accent was hillbilly.
But even Jeff from New York, Jeff sounds just like I do.
Yeah, I don't find Jeff, you know, like Billy. Billy has a thick Boston accent. You can hear the Boston, the Potts. You know, you can hear it in his dialect, the different components of it. You know, talking to you and Jeff, you can hear, you know, your native accent or your native tones when you're talking, as opposed to Jeff. But the words are no different than what Jeff said.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, we don't have an accent, but
no, y'all have
everybody else says we have an accent.
Y'all have an accent. It's just not as thick as like Billy's is. You know? The A's.
People out there in the Midwest, they frustrate me because every time I meet one, and sometimes it's people from Ohio too, because that's out in there a little bit. And I'm like, where are you from? They said, what do you mean, where am I from? I'm like, where are you from? I can't figure it out.
They're east of I-10. That's right, east of I-10.
They're north.
North. I'm sorry, north of I-10.
Yeah, I-10 east and west. Yeah, I mean, Ohio, when I was over there, it sounds like people on a television show. You know, there's no accents. It's all, you know, just there. You know, just is speaking. And I noticed that when I was up there.
The Australians, though, they are. I'll turn it on. I turn on the captions just to listen and see how bad it messes up the captions. And then when the Aussies start talking, it's hilarious. The captions don't know what to do. And the Cajuns, they don't know what to do either. Now, I'll tell you what, but it's all cool. It's wonderful. Having all these different people from different parts of the world join together in the same thing is incredible. That's what makes Shed Wars and has made Shed Wars so incredible to me, what it has become. Now, there's one place here in America that actually gave me trouble, and that was on the Barrier Islands of North Carolina. Out there on Ocracoke, there are people there that were born and raised on Ocracoke, and they have a thick brogue accent that's an awful lot like some kind of old English accent. And I'm like, I don't even understand you, but what is that? What accent is that? You know, and it's almost like pirate talk.
Yeah,
it's extremely thick, almost where I couldn't understand what the guys are saying out there in the fishing villages. You know,
yep.
Ocracoke's a tiny little island, but but the whole world joining together, different people. That's the magic of Shed Wars. To my knowledge, it's something that has never happened before. We've talked about this before, John and Mark and myself, and it's like it was something that Shed Wars was something whose time was come, or something like that. It just had to form. You know, it was a creation of the Force, the green side of the Force, and it just happened. Something about like that.
Stop for a second. When y'all started Shed Wars last year, it was a good time to have it started because so many people were stuck at home, you know, not being able to go places, not being able to visit with their friends. And, you know, it moved on to this year with the live streams, you know, there's so many people in it. The Friday nights are basically booked solid for live streams. You can get on, you can visit, you can tell people hi. You know, you have people, you're starting to find more and more people that are doing live streams from Shed Wars, and it's, you know, just like Jeff, you know, we're up here visiting. I'd never be able to talk to Jeff face to face, you know, because I'm not going to New York. There's no way I'm gonna fly up there or drive up there. That's way too cold for me, you know. So it's highly unlikely Jeff and I is ever gonna meet. But we talk pretty much every day, you know. Even if it's just what you got growing, you kill anything yet, you know, or you know, stuff like that. You know, John, you know, without Shed Wars, I probably never would have watched John's videos. You know, not that it just never came up in the searches that I was looking for. You know, Canadian Proud, Get Outdoors. You know, a lot of people like that I'm able to find and watch a few of their videos. It's, you know, Shed Wars is just meeting people and, you know, getting on live streams and visiting. And that's my thing. I love to visit with people. I just don't like to do it out in the community. You know? Yeah,
it's like the analogy of that pebble dropping into the water and the rings expanding around from it. The connections made,
the ripple effect,
and the connections made throughout everyone is just incredible. That is just the incredible part of what we're doing.
Lots of growth being made.
The growth, and it's not about growing your channel or anything like that. That's a side benefit in my way of thinking about it. Shed Wars and any other collaboration you want to name. Okay, people join them to get exposure for their channels. But in my opinion and in my feelings is if you're part of the community that and you're really giving back, then that growth will happen, you know, as a byproduct. But if you go join in something just for your own good,
your own business,
then, you know, it ain't no count. You don't need to be doing it.
It's noticed, and it will backfire on you at some point, because it's not just us that notice it, but if the whole community will eventually notice what it is you're doing.
That's right. Got another OG just walked in the door here. We got the Tin Can Gardener.
Hey, the tin head. Tin Head
Gardener.
That was another epic video he did with the hair and the mustache and the glasses.
Yeah, the Tin Head.
Amazing. You see,
he is a funny guy. Great guy.
Hilarious.
Yes, he is hilarious. He's a great guy.
We're gonna see him walk the dinosaur again here pretty soon. Now he's gonna have to take some aspirin for that and get in that dinosaur suit. You know.
Well, I think I've put him in his place where he's. I think he's gonna settle down for the rest of the year. I think I put him in his place.
Man, you ain't putting nobody in no place.
He steps it up to the next level every time he does that. I put him in his place. Oh my God. Just with the ideas I have, what do you think about this? The best thing about this, John, is every video I've done making fun of you, you know, and playing, and Jeff has seen the video before I even posted it and gave me, you know, heads up. I'm throwing Jeff under the bus right now because he needs to be on Team Woodcutter.
Jeff, is that true?
What's that?
You approve?
I'm not an approver or a denier.
That's a good enough answer for me, Jeff. That's okay. That's all right. Good enough.
That sounds like all the commitment that you need to be a spineless jellyfish right there. Okay.
Wow. Hey, he gave a good answer. He gave a good answer.
No, Jeff, I mean, dude, Jeff is awesome. Jeff's helped me out with a lot of the. Jeff's a computer guy. He's helped me out, you know, with not the programming, but different stuff to help me with new intros, questions on the computers and stuff. Jeff's awesome. And,
you know, there's been quite a lot of woodchucks and people that have come at me, and I like to do is, like I say from the beginning, is I will tame you. I will tame you. Give me time and you will be tamed, like the Tin Head. I tamed him.
John, I don't think we have that much time for you to give it a shot, but I mean, go for it.
Oh no, I tamed like the Tin Head. He is tamed. He's down to earth again. Relax. He's tamed. Simple. And you, don't worry, I'll tame you.
No.
You can flex your muscle like this and your arm and all that. That don't scare me because at the end of the day, I am the marshal and I will tame you.
Again, that you being the marshal doesn't scare me. You know, we can go back over the whole rules and the place of the marshal. You actually have no right unless the Shed Wars courts are giving you, you know.
I am the judge, jury, all in one.
No, you can't be that as a marshal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, you sound like my little boy. Oh, yeah. I tell my little boy, I'm like, you can't do that, boy. Oh, yeah. But
I don't see, there is no one that is going to step over my head and say otherwise. Including you.
Oh, really? Boy.
Boy. Not even ball. Boy. He spelled it with a Y. Boy. Oh, Jeff, this could be good.
I have stepped over bigger piles of fertilizer than you, okay?
The angry little man.
Angry little man.
Johnny.
Give it a shot, frog man.
I can hop over you.
So-called jellyfish have pretty long tentacles that they can, you know.
That's all right. I'm not a little kid trying to have fun on his vacation at the beach. You ain't got nothing on me.
This is on land. Jellyfish don't move.
Yeah, we're on land here, John. You have tentacles, but where are their sting? You are death.
Their sting is one sting at a time. I keep taking weight off of you woodchucks. I keep taking the weight because you guys misbehave. I keep taking weight. You guys want to keep blabbing your mouths and misbehaving. I'll just keep deducting weight. That's all.
Underhanded things, you know, and we can do stuff to counter that. Don't worry. We'll have to form some of that.
Yeah.
And see, I'm not used to all this.
How about you call your team together and say, hey guys, knock it off. Just like I did with Team Will It Grow. I told them, I says, that you're not going to misbehave. And look, they all behave.
This is what's going to happen. We're going to call the team together.
Call a team meeting. A powwow. That's right. A team meeting and say, hey, woodchucks, please, Robert, you should do that and say, hey guys.
I'm trying to talk. You're doing this when you should be doing this.
Go ahead.
Oh, it worked.
I'm because I'm interested in hearing. I'm interested in hearing what you have to say.
I lost my train of thought. We're gonna call the woodchucks together. We're gonna have to tell everybody, look, John has his feelings in his pockets, and they hurting, and they on his sleeve, and we can't play with him no more, or he's gonna continue to deduct poundage away from us if we keep messing with his feelings. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's going to be like, his feelings are hurt, pile on, y'all. That's what's going to happen. So it's probably just best to let you keep, going like you're doing and losing a little bit of the poundage, because if we tell him your feelings are on your sleeve, it's going to get really bad.
Well, just ask the tin head there. He got nailed.
He got nailed. He called you the Gestapo.
Whatever the hell he called. Yeah, he called me something I didn't like, and he got nailed.
No, just now in the chat, he said that he called you the Gestapo.
Is that what he called me?
Yeah, the Gestapo.
He just doesn't learn, does he?
John, you awesome, dude. You are awesome.
He just doesn't learn, does he?
This is great, man. This is what fun is.
It is fun for the people that understand it and get it. We'll continue to have fun until it no longer becomes fun.
Yeah, we don't want it to balloon out. The good thing about it, like we were talking about earlier, it's not transferring over to others that aren't playing. There's a lot of people that's not participating in it, and it's not bleeding over into dragging people into it.
I had one person email me the shout out I did for Arkansas Pilgrim and Ed's Crazy.
Right.
One person saw it and they said their blood pressure went through the roof. They couldn't stand watching that, and they quit Shed Wars, which I'll tell you, Robert. I'll tell you after.
I'm not, and everybody has the right for that, but they also knew that stuff like that's going to happen, especially from you. That's part of your thing. That's part of Shed Wars.
That's right.
But it was a new person, and it was the first time that they actually
seen the video,
seen a video of that kind, and it's like, and that told me is like, wow, it's like, but you've been a part of Shed Wars for how long now? And this is the first video you've ever seen me make?
Yeah, it was yours. The one you did this time was really funny, and
but that she said her blood pressure went through the roof. She says, I don't want to be a part of Shed Wars. I don't like the way you do the shout outs. I'm like,
bye.
That's okay. Bye, Felicia, whoever it is. I mean, everybody's got their
his own. Yep.
And
yeah,
if
so I was like, okay.
And he was an OG, and then that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, at this point, like I made a specific, excuse me, like I made a specific way. Like I told Robert, I said, I'm going to do these, I'm going to have this penalty chamber, which is to do a shout out of a certain type to certain people. Right. I'm going to have a warning chamber, which is to do a certain shout out, which is basically to give a nickname, the warning chamber. If you're called to the warning chamber, you're going to get a nickname. The suspension chamber, something's going to happen to you. You don't know what it is. So, and I made specific, what do you call those stupid things, Robert?
Rules?
No. God dang it. I keep forgetting the stupid name of it. The stupid thing you see. The stupid thing you see when you first come up on the video.
Respect my authority.
No, the
thumbnail.
Intro.
The thumbnail, the stupid thumbnail. And I made a specific thumbnails where everyone, like this one is Shed Wars Warning Chamber. If you see that, me posting that, you already know that there's going to be black and white, finger pointing. Boom. Don't click on it. If it's going to offend you, don't click on it.
I think that the people that do this kind of, I mean, they got underlying other issues. It was good enough for them before or whatever, and it's not good enough now. So they come up with, whatever ideas or reasons. They got their reasons behind it, but it's not what you were doing. I'm sure. And if it is, they don't understand. John's a great guy, and it's all for fun. You don't have the stuff that we do in Shed Wars out there in the normal, like, quote, gardening community or homesteading community. They're not out there doing this. This is Shed Wars. This is fun stuff.
Yeah.
It's a different place. Now you've got people out there doing all kinds of crazy stuff too. You got these, you got people doing goofy things on their videos and everything, and having fun. But it's not the same thing that we do in Shed Wars. It's not your style. And really, people do what they want to do. We ain't worried about that. They got underlying reasons for doing what they do, and we're going to let them have them. That's fine. Can't help it and don't want to. It's a coalition of the willing. Whoever's having fun, let have fun. We'll teach people and stay in our lane. We're going to keep on going.
Oh boy.
Before joining, you should have known at least kind of what you were getting into. I watched a bunch of John's videos before I joined Shed Wars just to see what it was about, and get the rules, get the how it runs, get everything. You should really kind of know what you're getting into before you get into it.
Yeah.
But I don't see. I don't see like me. pointed the finger at this guy here. He's a fantastic, awesome guy. I absolutely love Danny. He's a fantastic guy, awesome gardener, hydroponics, whatever you want to call it. But I can't see why anybody would be offended when all I'm doing is just basically having fun with him and giving him a shout out.
Right.
That's all I'm doing.
The more people you gather together, the more feelings you're gonna have, and the more different types of attitudes you're gonna have. So not everybody's gonna get along, and that's part of it. If you try to make everybody happy, you're gonna make more people unhappy.
Look at the comment from the Tin Head. Right there at 227.
127.
127. Look, look, boom.
Look, he even put the comment.
The comment, right, there you go.
He got you with that one. Subtle. Something so subtle, it makes it so much fun.
Yeah, exactly. See that?
You see, he's supposed to have that comma to the top. A lot of, we were talking about this, the Cajun and all that. The older Cajun people never said an apostrophe. They didn't know it as an apostrophe. You'd have the comma to the top. You'd spell out a name, they'd spell it to people, and you'd say comma to the top, S, like John, whatever, N apostrophe S, it'd be JOHSN. I'm sorry, JOHN, a comma to the top, S.
Yes, John's.
John, yeah, but it wouldn't be an apostrophe. It would be a comma to the top because they didn't know what an apostrophe was. So they used a comma at the top.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. They're hilarious.
There's a few people on Rob's website, also on Tomato Junction, that he put in a Shed Wars tab, and there's a few videos, and there's a few people that's love the interaction and the jokes, and one of them actually followed along last year. But there was also somebody that that came in and like, nothing against it. I just don't see why people are putting each other down. And
it's not putting each other down. It's trying to boost them up in a fun way. I think it's a fun way. I think it's a fun way. Some people don't think it's a fun way, where you're nothing but a blabbing muskrat. You shut your mouth, or like Arkansas Pilgrim, take this apostrophe and stick it,
You looked really mad. If you wasn't really mad when you were doing that video, you passed it off well.
I was not mad. I was, as you could see, the bloopers at the end. I couldn't. It took me like 3-4 times to get that going. But I am never mad. Whenever I do those, I am never mad, because if I was mad at you, I would not be giving you a shout out.
Yeah, but you could see, like in some of your videos, when you start, you got that smirk right before you start.
Right.
And that one right there, the way you cut it in, there was no smirk. It was like, no. I'm going to be an a-hole, and he really got me ticked off this time. And that's why I was like, man, I wonder if John was really mad. Because if
no,
for it.
No, I can come across as serious, as dead serious can be, but I am always, I promise you, I am 100% in good spirit, and I am trying. Like the Vineyard Chicks, one of them, I heard Bunky cried when I did that to her, and I was like, oh shit. Like I will never give them a shout out again, because if I'm going to make those kids cry, I'm not doing it again. No,
I don't think you made her cry because of the video or the shout out. It was the portion of where you took away the weight. They're really taking the weight and the growing to heart. It was more along the lines of the weight, because she was playing around with you, and you did the shout out and took the weight away from them.
Yeah, but like I explained in an earlier live that I was on, the weight thing. The reason why I added the weight is because I like the Vineyard Chicks so much that I included the Woodchuck team to come and cover for them.
Right.
Which the reason why I did that is so that you can give them a shout out and say, hey, I'll cover you. I'll give you 5 pounds of mine. You just give him a shout out. then he could come in and say, "Hey, Vineyard Chicks, I'll give you 2 pounds of mine." He just gave him a shout. So now they're getting 15, 20 shout outs instead of just one from me.
Just like the Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla giving them 7 pounds on your team.
Then I'm going to penalize him 7 pounds.
You're going to penalize your own team 7 pounds?
He's going to get a shout out, isn't he?
Hey, what's the difference between the Marshall's Chamber and go through that again? I didn't catch that. The Marshall's, what you have, the Warning Chamber, the Marshall's Chamber.
I have the Marshall's Warning Chamber. That's where you get a nickname. Okay. If you're called to the Warning Chamber, that's where you officially get nicknamed. Then there's the Suspension Chamber. That's when I suspend you for a period, certain amount of time. Then there's, the Penalty Chamber is where I take weight and stuff off of you and I give you a penalty. And then, of course, there's the Disqualification Chamber, which I certainly hope I will never have to ever go into that chamber.
I just went and looked. The only thing it says in the comment that I was given from the Shed Wars dude was that I have to report to the Marshall's Chamber. It doesn't tell me what chamber specifically.
I would look. I haven't read the email yet. I haven't seen the violation yet. I will decide which chamber I will call you into. I don't know.
Be nice and let me know ahead of the video that what chamber. You don't have to tell me the video. Just let me know what chamber I'm going into so that I can have my rebuttal video prepared to launch at the same point.
At this point, I do not know. There is actually a couple of people that I've already set out dates for them that they are to report on a certain date. I'll look at the email. I'll go back and look at your video, and I'll decide what chamber you're going to end up in.
Appreciate
it. It could be penalty. It could be suspension. I don't know.
You don't want to suspend me, and you don't want to penalize me, and you've already given me a name.
Yes, you've been to the warning. I'm
just throwing that out there.
You don't tell the marshal what to do.
I do, because I'll be your Huckleberry. I'm freaking Doc Holliday, the man at arms. Yes. You better be.
Hey, we got Ashley's allotment diary just came in here and joined us from over the pond.
Hello, Ashley.
Across the waters.
He got no idea what he's getting into, Jeff. He got no idea. You better talk some sense into your captain.
I can't talk sense into anybody.
You can't.
I keep my sense to myself.
You see, that's a smart Portuguese man of war right there. Now, that is a smart man of war.
I keep myself grounded, and whatever happens has to happen,
That is correct, Jeff. That is correct.
That's not the conversations we have.
What conversations are you having?
I'm not going to get you in any further trouble. I'll just stop.
You can say whatever, because nothing there to get me in trouble.
You're not going to get Jeff in trouble because I could see the sincerity in his face. He's very sincere and an honest person.
You think I'm not sincere?
I think you're full of shit.
That's been one of the things about Shed Wars. Just walking that family-friendly line. and good content, that's not offensive, John.
I didn't say anything that nobody else in this chat has not said over their lifetime.
Well, yeah, but there's stuff that most of us have done over our lifetime. That don't mean we're going to go do it in the middle of Walmart.
Hey, I say it the way I see it.
I'm good with it. I mean, at 3 hours and 38 minutes into the live stream, very few people are going to make it this far on a rewatch, and much less a kid is someone that hasn't heard or said that before. So I think we're safe on that one word. That's gonna be John's new safe word.
One word out of thousands that we've spoken. That ain't bad. Come on.
No. I mean, it's not as bad as what I said earlier.
That is yeah, that is true. Let's not get back to that again.
I didn't say it. It just this.
Well, you didn't have to say it. It's just imagining it. It was even worse than you actually saying it.
I can't believe you imagined it, John. Did you
Yeah,
like?
of course I am. How can I not imagine? I'm human, ain't I?
Did you like it when you imagined it?
No, I didn't. It was freaking disgusting.
Oh my God! I'm gonna have to go take some blood pressure medicine.
Now we have it is true. We have wandered into deeply out of child friendly and family friendly territory in the past. But we try desperately to adjust the sails and keep that direction in a better way.
Okay. I'm gonna act more of an adult, Mr. Robert. Thanks for pointing that out.
I'm just talking about for me mainly. Because I had last year, I didn't do any smack talking or anything like that because I was afraid I was going to go too far, and I was like, "No, y'all don't want me to do that." They tell me, "They said, come on, smack talk." I'm like, "No, I don't want to,
And
because if I do, I'm going to go too far."
well,
I went too far.
a couple of times I did send Jeff a video, and that was the main reason. Is Jeff's, like he said, down to earth, relaxed, and doesn't. So I sent it to him before I posted it. And it was concerning because I didn't want to offend anybody or hurt anyone's feelings.
No, Robert, tell the real truth as to why you didn't do any smack talking. You didn't do smack talking. It's because I told you behind the scenes that I would blast you.
What?
Yeah,
I don't remember that. I don't remember
the same thing I told Mark is, Mark, you keep opening your mouth and flapping your gums, I will come back at you and I will blast you too.
I ain't worried about you blasting nobody, John.
Yeah, that's why you weren't doing smack talking, because you were scared.
I was scared?
Yeah, you were.
No, it was no.
And you're so scared this year to smack talk that you can't even keep your team under control.
Hey, I got independent team members. We got swamp rat, muskrats, tadpoles, and frogs, man. We're all independent.
Yeah, well, I have control team members that behave.
I don't need to control my team members. I don't need to.
That's why you keep losing weight. And they're going to get suspended. And before you know it. Yeah.
John, I have a question about when somebody gets suspended. Is that like over the period of time? How does that work?
That works is if I suspend you for a week, you cannot post any Shed Wars videos for a week.
Okay, but it doesn't affect the
No,
weight.
No, I don't suspend your plants. I suspend you.
Okay, I was just asking. I've had people ask me in different settings.
No, basically I'm giving you a 1 week vacation, or maybe 2 weeks. Depends how bad you aggravate me.
That's fine. When you suspend me, let's get together to where it's when I'm on my work pitch. That way, I mean, it would look cool. It's like, oh man, I suspended Danny, boy, Cajun Hydroponics, that damn swamp. I suspended him for 2 weeks. No Shed Wars videos. Okay, we'll do it while I'm at work. And, you get to pound your chest like I'm the man. And I'll just sit back and like, yeah, John suspended me. I'll be like, he's really taming me. We can do this, John. We could be teammates almost.
Yeah, see, it doesn't work. You're throwing it out there in public. And no, I'm going to hit you when it hurts you most.
Dude, it doesn't matter when you hit me with it. I'll do the videos while I'm at home, and then when I'm working, I'll drop the videos and be like, bam! I'm looking forward to getting suspended.
Look, like I said, you might end up in the suspension chamber.
Bring it on. Bring it on. For what the video I did, if I get in the suspension chamber for that, the next one I will be severely suspended.
You're going to get penalized. You keep messing around, boy. You're going to get penalized. You better respect that authority.
See that? See, there you go. There you go, you muskrat. Here's your captain. John. Your captain is trying to tame you now by saying keep it down. I
want to tell somebody hi in the chat. Hey, Growing with Hudson, thank you for stopping by again tonight, this afternoon.
Hey, Growing with Hudson.
Yeah, she was with us for a part of last night, a good portion of it, if I remember correctly. All right, John.
How you doing, Growing with Hudson?
I'm sorry, John. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to be.
I said. Did you just hear your Captain Robert telling you to settle down?
That was sarcasm, John.
That wasn't sarcasm. That was you trying to defer as sarcasm, but deep down in your heart, Robert, you're worried now. You're starting to get worried. And Danny, you muskrat, he is trying to warn you, like, hey, settle down. Don't mess with this guy.
I honestly think if he was really trying to get me to settle down, he would like shoot me a little email, say, "Hey, Danny, you know, you're pushing John's buttons a little bit too much." You know,
he's saying it right here on this live. He's saying it, and he's trying to push it off as sarcasm. But what he's really trying to do is saying, "Danny, leave this guy alone. Settle down."
Yeah, he's
You're gonna get penalized, suspended, all that stuff. Hey, Robert, there you go. You finally got the hint to settle your team down. There you go.
He's like,
I just don't want nobody hurting your feelings for real, because then you be calling me up and crying like you did when you lost them seeds. It caused me a bunch of stuff I got to do in the garden. Man,
I got big heads.
Yeah, look at these things. And mine are actually dirty from the soil.
Mine are dirty from the tomatoes.
There you go.
Mine are dirty from, I don't know what they're dirty for, but they're dirty.
Yeah. One bad thing about the tomatoes is when you touch them, you go in the greenhouse and you touch them, it's gonna stain your hands. With hydroponics, it will stain your hands. The tomatoes, Jeff could probably talk on that also. The fluid and the juiciness of the tomatoes, when you're pruning and stuff like that, it'll actually make a cake on the tips of your fingers and in the palms of your hands.
The soil too.
From it coming out from the plant.
Yeah,
it's like hydroponic sweat.
No, it's
not
like
a coating on the plant itself. Even in soil, when I go out there and prune the soil plants, my hands are green when I'm done.
Yeah, when you touch enough of them, your hands do turn green.
It puts that coating when all the conditions are ideal for the plant to grow and the nutrients and the tomatoes. It puts like a slight film on the outside of the plant, and it'll stick to your fingers. It's pretty hard to get off.
But you can tell when it does that. That is a healthy plant.
Yep, exactly, and it's amazing. It's aggravating because it doesn't want to. It doesn't come off very easy.
Have you ever tried wearing gloves?
I did, and that's what I said earlier. I try to be diligent about wearing gloves when I go in the greenhouse, but I went check everything this morning, and all I did was literally grab a couple of them to shake to move the flowers around while I was walking through the greenhouse to check the tanks, and that's what I ended up with. It looks worse on the camera than what it actually is. That probably mostly calluses and stuff from actually working man's hands.
Yeah, we're getting into the back into the hydroponics, and that I do want to do the Gladiator Challenge. Whoever wants to do it, somebody's asked if these things are mandatory, because people have wondered about that. It's like, do we have to do it? It's like, no, you don't have to do any of this stuff. Just whoever wants to. But I want to challenge everybody that wants to build their own little like tabletop hydroponic system. It can be, because there's so many simple builds that can be made. I think it'd be fun for anybody and to be able to show what you can do. Just walk into the store, pick up a few parts, and or make them out of bottles or whatever.
I think that would be great, Robert.
Yeah, because that's something that anybody can do, no matter where they are, even if they've got a bedroom in an apartment, just a bedroom. That's great stuff.
It would be awesome to see a challenge where people do hydroponics in their house, different ways, different styles. Oh, I'm doing it this way. And then at the end of the day, we could have 10 different systems, and let's see them progress throughout the year. And
That's right. I mean, you know, the Danny and Jeff is doing stuff. Now, Jeff would be, you know, with his stuff inside, a lot of that, you know, I don't know, you got a bunch of stuff outside, Jeff, or most of it's in the house.
All my hydroponics are in the house. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's the aeroponics systems that people see. There's a lot of things they can buy online that cost a lot of money, but it doesn't have to. It's just
Look
simple.
at that comment there. Gardening, Canadian Proud Get Outdoors. That's a
What
nice
it
comment.
See, there we go, right there.
That's awesome, right there. Yeah.
That's what we're doing. It's spreading the knowledge, but spreading the inspiration to try something like that.
Canadian Proud Get Outdoors. She didn't join Shed Wars.
Well, and see that's what makes it even better. The people that you know we influence that
Hidden
are not
Hidden Harvest Grow Lights. He does a lot of growing indoors as well. It's a shame that he didn't join Shed Wars himself.
Oh, we're gonna get him in.
He could add an awful lot of knowledge to the indoor hydroponic stuff. Where it would actually be nice to see. Actually, let me get on camera. It would actually be interesting to have a division of, you know, indoor hydroponic growers. It would be awesome to have that, because not everybody can actually get, you know, growing food outdoors. It would be nice to have a Shed Wars division of hydroponically growing indoors.
Well,
that would be awesome.
Jeff could tell you the amount of poundage he can, you know, average over the growth of with a toad, a 25-gallon toad, or what, a 12-gallon toad. You know, he averages what is it, like 6 heads of lettuce off of 28 days, depending on the variety, 28 to 35 days.
Yeah, because I don't do leaf lettuce, I do head lettuce. So when I cut it, I cut the whole head out. Leaf lettuce you can still let grow and you can just pick off it, but I like the head lettuce better.
I mean, that's something that, you know, Robert's idea this is the first, by the way, that I'm hearing about this idea, but I can envision it now that Robert is talking about it, I think it would be a great idea if we were to incorporate a subdivision of Shed Wars of hydroponically growing, where let's see what people can actually grow hydroponically only. Well, addition to the outdoors and all that stuff. That would be interesting. Robert, we'll talk later about this, but that's very interesting, Robert.
There's all kinds of things that we can do. But Bart, I mean, when Mark and I were talking about this in the very beginning, and the inspiration, and John, because we were all on the same page, but we're watching everything in the future and how it's going to play out and how we think it's going to play out. And you can look right now, everything is getting so much more expensive if you can find it. There's endless talk about crop failures, everything like that. And I don't want to talk a whole lot about that kind of stuff. There are channels out there that do that, and they walk the line, you know, and saying the things you can't say or you can say. And I ain't going to do that. I don't want to make any trouble. So there's concern about our food in the future. Where is most of our population? They're in apartments. They're in the cities. They ain't got a hope in hell of having a backyard that they could plow up. They could move out and move in with family somewhere. But they need to be able to grow inside. We need to be able to look at all different kind of ways to grow food, and people with that knowledge to be highlighted. Last year we had David Hotelling growing hydroponically inside his apartment, and that was amazing. He was showing how to do it. We've got you guys there with bigger system and more knowledge than he had. Okay, we've got the Cosmic Chariot up in Rhode Island, and he's got a big system in his garage. But it's not the fact that someone in an apartment can grow all the food they need, but maybe they can grow some of it, and anything is going to help. And if you've got people in apartments that have got totes with deep water culture, they've got, even their aquariums, they've got anything that's going that they can do inside, then they're making their food. There's people that keep quail inside their apartment for the egg. It's all about this thing that is, I really honestly believe, is coming to us. And it's an awful lot of people that's going to be looking for food. We just got to teach people every different way. And that's why whenever we're talking about hydroponics versus aquaponics, to me, it's not an argument. When you've got somebody that sits there and says, this is the best way, it's like it's only the best way in a certain scenario. Both schools, or all 10 schools, however you want to look at it, has got its own little thing. Now, what if you combine hydroponics inside all year long, or in a greenhouse outside, however you do it, and then you've got this extra benefit of, hey, I've got an aquaponics station over here too, and I've got this other patch over here growing food in the ground. If you employ all of these different methods, if you want to, you've got the time or whatever, you're learning, you're creating new things, you're growing in different ways, and all of it adds in together. It's about maximizing production of your square footage, the intensive gardening, the interaction of the systems, and all of that stuff playing in your mind together. It's synergy, it's flow, and from that comes amazing things. They shouldn't get locked into the old, the thinking of one way is the only way. I would like to have stuff in the ground, in a dedicated hydroponics, and then also in aquaponics. A lot of people think aquaponics, well, I'm going to just grow a bunch of fish and have a bunch of protein. It's like, no, you're not. You might want to try quail for that, because fish grow slow in an aquaponic system, and you've got to manage. It's almost like being a zookeeper, when you're talking about aquaponics, because you got to maintain the plants and the fish. But that's where in ponds and lakes, you can grow things. You can actually be growing a garden with squash and everything else you want to grow in a lake, in a pond, just like they did with the chinampas down in South America. You can do that in temperate areas. Float a raft on top of a pond. Boom, you've got fish water right there, perfectly balanced. Nothing you have to worry about. You can grow so much food in something like that in a natural system. It'd be unbelievable. It's just developing whatever the infrastructure looks like. And that can be done with all natural methods. If they could do it thousands of years ago, we can certainly do it today. But that could be done something in season. And then you got your hydroponics on the side. So the challenge for building your own hydroponics system, that's where you guys will be able to really help. And they'll be, looking at your content and trying to learn, and y'all can really be helping people with that. I'd love to see that.
I'd love to see it too. The different creativity that different people could show. Yeah, I built mine this way. I'm building mine this way. It would be awesome to see the different creative ways of doing it.
Yeah. And I don't even consider mine an actual system, right? I mean, the last bunch of videos that I did, I was trying to make it very simple, very easy by using recycled stuff. So I use a milk jug, I use a K-cup. In those, I put cocoa coir. I think I'm going to try one. I've been saving some brewed coffee grounds. I think I'm going to try a seed in coffee grounds. and see if I could grow it right from the beginning to harvest using a K-cup with coffee grounds, use coffee grounds in a milk jug, and grow a head of lettuce.
Yeah, see, that would be fantastic thing to watch you do, and and just the creativity. It's like, wow, look at growing something with Jeff. This is the way he did it with coffee grounds. Like, it's things like that. I love the idea. I have Robert. Didn't I come up with that idea?
I think you did. I mean,
no.
idea,
That is a fantastic idea, Robert. That
it's
is awesome.
almost as good as my parody song video, idea. I like it.
One thing, Mr. Robert, the difference, the main thing, if you're in a situation where you have to grow between hydroponics and aquaponics, growing for
From you call him Mister,
family.
you don't call me Mister.
That's called respect.
I'm
And
trying to
just
be
age.
nice. I'm just gonna move forward. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to keep it PG. But it's
Freaking muskrats.
being able to get the hydroponic fertilizer to be able to grow hydroponically. If you're in a situation where you don't have, if the food system is shut down, it's going to be hard to be able to get the fertilizer if you don't already have it.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
when it comes to that, if you don't have a stockpile of the fertilizer, then you're going to have issues growing hydroponically. That's where the growing something in a aquaponics would actually work, because it's kind of a closed loop system. You're able to repeat, rinse, repeat to a point, because you do in an aquaponics system, you have to adjust the pH from time to time. So as long as you're able to find something to be able to test your pH and adjust the pH to where it needs to keep the fish alive, then you're able to continue growing food off of it. Everything has its downfalls. Growing each way has its downfalls, even back when it gets to the dirt. You're going to have to, even growing in the dirt, you're going to have some type of, system to turn the dirt over, system to be able to add, organic matter to the compost and stuff to your system. So we could literally have a complete other discussion about, what it would take if this would happen. That would be an amazing discussion. I'm not sure how it would go over with YouTube, but it would be an amazing discussion to see how other people think about that. If this situation happens, what would you do with your system? What would you do with this system? And that could also help, people to realize how, finicky the food distribution system is.
That's right. The frailty of that, of counting on, it's because our population, we have so many people, right? We grew up on the farms in a smaller population. They got the heck off the farms as soon as they could, because that sucked. That's like, hey, I can get a job at a factory. Cities got bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we've got a bunch of people that are easy to control, because if you control the food, you control the people. They don't have independence. They don't have that ability to be independent. And that makes dangerous people. You can herd them up together and make them run in the same direction and trample everybody. But my point with my thinking, or not my point, but my way of looking at things, everything's got its good and bad, like the hydro versus aqua or whatever, or in the ground. But there's ways to do it all, and reasons to do it all in different ways. There are, like we were talking about earlier with the worm tea, Canadian Proud, get outdoors. Take care. Glad you were here. If you got to go, that's all right. But like using the worm tea, using naturally occurring rock additives or something like that, rock dust to systems, that's been done for hydroponics. but it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. It doesn't have to be tied to the distribution system. You can grow hydroponically by using these different additives. That's like Mark was talking about, like what I'm talking about. That can be done. And the main thing is to try to do it and work out those things for somebody that wants to and spread that knowledge. Another thing that hydroponics is good about, and aquaponics to a certain degree, is the pest pressure. If you're growing inside in a controlled environment, your pest pressure drops tremendously. Not to zero, but hydroponics is a great way to grow food. And you'll never hear me downing it or saying that aquaponics is better. Never hear me say that, or any way is better. It's all about, all of these things are great. Use them all, learn them all.
Yep. The more you know, the better.
That's right. I mean, you because somebody, like I said, somebody in an apartment can't fill up their backyard, and somebody that's got a backyard, they ain't got the same situations and pressures as somebody's in the city. But who knows how it's going to go? But it's like what's his name, Jack Spirko, one of my YouTube favorite, hero kind of guys. He said it's going to teach you how to do stuff if times get tough, or even if they don't, you're better off to know this stuff. Yep. And whatever we can do in Shed Wars like that is great. And if we can make all of this fun and not seem like it's a classroom, maybe that's a good thing. Get people involved and interested in it, and the off-the-shelf builds is just like what Jeff was talking about. If you can take, it's like me, I take bottles and do all kinds of stuff. We love to tinker, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do most of these people in the cities or anywhere have at their disposal? Garbage. If you want to see people doing amazing things, you look at the farmers in the Philippines. Ma Dudell, he's got amazing systems down there in the Philippines. And you're talking about people that are doing something with nothing. And I mean, unfortunately, most of the people that need to hear what we're going to say and teach aren't watching it. One day maybe they will, or they'll be helped by somebody who has.
Yep.
Okay. I'm out of breath now. I'm going to shut up.
Well, you've only been going for 15 minutes. You got another 12 easy.
I'll talk too much whenever I do start talking.
It's all good.
And just to throw it out there, we are still accepting new members to Shed Wars. We have a few roster spots to fill. So if anybody is interested in joining Shed Wars, email myself or Robert. We are still accepting new members.
How are the teams lined up right now? I know
not very good. The Woodchucks are like 12 ahead of the Team Will It Grow.
It's still the 50-50, or it's expanded a little bit past 50 on the teams?
The Woodchucks are almost at 70 at this point.
Wow.
And Will It Grow is down to almost 30.
You keep your team in check.
Oh, I think the Woodchucks, I think we've had some casualties, though. That'll probably bring that down.
We are accepting new members, so if you are interested out there, please email myself, Will It Grow John, or Homestead Aquarius, and we will find the spot for you.
I'll get Broke Farmer involved, but I gotta wait till he'll be on Team Woodchuck.
Broke Farmer 76?
Yep.
Oh, he's a great guy.
I'm gonna talk to him and try to get him, but the only way that's gonna happen is if he's on my team.
Absolutely. Like I said, I only want people that want to be on my team.
Come on, Jeff.
Yeah, I hear you talking over there, John, but you probably got like 50 people over there that you're about to put on. That's what I think you got. You got something hid over there.
He probably got some been in contact with the people from Israel that we were talking about earlier with the 150 acre greenhouses, and he's gonna be like, yeah, this is his personal greenhouse. Hey man, we need all the poundage you can give us so that we can catch up to Team Woodcutter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Before you came on, we were actually, excuse me, let me get. When Billy was up with Wickshire Project, he asked if we had watched any of the videos with the hydroponic production they do in Israel. It's amazing. They'll have like a 50 to 150 acre greenhouse all undercover. And they actually have like train car trolleys that they push down the rows to pick the fruit and to be able to prune and everything. It
is amazing. I've seen that. It's amazing.
It is. Have you seen the one where they got the strawberry trellis that goes over this big area, and they're picking strawberries out of PVC pipes above their heads?
I have.
Some neat stuff.
If I remember correctly, it moves up and down to where they're able to interplant them closer together, and it moves to where the strawberries are able to receive the right amount of sunlight. But they're also able to double plant because of the movement of the troughs.
Yeah, the sun can hit them from all different angles because it don't block it out. That's some amazing stuff. But see, now you mentioned Israel, and that reminded me of something. There's a video that I watched a few months ago. There's a guy over there doing all that in Israel, and he was using these thermo rest mattresses, the ones that's what do you call them? It's
sleep soft foam.
The what?
The sleep soft foam mattresses.
Well, I don't know what it's a thermo something. It's got that hard foam, but it molds to your body. They're using those for grow medium for hydroponics.
Wow!
Think about that now. You get, and they were using old thrown away mattresses that they had down there, and they would take one mattress made of that stuff. How many pieces of little bitty grow mediums can that make? And that's what they were talking about, using ingenuity and garbage. Some was going to be thrown away, and they're growing food in it.
Well, and
so,
I'm pretty sure you could take a plastic bottle, and break it down, chip it up small enough to where you could use it as a hydroponic substrate, as opposed to Purolite or something like that. You would probably have to adjust the amount of time that the water run, or the periods of time, the amounts of times it runs a day for the solution.
What about styrofoam?
Styrofoam's weird because it will absorb water after a while.
But what they were doing with that, though, it was a plug that they were making, like the Rockwool plugs.
Seed starter.
Yeah, there's a seed starter, but it was like a Rockwool plug. It stays intact. It's just got a place to put your seed in there, and that's in the floating raft system.
Oh, okay.
It's not loose pieces.
Right.
Just one solid piece, like a piece of Rockwool.
I do grow in sand, and sand is free.
Yeah, that's why the vineyard chicks got penalized, because they were making fun of you.
Yeah, well, it works for me.
They had a better seed starting process than you did, so you got mad. That's what I understood from the video.
No.
I like the sand.
The sand. I grow my peppers out in straight up sand from the beach, and I have no issues.
Now that's to get them started.
Yeah, just to get them started, of course.
Because see, now that's something that's kind of confused me. It's like because there's one kind of sand you want to get for your gardening, and one
I got mine. I start my seeds as I get it right from the beach.
It's like there's a difference between play sand and masonry sand.
Well, of course.
And I'm wondering which one it is between the two, because you get the wrong one, it's not as good.
I use straight up from the beach salt water. That's the sand I use.
Yeah, but which version does it? Is it? I guess
Robert, I don't know. I mean, I would have to send the sand from the beach to a lab. I guess I don't know.
No, it's been done. I just got to look it up. But it's either clay sand or masonry sand that is the same thing as like beach sand. It's sharp sand, is what they call it. And it's I think it's masonry sand. And
Yeah, I just fill up a
wonder if
5-gallon
anybody knew
bucket
that.
from the beach, and I plant my pepper plants and right into it, and I have no problem with germination.
Yeah, because that video you made where you put it over the top of it,
Yeah,
that was awesome. And I mean, I would never think about using vermiculite on there. That stuff is too expensive.
right. And the sand basically replaces the vermiculite, and it does the same thing, except the sand does dry out quite a bit faster than the vermiculite. But it's a cheap alternative, and I'm sure anybody can get sand anywhere.
Have you tried
anybody
putting
can.
up compost or something on the bottom of the sand? Maybe a quarter of an inch. I know I've seen.
Yeah, no, there was compost. The sand on the top was acting as the vermiculite, as the cover. Instead of using dirt, I used the sand.
Right. Okay.
But I do grow my pepper plants in straight up sand, 100% sand, and they have no problem germinating.
Yeah. But that's the key thing. That is, you germinate them.
Germinate them, then I got to transplant them. Once they get their true leaves, then I will take them out of the sand into soil.
Okay, now wait a minute. All right, you're talking about just germinating in pure sand, no soil of any kind.
No soil of any kind.
Sand. Okay. I thought that's what you were talking about. Now that's probably what I saw. Yeah, but at the end of the day, whatever nature does and however she grows food, if you do that, you're doing good, because she ain't covering everything up with sand. She gets the job done, but it's always in season. And what we're talking about is getting it to start growing before. But that sand and what you're talking about is awesome, because, I mean, like paper towels. When you put your seeds in paper towels, there's some kind of magic in paper towels, because it'll germinate a seed like nobody's business. Nature ain't got no paper towels, but, it works good. It works well.
Clorox will also. We had almost a 3-hour discussion going on Thursday about using Clorox, and it morphed into hydroponics, a little bit of shed wars, and it's like, damn, we're 2.5 hours already. I gotta go. I gotta get my little ball off the bus in like 2 minutes.
Man, when you had that 7-hour going, almost 7 hours, you stopped like 7.5 minutes short of going a full 7 hours. And I'm like, wait a minute, why did he do that? He could have gone for the whole 7.
I went downstairs real quick to grab the pepper plants. Can you see that?
There you go.
See, these pepper plants are 100% sand. See,
I've never seen that before. That's cool.
I do it in sand. So the reason why I did this is to show and teach that if you can't afford potting soil, you can go down to your beach, and this is pure salt water. Now, I don't know what kind of sand it is, but look, that is 100% sand.
Yep.
And you see, I already took some out and transplanted them. These are extras. See, that's 100% sand in there. There is
you're not giving them any nutrients or anything?
Nope.
Well, the seeds don't need any nutrients, to get going. Seeds, when you're germinating, they've got all the energy they need in the seed. They don't need light to germinate.
Right, but the reason I did this is just to show and teach that if you can't afford to go out and spend $15 on seed starting mix, you can simply go down to your local beach, fill up a container with sand, just like this, whatever you want, and they will germinate for you.
Yeah.
It's right here. The proof is right here.
If all the stuff that we've got today to do what we do was necessary to do it, we wouldn't be here. Everybody from long ago done been dead because they didn't have any of this stuff.
Right. I mean, that's just a cheap alternative. I mean, use Mother Nature. It's there.
Sifting soils, asking if you have them on the grow lights.
I do have, yes, I do have them on the grow lights. Yes. They are on the grow lights, and my germination chamber was this stupid something egg. No, it's I don't know what the hell that is. What is that? I don't know.
Tomatoes, Campari tomatoes.
Something my wife bought, and I use it. It's an awesome germination chamber full of sand. And look, they are very healthy. Look at these roots. These guys are ready to go, but I don't have any more room, so I'm leaving them here.
John, in all honesty, if that's a Campari tomatoes that you're able to get, save you some seeds from them and try growing you a couple of them. That is the most amazing. It's a smaller tomato. That I love.
Campari tomatoes, yes.
If you can get them, save the seeds from them. That's what a Primal Cajun did, and that's where I got my seeds from the Camparis. And it's an amazing flavored tomato. They don't get real big, a little bit bigger than a golf ball, most of them, but the flavor in them is just out of this world.
Sticky Puddle Ranch, yeah, sand. That's I do that specifically was to teach that you can grow in sand, and I encourage anybody to do it. You don't have to spend $20-$30 on seed starting mix. You know, some people that don't know how to water it correctly might not be successful at it, but I've been doing it for several years this way, and it does work. You just have to keep an eye on it because sand does dry out fairly quickly. And I got all these extra pepper plants. I don't even know what to do with.
Yeah, it doesn't have to cost a lot of money.
No.
It doesn't have to.
Man, you're going to need all the weight you can get.
Danny, if you, I'm not even going to talk about the grudge challenges.
I'm waiting.
Oh, don't.
You said no one called you out.
No.
There's no reason for you not to call out someone else that's on your.
Yeah, Eddie Nuts called me out, and then he figured out he was nuts. He backed away. He's like, nope, I'm not doing it with John. No. And
he was tired of hurting your feelings. So.
He call out.
Danny, Danny, there's gonna be a video released probably tomorrow. I'm gonna show everybody exactly how much growing space I have. Nobody really knows how much growing space I have.
You said you've added, like 13 or 14 new beds, 4x8 or something, and or 4x40. You've basically tripled or quadrupled what you had last year.
Actually more than that, because I just entered into basically a contract of where I'm basically going to be taking over a whole nursery.
Nice.
Oh, so wait a minute. You lied, John. Isn't that what you accused Ed of?
I didn't lie. I'm saying it now.
No, you didn't lie. You came into Shed Wars with a certain amount of growing space. You didn't say nothing about adding no more growing space. See,
I'm saying it now.
No, that's not. No, because you jumped on Ed for that. See, jumped on Ed for lying to you.
But what kind of nursery you have going on? That's cool.
It's a nursery that I help out on the side. It's strictly a flower nursery that they grow, just flowers, but they want to expand the vegetables. And the boss asked me, hey, do I want to grow sweet corn there or whatever I want to grow? And she gave me a pretty massive plot with irrigation all set up. And I said, sure, I'll take it on. Of course, I'll grow it.
You use the space?
She's letting me use the space, but the nursery is letting me use it.
You can't use that poundage in Shed Wars.
Only for what I keep for me.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Only.
I've listened to the rules. I will contact Chicken Johnny. He will be my lawyer, and he will. you cannot use that. It's not on
if I grow corn in that plot and I harvest 5 pounds of corn, I will weigh that 5 pounds. The rest that she sells I will not count it.
That's not right.
I'm still growing it.
No, but you're growing it for her to sell.
I'm growing it for her to sell, but for what I take for me to eat, I grew it. I'm talking about what I take for me to eat.
I understand, but I don't know.
Yeah, now that counts. That counts.
That counts. I'm growing it.
I think the Shed Moors person needs to be involved in this. You might have your own date at the marshal's chamber.
I'm the one growing it.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
And if I'm taking 5 pounds out of whatever it is I grow in that plot, then it's my 5 pounds to claim.
John's going to claim 1,700 pounds.
I'm not dishonest like that.
Hey, I do have a question though. If you're going to weigh the corn, because you can't eat the corn cob, do you have to, estimate what it would be with just the corn sections? Or I know no,
I don't get complicated like that. As I put,
I'm just asking, and I'm not trying to complicate it. I just know at some point that's going to come up. Because some people's like, well, I got a 1,700 pound pig. I should be able to put 1,700 pounds, and y'all taking care of that, saying, no, it's a hanging rack.
It's the same. It's the same thing. The way I measured, the way I did my weights last year is, and Robert can attest to this, that this is true. And Mark also can attest. The way I did it last year is, if I have 5 pounds, 10 ounces, I eliminate the ounces. I throw that out the window. I do not count ounces. Yeah. I count it straight up. If I have 5 pounds, 15 ounces, it's 6 pounds.
That's not right.
But you got to think, if I have 5 pounds and 8 ounces, I throw the 8 ounces out. So don't tell me it's not right.
Not right. If you're going to throw it out at 8 ounces, you should throw it out at 15 ounces. I'm just throwing that out there.
No, I round it off. If it's close enough, if it's like 1 ounce away, hey, look, it's 6 pounds. For crying out loud.
I'm messing with you, man.
Man, you just, as far as that goes, just whatever you would go to the grocery store and whatever it would look like there, trim it down to that, regular corn on the cob style. Don't pull up the stalk.
Whatever you
weigh the stalk.
Whatever you would put in your freezer whatever you would put in your freezer or on your rack as you would eat.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, don't eat your steak and then say, "Oh, don't throw the bone away because I want to weigh it so I can subtract." Oh, I mean, geez, God, crying out loud! No, just come on, just you cut up a steak like you got the new guy there, the Chris Jericho there from Canada. Thorhaven Farm. He's trying to do everything. So, I'm going to weigh out the bones and discount the bones. It's like, you got a beautiful tomahawk steak. Weigh it. You know what I mean?
Quick question. Would bone broth count as, like, say I get my chicken and I make chicken broth out of it? Would that count towards weight for Shed Wars?
Well, you want to weigh water?
Oh, yeah, see, that adds adding water to it.
That's adding water. Danny, come on. Now you're pushing the limit. You want to add water? You sound like Southpaw Davy last year. Oh, I got 10 tons. I got 10 tons of rainwater. It's like, really? Because I use it to fertilize I use it to water my garden, so I'm going to weigh rainwater. Really?
Davey was not going to weigh rainwater. He was making a joke. And he told that in the video in question. He was not going to weigh it. He said, this is getting so ridiculous. Oh, I can weigh the rainwater here. And so somebody went off on him. And
who's that? I wonder who that was.
we know. All right, we're gonna leave that alone. Let's take a moment to say hello to Quebec Homestead.
Hello,
She's
Mallory.
hanging out,
Hi,
listening
Mallory.
to these knuckleheads up on the screen while she's trying to make herself something to eat. And watch where the knife is and your fingers. You know, somebody gonna say something up here that's gonna distract you, and you're gonna lose a finger. Be careful. I'll tell you what, Canada is warming up. The daylight's coming to Canada. And I've seen what she's got in the ground from last year and what she's doing this year. And Quebec Homestead is fixing to bring the pain. You're going to be putting weight out there.
She got it going on.
Yes, she does.
It's nice to, you know, to watch, and that it's such a beautiful place where she's at. You know, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's what amazes me. Once that all day sun and all night sun starts coming up over there in the northern hemisphere, oh my gosh, Alaska, you know, it's a shorter growing season, but when it's on, it's on. One of the best gardeners that we had was Balsam Acres, and she's up in Canada, and she is an amazing gardener. And she put on so much weight, it's incredible, and didn't even weigh all of it. But anyhow, just wanted to say that. How often do you water your peppers? Will it grow? John?
I don't know if he's still there, or if he had to go check the plumbing.
No, I'm still here. How often do I water my peppers? Are you talking about indoors or outdoors? That's the question. Outdoors, well, I'll give you the answer. Outdoors, I water every 2 days. Indoors, every 3 days.
Yeah, Jules.
That's a lot of water.
Yes, I have my irrigation on a system where I don't care if it rains. I'd rather them get a little bit extra water than not have any at all. Peppers do not like to go dry. From my experience, anyway. So every 2 days. Oh, the sand is every 3 days. I give it a nice watering.
Jules brought up a little earlier in the chat there, says just sharecropping, and you know, that's definitely a thing that somebody can do in Shed Wars. If you've got somebody else that's got some land and you're working it and growing the food, it's all good. It's your efforts that's going into it. You know, that's a good thing, and it's a way for somebody to maximize what they're growing in Shed Wars and in real life, because there's a lot of people that are too old to grow food, but they've got the land to do it. You got a lot of old farmers, old gardeners that would love to teach somebody how to do it. That's one of the big ways that people are going to be able to get through and make it in the future, is to have that as a possibility. Have an old teacher and a young student, you know, or any version of those things. Sharecropping is a wonderful thing, and it's starting to catch on in places.
Homer's starting to do that. He has 2 of his neighbors that he'll be growing with.
Exactly. I mean, if you have the opportunity to grow extra food in somebody else's plot or somewhere, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to be doing a video where I'm going to be growing in the middle of the woods where nobody's going to know there's actual food there except me.
That's guerrilla gardening. And that's right. Awesome too.
That's guerrilla gardening, where people will walk by and they will not even know that there's food there growing except me, because I planted it there.
That's right.
That's taking advantage of an open space where I could easily walk into any forest, clear out a 10 by 10 little plot, and plant beans there. And beans will do fantastic there. And you know what's best about that is the soil in that forest floor is the richest, most awesome soil you can ever find anywhere. And there you go. I can grow my beans and not take up garden space. I can grow my kidney beans, whatever I want, in the middle of the forest, and nobody knows it's there except me.
That's right. Dan Permaculture Food Forest. He was saying that he plants beans all throughout the place. Just scatters them out, lets them grow.
That's what I do too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good stuff. And
But this year I'm going to expand. Like my beans take, like I like to grow a lot of beans, like pinto beans and all that stuff. But they do just as well in the middle of the forest. So why am I going to take up room in my raised beds for something else when I can just take a 1 pound bag of beans, walk into the woods like I'm hiking, and I'll take a rake with me. I'll clear out a 10 by 10, 20 by 20, whatever, and I'll just stick those beans in the ground, and they will grow. You hear that, Danny? They will grow.
Yeah. Now, see, what a lot of people don't realize, and I didn't either, but most every garden vegetable that you can think of, it doesn't need the all-day sun that people think.
No, it doesn't.
No, most of our vegetables can do just fine on 50% or more of sun.
That's right.
Bull's garden, he's got his food forest, with all the existing, gigantic pine trees. He's got a lot of shade there. But you don't have to have this all-day sun thing. You don't have to have it. The plants do just fine. And not enough people are noticing that. And, maybe he'll highlight that. But, that's kind of a weird thing because everybody sees you got to clear your land for the thing.
No,
you don't have to clear all of it. I mean, nature
I have
ain't
purposely
clearing all of it.
In the past 5 years, I've noticed that plants prefer a little bit of shade and relaxation from the 90-degree weather, and when they have that shade, they absolutely love it. And I've actually, my raised beds that I'm building, I keep pushing them towards the shade more, and they get 5-6 hours of sunlight, and they're absolutely happy. They actually perform better than the ones that are getting 8, 9, 10 hours of sun.
Yeah, because that's the way nature intended it. It's mixed shade, having to fight for the light
and the moisture too. The moisture, the raised beds I have in full sun, those things in one day, boom, they're dry, bone dry.
Yeah, that's the one thing that
in your raised beds, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the compost will evaporate and leach water faster than regular soil.
Yep.
Yeah. But most of our annual plants for production, this is something that in permaculture, if you've got perennial plants, if you've got the wild plants that can grow food, like your trees, like your berries, and all the different things that people can eat that will grow naturally in your area. If you've got that, if you've got your place with a food forest, with all of these things growing natural food, you don't have to touch it. It does its own thing.
Yep,
that's right. Then you can turn your attention to the fussier things, the annuals that require so much extra effort because they are not in their natural environment. They have been grown and produced over the years to have lost almost everything about survival that was put into them. They're far removed from their natural roots. The lettuce that you go and buy at the store today is actually a cultivated product that came from what we see as the wild lettuces now. People going crazy about the wild lettuce. It's the opium lettuce and all this kind of stuff because of its pain killing properties. Regular lettuce has the same thing in it. It came from the same place.
Danny, can I ask you a piece of advice?
Yes.
I planted out okra, and they're about a foot tall down in my grow room. And I have about 60 plants. Am I in trouble?
Let me Google what the hell okra is, and I'll be able to help you, possibly. But just off the top of my head, I don't know what okra is.
Yeah, he got it. I know what okra is.
They're
Okra
too
is how you say it.
tall. I got about 60 plants, and my soil is absolutely not ready to take that okra.
If they're that tall, John, I actually don't think you can transplant them whenever you can. I don't think they're gonna do well. I've never had any luck transplanting okra 2 weeks out.
So basically, I should just trash those and
I
wait.
wouldn't trash them, because I mean you could turn around and replant seeds right next to them. That's what okra grows. Okra grows so fast.
What did you just say? Gotcha.
The hillbilly word is
go ahead,
okra.
keep going.
Yeah,
Okra.
you can take your Roundup and mix it with your hydroponic solution and spray it all over them, and that will give you a perfect okra solution.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just saying is because my soil, I mean, the plants is extremely healthy. They already have their true set 3 leaves on them. And it's my soil. Oh, they're in small, just, 3-inch pots.
Yeah.
Well,
but they're
John,
healthy.
One of your big things is you got with all these plants, you got 2 factors. Do you have room for them to grow up, or are they underneath something?
They're underneath the grow lights, but they're taking up too much space, and I'm thinking of just trashing them. And I just started them to see if they would germinate, and 99% of them did, and now they're just taking up too much space, and I don't know what to do with them. So I'm thinking of just trashing them.
We talked about that Thursday and again last night. I'm not a fan of transplanting okra. Not a fan of transplanting it. The shock and even starting it 2 weeks ahead of time in a pot when your soil temperature is where it needs to be, and you plant your seeds out. The seeds planted directly in the soil 99% of the time will outpace the pre-started ones that are transplanted.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna trash those because they're taking up way too much space. And
honestly, throw them out in the bed.
Well, not even in a bed. Go put them out in the forest where you were talking about. It wouldn't take much. Dig a couple small holes, stick them in the ground. It's only a 3-inch pot. If they're gonna make it, they're gonna make it. If they don't, they don't. Just dig a hole big enough to stick it. Don't till it up. Don't do nothing. Just stick it in the soil. Where the thing is, and see if it rocks. That would be a really
actually, yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, see, okra might be now in his environment. I don't think that okra is going to work up there in the woods. Okra needs that hot.
Okra needs the hot soil. I understand
that hot sun.
It needs
that.
It needs the soil to be 70 degrees for it to grow.
Yeah.
70, 72.
Yeah, see, my soil doesn't get up to 70, 80 degrees until August.
Now, see, you can make a hotbed.
70.
You can make a hotbed. You can go out there and take one of these beds that you're growing that you're cheating with by doing that. All right. and you can plastic sheet that, make it a hotbed. You can put over some cattle panels. They're cheap. The cattle panel, and you can have them sitting out there growing way out of season inside that greenhouse environment. That's a possibility because you're going to be warming up soon. And now the oak is small.
Once the heat does come up here, it will be scorching hot.
But in order to get a crop out of it, you're going to need it to stay growing, for a longer period of time. And given the greenhouse, that outside greenhouse where it gets all the sun, and having that soil right there heated up, that's going to make a difference. If you got them in buckets, in 5-gallon buckets, or if you got them in something smaller.
Yeah, 3-inch cups, he said.
Oh, shit.
They're in 3-inch little cups.
Okay. Well, I mean, okra, you can have one okra plant in a 5-gallon bucket. It's got a big root system. It does, but you need to have at least a 5-gallon bucket for it to live in. And if it's only in a 3-inch pot, Danny's talking about the transplant shot, but you might be able to baby it enough to ease that, and you wouldn't have to lose everything that you've done and what you've got started already.
Yeah, I mean, I did it just to see if they would germinate, and I didn't think they would, but pretty much every single one of them did.
Yeah, okra's just got it. Okra is notorious for not germinating well, but it's just how you do it. And that soil temperature, like Danny said, that's key for everything. But
yeah, I have them on. I started them on the heat mat, and my heat mat is at 80 degrees.
I would love to see you have a cattle panel greenhouse up there in Cape Cod where you're growing okra and you're producing it even before we've got it producing down here in the South. I don't know if that's possible.
Robert, don't challenge me, because I'll do it and it will grow.
Will it? I want to see you grow a watermelon.
Like last year, I was challenged to grow a watermelon in a pot, and I did.
That's right. Now, see, what's your nighttime temperatures up there right now?
Right now,
yeah,
it's down, like low 40s.
I mean, you're gonna have to compensate. Once you get a greenhouse built up there, you're gonna have to compensate and have, something to keep your temperatures up. And it's probably more of a pain than you want to deal with, because it would be a little project.
Yeah, but the thing is, the nursery that I just got connected with that I'm helping, they have 6 greenhouses that, they grow their flowers in, and I have plenty of space in there if I need.
I'd put it in there then. If they'll let you use the space, I'd try growing them in there. That'd be the same. That'd be like sharecropping. You're just using somebody else's space and you're doing the work. Get you some 5-gallon buckets and go for it like that. Danny, you think 5-gallon bucket would do it? I think it would.
It might not. Well, down here, it probably wouldn't make the whole season, but with the heat and the way their season is up there, I think it would be plenty big enough. I did want to say my stepdad actually has some okra planted in the hydroponic troughs that I have in the old greenhouse, and I am planning on going over there and doing an update, not for Shed Wars, but for just an update for my channel on what he's doing. He's kind of I like to go over there a couple times a year and show everybody that how easy it is. We were talking about that earlier. How easy it is to do a greenhouse, and how even mismanaging and not pruning and everything you can possibly think to do wrong, he does about 95% of it, and he still gets an amazing amount of food out of that greenhouse.
Is that new channel, doing gardening all wrong?
No,
that I've been seeing.
He don't have his own. Doing gardening wrong is Chris Clocho, I think. I don't remember exactly. He just changed it because he actually put out. He was telling me about the. If I'm remembering correctly, he had a hydroponic setup for lettuce, and he, I asked him to post a video, so he did. For that same person, he just changed the name. But no, that's my stepdad doesn't have a. He can barely turn YouTube on his phone. My son has to do it for him.
Yeah.
But
I'd love to see that in Shed Wars. You can make 2 videos or whatever, but seeing okra growing in, you said aquaponics, right?
No, hydroponics. It's
hydroponics. I'd love to see it.
In my old greenhouse, I had a whole bunch of plywood that I had purchased at one time. It's been so long. It was after Hurricane Rita. I paid $3.85 for a sheet of the OSB plywood. So I bought 3 bundles of it, and I was whittling it down, and I ended up using a bunch of it and made some troughs for the greenhouse for deep water culture and different things. And we ended up using some filled up in the hydroponic greenhouse with the in the Dutch buckets. We ended up using it for troughs, and we filled it up with Purolite and modified it a couple of different ways. It works decent. It's hard to clean, but
hold on to it. Oh, you can make a down payment on a house now with 10 sheets of OSB. I think is the going rate now.
I'm from 280 sheets I had in that old truck bed to 7. I have 7 of them left. But yeah, it would have been amazing to have all that.
The price of lumber and everything now it's crazy. But see, that's the whole thing. That's what we wanted to try to help people with Shed Wars, because these prices that we're seeing, we're still at sale prices right now. Now, everything that you see, no matter how much it costs, is on sale compared to what it's going to cost later this year and next year.
Yep.
You know how much? Go to Home Depot. You know how much a 2x4, not pressure treated. Take a guess how much it costs. 1 2x4.
Well, you need to give us a foot length on it, John, so we have an idea.
An 8 foot 2x4.
About $13.
$14.
There you go.
For one.
He's on it.
4 2x12s, 12 foot. I'm sorry, 3 2x12s. Yeah, 4 2x12s, 12 foot long, and 1 2x10, 8 foot long to change the top cleats on my steps. $375 with tax.
Dang. Yeah.
Good to see you, Mark. Have a great day, brother.
Hey, Mr.
Mark, have a good one.
Thank you so much. We really enjoyed it. Yeah. 300.
Yeah, the price of lumber has gone absolutely through the roof.
And everything is going up. I was watching, who was it, Full Spectrum Survival the other day. I watch him every day. I watch Ice Age Farmer, Oppenheimer Ranch Project. There's Adapt 2030. Watch several people. And what they're showing right now, what Full Spectrum Survival showed, was a 30% inflation right now. And it's just going up. And
yeah, Robert, the other night we were talking.
Like in a month. It jumped like in a month. It's like it would, and it went up like 30% in 1 month on like spray paint, on little things that you don't think about, stuff that you don't normally buy, but the prices are getting jacked up. It's all tied into economics, okay? The economic situation. All right, I'm going to say that. And it's not good. People keep looking for normal, and normal ain't coming back. Normal don't ever come back. We're heading into something that is going to be way not normal and way hard to survive. And it don't matter who you are, how much money you make, up to a point. Most of us in the middle are going to be suffering. We'll be back in a day where you've got to have a way to grow your own food just to meet your needs, your basic needs. And that's, like I said, I don't want to get too much into that territory. I'd love to, but I ain't going to do it.
I mean, Robert, the other night we were talking about, just the car prices, the brand new car prices from last year to this year. A brand new car went up 8% from last year to this year, and the average cost of a new car is $37,000.
Mm-hmm.
That is unbelievable.
And what was it? Was it you that said that they were buying?
They were buying. People are actually paying 5% over the sticker price
to be able to get the car.
Yes, 5% over the sticker price.
They're not making enough cars.
Yeah.
Because of COVID, so there's a shortage of new cars, so the prices are going up, and people.
The prices have gone up 8%, and the average person is paying 5% over the sticker price. So you're talking like $40,000 for the average new car. That's insane.
Yeah, all the trade things they got going on, and all of that smoke and mirrors for the real problems. There's a real situation at hand. You know, a container ship jackknives in the canal, right? Yeah, okay, whatever. But there's bigger things that's going on. And basically, they put out a warning. These channels that I've, talked about earlier.
Would you shut up?
Last year, they said if you need anything that's not made here in the United States or whatever country you're in, if you need it and you're counting on it from somewhere else, you better go on and get it.
Yep.
Especially generators, anything that's got to have parts in it from overseas, from the U.S., you need to have it. And who knows what's going to happen, but people need to be able to take care of yourself.
Yeah, awareness, like true awareness needs to start happening, and be aware of the potential of what's coming.
Yeah. And
because it's sneaking up on us little by little. It's sneaking up so slowly that most of us will just turn an eye to it and not even notice it. And before you know it, it's like, bam, smack you right upside the head. And oh, crap. Here we go.
Right. They're talking about now the drought in the Southwest and into the breadbasket again. They're talking about this mega drought. Well, we just got through getting flooded and snowed on and all this kind of stuff. You'd think all the water, but they're talking about drought. And they're talking about that's going to impact all the grain and crop making ability down in the southwestern part of the United States. So we're going to be dealing with more food issues. We're getting a lot of people that's going to be in a bad spot.
My thing is they could take and put pipelines all over the country to move natural gas, oil, many different things. They could put, wires under the ground. Why can't they put a pipeline to be able to move water that's melting from the snow up north in the Mississippi River and pump it out to the Midwest, to the farming communities and pump it there instead of just letting it go out into the Gulf?
Right there is a winning idea. That's a winning idea.
It doesn't make any sense that all this water is coming down from this river, and it's being wasted. It turns from snow. It could be pumped out. It could be moved and fill up reservoirs and lakes that are going dry over there. And the government's not trying. The government just like
Danny, there's a simple answer to what your great idea there is. There's no way they haven't figured out a way to make money out of you and me in order to do that.
Bingo, there's your answer.
It's just a matter of them figuring out a way to make money out of doing that, and they haven't figured it out. So that's why they won't do it. They're saying is, we'd rather let it go to waste if we can't make money on it than doing it.
At some point they would, because they would be able to produce food and have different things, so that their taxes should increase, their tax revenue off of it.
And the thing is, it will, if the world keeps going like they project it to go, then what they talked about, water wars.
Yeah.
And that's going to come. More people, more resources, being used. Water is very much on the table to be something that's fought over a larger portion of the world than it is now, because it's fought over now.
Well, why Davy Farm? She's in Ohio, and in the area she's in Ohio, they cannot collect rainwater.
Yeah, that's pretty
illegal.
That's illegal to collect rainwater.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who the hell is policing that?
There's somebody that's the boss of God, apparently. That's the thing. There's places where they tax the rainwater. They prevent you from catching it. They tax you based on how much rainwater you can collect, but don't. There's places where they tax you for air quality.
That's ludicrous.
That's right. That's the government. That's when they're talking about in the future, when they let it slip, when their little spokesperson let it slip, is in the future you will own nothing and you will be happy. When they let that slip, all of a sudden people's eyes woke up.
Great
across the
comment there,
world.
CJM Farms. Great comment. That is very true.
And that's the spirit of Shed Wars right there. It's when they said, the stuff I just saw yesterday that they're talking about with this new digital currency and everything, they'll be able to shut that down. I mean, the cash is gone, right? And right now with all the money printing, that is what they do right before an economic collapse.
Well, yeah, the more money you print, the faster what you call it rises. The inflation.
Inflation. We get an inflation rise.
Yeah, it's a negative feedback loop
right.
that is just part of the process, and I mean the US dollar as a dominant reserve currency, that ended a while back. All the major countries know that. It's going away
before it falls back to someone else.
But that's right. That's right. We've had it for a long time. But there's major changes about to happen.
Yeah.
And when that happens, everyone that is basically in that system, which will be everybody mostly, you'll be able to be controlled easily. They're talking about you getting paid in the future and it going into your account, and you have your little card or whatever it is, and that money will have an expiration date on it. They've already said you can't use this. They're demonizing crypto. They've demonized everything. They're saying, well, this new currency, you won't be able to buy gold or silver with it. You see, it's a rental thing that they're trying to put everybody into, always having to pay for something. And I'm going deeper into the stuff that I really didn't want to talk about. I probably should shut up. Look for Ice Age Farmer. Look for Adapt 2030. Look for Full Spectrum Survival. Those channels will tell you what's coming. Those three right there, big go-tos for me. And the thing is what they have said is what happens. They report from actual sources about what's going on. And that's part of Agenda 2030. You will own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, I've watched videos on that, and it's very disturbing.
Don't know how it's all going to work out, because you're going to have, but anyhow, talking about growing food.
Yep. I actually purchased recently. I actually purchased basically between 3 to 5 years of hydroponic master blend formula for the greenhouses. Just
did it come with Roundup?
No, that's only for you. No, but just the master blend portion of it. Kind of back to the prices and everything. Once I saw the wood start going, I went ahead and ordered that. Whether it goes up or down, it doesn't go bad. So I picked that up, and just trying to stay ahead of the game with the fertilizer and stuff like that, which is a lot of stuff I normally do anyway. We've already started for hurricane season, stocking up on a few items and things like that. We start. Let's get back to growing. We're not talking about that.
Back to growing.
Yeah.
Back to growing. Amen.
Oh,
Jeff, you've been on for what, 4 hours now?
5.
Almost 5.
No,
5 hours.
3 minutes.
Wow, you're gonna get a lot of watch time out of this live.
Dude.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
That's awesome.
They changed the delivery date of my cocoa coir. That's not good.
What? Why would they do something like that?
I don't know. I don't know where they're getting it from. It's coming May 2nd now, but that's still okay, because, I'd like to get my potatoes out this week. So if it comes the 2nd, that'll be good.
I actually chopped up my potatoes 2 days ago, and they're actually sitting next to me. They're all scabbed over nicely, ready to go in the ground.
Yeah, mine are still sitting in the bag. The sprouts are probably way too big on them now.
I have.
But you can knock those sprouts off. You can knock those off.
You need to sit there and wait your turn.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. My potatoes are about 10 inches. All right, John, you may go now.
No, I was telling Jeff that if your chits are too big, you can cut them back. It will not harm them.
I'm gonna take a look right now.
Yeah, you don't want to plant them with your chits way too big. Oh,
I think
geez.
that's too big.
Yeah, that.
You think?
Ooh. No, because they haven't put out the green yet.
Yeah, they're
That's
not
not too bad.
That's
Yeah.
some great size for them. I wouldn't leave it in the sun for too long.
There's worse
Yeah.
ones.
You're pushing it though. Yeah, see, that's too big. You see the green?
You want to
Cut that green off.
Just cut the green off and leave the
Yeah.
bottom part.
Yeah, cut that green off. Yeah,
Yeah, they're starting to get soft too.
yeah,
Well,
if
if he plants that, if he cuts that off and puts it under the ground, it won't work because
It
it's
will.
already changed over or what?
No, it will work. It's just you don't want to be planting something like that. Those shits are way too big.
The
Oh, yeah.
green part actually, I've heard it'll rot off. And
Yes.
That's what I think. Because once it
Right.
goes over into chlorophyll production, everything is looking for sun, and
Right.
Yeah,
it's not ready to be subterranean anymore.
Correct.
right. Get rid of that, and it'll restart over again.
John,
Right.
you had said that Jeff being on for 5 hours, he was going to end up with some really good watch time hours. My video, well, the live stream for last night already processed, and ended up with 136.5 watch time hours.
That's
Ooh,
awesome.
boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was great.
That's what I'm saying is anybody that's looking for the hours to get monetized, the live streams is the way to go.
Jeff,
I need.
Well, yeah, they did give. I mean, they did. So they do have conflicting information on their site. So they say when you're watching, when you're running your live, those watch hours don't get counted for your monetization. But after they post it, then the hours do.
Right.
But when I ran the last live, I mean, I don't know how many people came after the fact, but the next day or two, I looked and I got quite a few watch hours from the live. And I know that didn't occur after the fact.
Right. But I mean, you look at, like, let's say, like I explained to Robert, conversation we had, is if you take a 5-minute video that you do, and let's say you get full views on that video, which is rare. Rare. Nobody really watches a 5-minute, 10-minute video. They just don't. You know how many views you need on that 5-minute video to get 10 watch hours?
A lot.
You need a lot of views. Now you do a 1-hour live and you get 30 people and they stick around with you. Boom. You got those 30 hours right there. Bam.
But,
so lives is the way to go if you want the watch time hours. Is you got to do live. That's what I did. Lives, and boom. And the hours like went crazy.
When you were doing your karaoke, you would stay on there for hours, and there was
hours and hours. Yeah. And even like this past Friday, I think it was 46 watch time hours, and I don't need the hours. But it was like 46 something hours. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, I mean, you still have to maintain your 4,000 hours, which is tough. And I know you're getting a lot more, stuff.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the hours anymore. But
now they're the way they're doing it and the way they're changing up live stream stuff, and they will be in the future too. I haven't figured it out exactly. It's like it doesn't count for your monetization, but maybe it counts for watch time. But they said, it's like Jeff was saying, and I haven't figured it out yet. Does it help you build your 4,000 hours? It just won't count for making money.
No,
or,
this lives will help you
They do
get
both
to your
ways.
4,000 hours.
They will.
that only after they're watched does it count for monetization, I think is what they're saying. Is that right?
That's what you say, but I could point out 3 or 4 people that have all their watch time hours. They reach.
No. That's what I'm asking. It's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure it out because they're talking about changing it too.
Yeah.
I was watching a guy this morning or last night talking about that. And I've heard it before, and it hadn't made sense to me which way that they're doing it, which way it counts. We've got to get 4,000 hours. So will they let the time on the live stream count toward those 4,000, even though you're not going to be paid on those 4,000? You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't count.
I contacted Google as I hit 1,000. Once I hit 1,000, I was able to communicate back and forth. Jeff was involved because I wanted to make sure I was asking the questions properly, to where I wasn't being Cajun. And, he tell you, well, I mean, some people don't know. Jeff will laugh. He'll tell you, he's like, what the hell are you talking about when I said it? And I laughed because I understood it. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try again. But, I had a conversation back and forth with the people and basically came back and said, no, it doesn't count towards your monetization or your watch time hours until it's processed and whatever's watched after is doing that. But at that time also, you couldn't start a live stream and start it with anyone that came in, put the commercials on it. You couldn't do that. Now you can. So apparently at some point it's been changed. And like I said, I know of at least 3 channels that reached the monetization and the watch time with live streams.
Yeah.
I was one of those channels.
Oh, well, that's amazing then.
So they're still letting it count for your minimum requirements to be monetized at this time.
So far.
Yeah. I actually got my 4,000 hours before I got to 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, I did also.
And that was the live streams. As soon as I started doing the live streams, the hours just went from like 1,000 to 4,000, like boom, in like 5.5, 6 months, just right up.
Yeah, people wanted to do more. You got everybody hooked in the beginning. You got them hooked because they wanted to keep coming back and see what you was going to fall over and break in your own house while you was doing them karaoke.
Hey, Robert, I must still have you hooked because you come back every video I post.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know why.
It must be my accent, right? My accent.
yeah, that's it. It's because I look prettier sitting next to you.
It's where you put that comma to the top. That's why everybody shows up.
Yeah, I got to start doing more. I mean, I'm just a little over. I'm getting close to 2,200 watch hours now, and I mean, I'm coming up on almost 1,200 subscribers.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I can't tell you behind the scenes how many times I have told Robert, you need to start doing lives.
The boy's right. He's right. And he's told me these things.
The problem too now is YouTube, whether you're monetized or not, they're putting commercials on your videos.
That's right.
That's right.
So you might as well at least get something out of it.
Well, the lad he's told me all these things. He has.
I've told him so many times, Robert, you need to do lives. Like the Shed Wars thing I'm trying to do, like the Shed Wars roster things I'm doing on Friday night now. And I realized, and Robert realized, he's the one that said it. We should do 2 lives a week to highlight all the rosters. And it's like, Robert, that would be perfect for your channel to do one day and I do the next. It would be perfect.
I've got to have the right setup, man. I've got to have the right setup. I've got to have my computer and my webcams and all of these things that I need in order to do it live. It's not just I can go out and do this. No, I've got to have everything right. And it makes sense what you said.
Well, get on it.
You best calm yourself now. That's all this Robert stuff.
Oh,
I've told you plenty of things too. for a long time that I haven't mentioned. So you just keep your mentioning to yourself, mate. Like I need you telling me what to do.
Oh, like, what do you expect me to do? Kiss your butt like Mr. Muskrat up here, Mr. Frogman? Funny, he calls you Mister. He doesn't call me Mister.
He does that because I'm older than him.
Well, I'm older than him too.
No, you're not, John.
Actually, I'm not older than him. He's 46. I'm only 44.
Oh, you the baby then? Well, no, wait a minute. Jeff's the baby.
No, I'm the baby.
Yeah,
Jeff's
I'm the baby.
No, you're
I am
not.
the baby.
Jeff, like hell you are. You're 46 too.
I'm 38.
38.
No, actually, Jeff, you're 52.
Age is just a number.
Is
It's
that
just
right?
a number,
Yeah,
John.
he's 52, if I can recall correctly.
We can have what we've got and not worry about age, John. It's okay.
Well, John can clown me about being older than him. It's all right. I'll be 47. And
No, that's right. That's right, Danny. You are older than me.
my wife will be 34 in a few months. So clown me.
Hell, that's pretty good.
Drops. Welcome, Drops Family Garden.
What's up, Drops?
How you
Stay
doing,
on long
Drops?
enough, you get to see everybody.
Drops, where you been for the past 5 hours?
Everyday life of an OCD-ish chick. She's sitting here listening.
Yep.
Oh, Lord, what have you heard, girl?
She has not heard me say anything wrong.
She said something the other night. It was the other night on the live, and I saw her like in the text over here on the chat in somebody's live stream, and I wanted to address her, but my age and Swiss cheese brain has forgot what it was, or I'd get on to her now. I know she made me mad, but I can't think of what it is now. I know she did.
The OCD-ish chick, she made you mad?
She made me mad.
That's
hard to believe.
And she ain't in Shedmore, so I can't penalize her no pounds or nothing. No, I was gonna get on to her for something.
Robert, you don't have the audacity to penalize anybody.
John, is that you tapping on something?
That is not me. No.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
See, Robert must be upset because he's tapping.
Yeah, the OCD-ish chick, that's hard for me to believe. I mean, she's always happy and
yeah, I can't imagine. And Robert, you saying, "Oh, I'd like to penalize somebody." You ain't got the nerve to penalize anybody because I'm the marshal and I would shut you down immediately.
Uh-oh. There we go.
I'm more worried about riling up OCD-ish chick than I am you, John.
Well, I can't imagine. Well, let me actually get on camera because you're getting me heated now. I can't imagine. I can't imagine what you're saying.
John?
She said, what did she say? She said something that upset you? What could that possibly be? OCD-ish chick. Go ahead. You can answer. What did you say that upset Robert here?
She wouldn't be able to know. I don't know what it was. But it's like, wait a minute. Did she?
So you don't know, and you're accusing her of not even knowing what she said.
Okay, let's run with you, Miss OCD-ish chick. Oh, that might have been one of the things right there. No, I don't think it was. I just can't remember. She's got too long of a name. I know she's got too long of a name. She needs to shorten that down to like 4 syllables. Do it somehow like that. Because you're breaking my thumbs when I got to type that in. That might have been it. But I'm gotten old and my brain ain't working right. And so I don't remember what it was.
Soft these days. Yeah, apparently the tadpole, he's very soft-hearted nowadays, very sensitive.
No, sensitive.
Yeah, sensitive.
Yeah, I care about people's feelings, John. I'm not like you.
Well, I'm not just blowing smoke, Robert. I don't blow smoke.
You blowing something, but don't smell like smoke. some natural methane coming out. What it smells like.
I missed. John got mad and turned his screen off again.
No, I was just telling Robert that I don't blow smoke out of my mouth.
It ain't your mouth.
Oh, okay.
I ain't the one that's got all this okra that you can't figure out how to grow, man. When you started that up, I was thinking to myself, ooh, he's starting that awful early.
It was like 15 degrees outside. He was in there playing.
Hey, look! I'm going to take the advice that the muskrat gave me. I'm going to take those plants and I'm going to put them somewhere in the forest, and I'm going to see what happens to them, monitor them, and I'll start okra in June, mid-June, early July. See what happens.
Yeah, they might actually make it, and they might not produce as well. But being in the forest with the canopy over them, they might not freeze. If you keep the frost of them, they are pretty. I'm not going to say super hardy, but they are hardy. I've had them fall over in the garden and the grass grow up around them, and they'll make it through the wintertime over here. Once they're in the ground.
I mean, the plants are beautiful. They're healthy. I mean, what I'm basically saying is I need them out of my grow room. I need them out of there. They're taking up too much space.
Use the hydro solution and the Roundup, and dude, they're gonna be like 19 feet tall.
Hey, instead of getting rid of all of them, why don't you keep some of them? Keep some of them and keep them there in your basement with the light on it. Give them a little corner or whatever.
Robert, I would like to stay married.
Oh, so you're not the boss.
And that's going to be the biggest problem that you've got in staying married? I don't think so.
Him and this freaking guy just will not.
I can think of 1,000 things that Danny would have a problem with. Donnie would have a problem with over you growing some okra. But that's just me. I'm just outside looking in. God love you. She must have took you on as a project, a do-it-yourself fixer-upper project. I know that's what it has to be, because that Brazilian beauty is doing the Lord's work right there, taking care of you. I know she is.
You go ahead, keep laughing. I've made up my mind. I haven't even read the report on you. I have not read the report on you, but I already know what chamber your ass is going to end up in.
Oh, come on, whatever. You ain't gonna penalize my ass. Don't worry about it.
No, not you. I'm talking about this muskrat up here. I have not read the full report, but I already know what chamber he's gonna end up in.
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on. The everyday life of an OCD-ish chick. That just came right out of my mouth. The everyday life. Let me say it like Danny would. The everyday life of an OCD-ish chick. How about that? Now, see, Danny's got the voice down there. He's got that Cajun thing going. Ever since Justin Wilson, I have loved that Cajun accent. Fell in love with a Cajun girl down there.
Robert, I don't think she likes you.
Oh, she is special. I love her. She's got some great energy. We were supposed to be making a sundial. We were supposed to, and one of us was going to make this sundial before the other one, and I still haven't done it, so she may already have. I don't know.
I have to get some okra going myself.
There you go, Jeff.
Well, you sent me some, so I have to. Danny sent me some, so I have to grow some.
That's kind of a dwarf variety. It grow like 6-7 feet tall, but it puts out the okra pods like almost one on top of the other. It's amazing how close they're growing. It's a cow horn. It'll grow 8 to 10 inches and still be really good okra to eat.
Yeah, I've never grown it. I've never eaten it. So,
I know you like pickled stuff, so you might want to pick some of them smaller and boil them a little bit, soak them in vinegar and a pickling sauce. So a lot of people like that. My stepdad, Pop, he boils them, and at the beginning of the season, he'll buy, or right before the beginning of the season, a jar of pickles, a gallon jar, and then he'll boil the okra till it's soft, and let it sit out and kind of drip a little bit. Make sure all the water's out of it, and then soak it in the let it soak in the pickle juice for 4 or 5 days, and then take them out and eat them like that.
You do them whole? Just
Yeah.
leave them whole?
You just don't want to eat the tip, but he leaves it. When you boil them, you do the whole thing. You boil it with the tip of the stem and all that, but you don't eat. You'll see where it backs off. You don't want to eat that.
CJM, that's a good question. I don't even know. I mean,
I don't know. Fennel's a root crop type of thing. You would think it might, because you could do that with a lot of those. You could cut an onion in half. You could do celery and regrow it, lettuce and regrow it. You might be able to do it. I've never tried it, but I bet it might work.
Fennel's a root crop. No, fennel's on a bush, right?
Well, it's a head-looking thing with sprouts on top. I thought it was. I thought it was kind of like a kohlrabi, like that top of the root part grows like on the top of the soil. It has like a main stem that goes down, and then it bulbs up, and then puts the fennel shoots out. That's
now,
I
got a bunch of dog fennel here, and that has almost the look of like an asparagus or something. It's like a fern or something like that.
Replied.
Yeah, the ball facing down shallow water. That would be what I would think, because it looks. I don't know if I can. Let's see if I can get a. I've never tried this. Let me see if I can. What it does if I share my screen.
But there ain't nothing been like the internet and YouTube to learn anything that you want to learn. Somebody has done it, and if not, you're gonna be the one that did it. That information is out there. So many people can share stuff. Okay, that's weird looking.
You can see it. I can't see what I'm sharing.
Well, I saw it for a second.
You're sharing the screen.
It looked like a kohlrabi.
You're sharing us.
I'm sharing you? How about now? Oh, you know what?
Sharing us.
How about now? There we go.
Hey, fennel.
Yeah, it's got like a root bulb on the bottom of it that I would think you could actually grow like those. It's got that root thing there.
You could regrow that. Yeah, you could regrow that.
That's why I figured it might work.
If they sell it like that, I would imagine so. I'm just used to it being dried up in a jar.
No, but you can definitely regrow that. The roots will resprout if you cut it and put it in soil. It will.
There you go. Look at that.
I've never eaten that. I wouldn't know where to start.
They put fennel in sausage.
You eat the bulb, yes.
I've never eaten that like that.
I've eaten the dry stuff.
No, you can cook with it fresh. Yes, you could fennel fresh.
Wow.
It's almost you can cook it like you would a leek.
Okay.
Huh.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and fennel goes to seed. That's what they use in a lot of sausage. They put fennel seeds in sausage.
That's right, fennel
seed. Yeah, good stuff. So do they use the stalk part of it with the leaves, or it's just the fennel seeds?
I've never seen anyone cook with the actual stalk. It's the leaves themselves, but the root part of it, the big root, yes.
Yeah.
That.
So you got the roots or the seeds. Okay, cool.
Right.
I just learned something.
It's a good day.
I think that's isn't that what OCD is? The everyday life of an OCD-ish chick. I think that's something she always says at the end of her videos. It's like, learn something new every day, or else it's a wasted day. I think something like that. She could correct me if I'm wrong, and she's still listening.
She will.
And I'm sure she will.
I thought it was something like try something new and have fun with it, or something like that.
Yeah, it's try something new and have fun with something like that.
She can fix us up. She'll put it in there. we're close, but I don't know if we got it. Oh, there you go. Find something you love and have fun doing it.
That's
Okay.
right. That's
There it
right.
is.
Find something you love and have fun doing it. Exactly.
Okay. I tried to do that, but there's restraining orders involved too, so I can't do it anymore.
Restraining orders.
That's right.
I'm gonna have to get off of here, man. I gotta get the dude's gonna be home in about 15, 20 minutes. So
Yeah, actually, I gotta go water the plants downstairs, and so.
Is
I've
that
had
another?
fun.
Is that another thing for check the plumbing?
No, I actually do have to go water the plants downstairs,
All right, I did mine earlier.
and I want to get that okra out of there and bring it upstairs and get ready to do something with it tomorrow.
that was part of the conversation last night. Somebody was talking about actually peeing on their plants and then helping them. That was,
Hey, it works
yeah, it does. It
in
does.
small amounts.
Some of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of pure nitrogen, though.
Yeah, in small amounts, you can do that, and then you can dilute it for bigger, wider use. You know.
They were actually talking about fermenting it for months at a time in a jar and letting it work. It gets better, and those.
Yeah.
I could just imagine that.
Yeah, it was a little.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
Friday.
you're tapping into one of my upcoming episodes one day, because I got a bunch of it in storage right now. Jason Avers did a big thing on that, and it's been done. It's like a compost tea video. That is like the compulsory or mandatory video that you've got to do for gardening, homestead, and that kind of thing. You got to do one of those. You got to do one where you're using your pee to garden with too. I think, it's like a mandatory thing.
It should definitely be diluted, though. I mean, straight up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Peeing on your plants. That's a lot of straight up nitrogen.
Well,
Yeah.
pea would probably be great to put on your compost pile, wouldn't it? Because
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who do that.
You add.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
right
as
to your
a
compost.
waterer, you can have a 5-gallon bucket in your backyard, and and just take a leak, throughout the
Yeah.
summertime, and then just dump it into your compost. Sure, why not?
It'll heat that compost up fast. That's some nitrogen right there. Oh,
All right, fellas, I do got to get going. Thank you so much for having me, Danny.
you.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'll have to see you in one of the chambers soon.
great, brother. Love it.
And-
Can't wait.
And I hope you don't take it too harshly, but I don't have any pity for you.
It doesn't matter, brother. You do what you gotta do, man. Do what you gotta do. I'm perfect.
All right. See you guys.
I got the show with the world on.
That's right. All right, guys. Bye, guys.
Take it
See
easy.
you later.
see you,
Thanks.
John.
Later. I'm gonna head
Yeah,
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap it up too. I got stuff to do. These your 7-hour live and now my 5.5-hour live. I got nothing done the last 2 days.
Man, when I saw y'all on the thumbnail with the two of y'all on there, I was having like flashbacks from last night. I said, "What? These two? They are still on here. They are doing something again. Last night wasn't enough for them." But
Right.
yeah,
Last
yeah,
night
hey,
wasn't planned to be that long. Last night was planned to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours with Broke Farmer, with the talking about the tomatoes and the pruning and stuff like that. And it just blossomed into, everything else. It's amazing. When extra people get on the lives and they have questions and concepts they have in their mind about the hydroponics or even tomatoes and different things that we're doing, how fast the time goes by. It's
yeah,
really
it's great stuff. And the group of people that we had in there last night and still today talking about all this stuff, that's some awesome stuff. I learn a lot. Great people. Sorry to kill you live here, the mood. You drop one restraining order joke and it's over. Hey, I'll see you later. Thanks for
As long
having
as
me
it's
up.
true, brother.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robert. Have a great day.
Y'all be
Everybody
good.
in the chat that's still there, thank you very much for coming. I hope you learned something sometimes here and there. And that's it. I'm gonna drop off, and everybody get out there and grow something.
South Louisiana boy, you gotta love it. Y'all grow that. Later.
Take care. See you.
Later.